fantastic to be here, but I gotta say, Senator Vance, there's a real special guest here today who I actually was really excited to meet. Who's here? Mrs. Vance?
Mrs. Vance is here. Usha, where
yes!
are you? There she is.
As I speak from experience, behind every great man, there is a great woman, right, everyone? All those women out there, all those Latinas out there, that is the truth. Mrs. Vance, thank you for joining us today. All right, well, let's get started here. This is our Hispanic Town Hall. We're very excited to be reaching out to the Latino community here in Arizona. But before we get started, I want you to tell us the message for those who right now are in harm's way in Florida going through this catastrophic storm.
Well, first of all, we're thinking about you. We care about you, and we're rooting for you. And I know this storm is going to be very tough by all accounts. Hopefully it's not as bad as some of the predictions are. But I know obviously we're in a house of prayer, a house of God right now. If you are the praying type, and I imagine all of us are, but certainly those of us watching at home, say a prayer for the folks in Tampa, say a prayer for the folks in Central Florida, because we don't know exactly how bad this is going to be. But I was briefed by someone earlier today who explained that depending on where exactly it hits, it could be pretty bad or it could be really catastrophic for the Tampa area. So please ask God to make this storm as mild as it possibly can be, to pray for courage and for wisdom for the folks who are affected by it. And we're certainly thinking about them, and we're going to support them.
So to get started here, you know, there's these poll numbers out, right? You know, I know a lot of us don't really love poll numbers. But anyways, let's just dig right in. The Democrats have always thought they owned the Latino community. They always thought that, you know what, they're going to go our way. But there's a change happening. Even here with Vice President Harris. Okay, I'm getting no reaction here, people. Come on. You know.
She was checking how awake everybody was.
Okay, there you go. There you go. You know, she's actually slipping here in Arizona. Trump-Vance ticket doing better with Hispanic men. But there is an opportunity to do better with Hispanic women.
Sure.
What is your message to the Hispanic women out there as to why we desperately need a Trump-Vance presidency?
Well, there's so many issues we could talk about. And first of all, thank you. Thank you for doing this. And thanks to all of you for being here and those watching at home. I mean, look, you know, I actually spoke to a Latina woman today. We had a rally in Tucson. That's one of the reasons why I'm not in a suit, is because I told my team, if we're doing a rally outside in direct sunlight at noon in Tucson, Arizona, I'm not wearing a suit and tie. We're going to go a little casual today. But, you know, she told me something that's actually quite heartbreaking, because she's a legal immigrant to this country. She came about 25 years ago. And she talked about waiting in line. She talked about paying the fine. She talked about, you know, doing all the things that you have to do when you do immigration to this country the right way. And I think she felt personally offended that so many people are coming in here violating the rules that she had to follow. That's not the way to do immigration to this country. It's a way, frankly, to insult the country. And thank God that we have so many great people who did things the right way. And I think that's true especially of a lot of our Latino families, whether it was them or their parents or their grandparents. They recognize that we've got to do this the right way. And I think that one of our messages to Latino women in particular, because of course, you know, we know that, you know, men and women both buy groceries, but oftentimes it's the moms who are buying the groceries.
Oh, no, we're in charge. Aren't we in charge?
Over the dads?
Yes. Mrs. Vance, aren't we in charge? Yes.
And look, when grocery prices go up by 25%, it's hitting our families, it's hitting our women especially hard. When the price of energy goes up by 45%, it's very often the moms that are paying the energy bills and know that it's gotten harder and harder to live your dreams under Kamala Harris's policies. And then the thing that I really care about, I'll tell you a story, Mercedes, because we were in Valdosta, Georgia, which is actually one of the cities in Georgia that was hit hard by Hurricane Helene about a week and a half ago. And, you know, the sheriffs there, it's a small town, 60,000 people. They take me into the interdiction room where they get all the stuff that is coming through their community. And there's tons of illegal drugs, tons of illegal guns, actually, that they've seized. And there was something that was out of place. Because, you know, there's marijuana, there's meth, there's fentanyl, there's everything. And then there's a box of candy that they show me. And I say, well, what's going on there? Like, why is this box of candy here? And they explained to me that the drug cartels disguise drugs as candy because it makes it easier to get it through law enforcement. And I think that a lot of moms out there, especially Latino women in places like Arizona, which of course has been affected by this more than most other states, are saying, we don't want our kids playing on playgrounds where a bag of candy is actually disguised fentanyl or THC. And I guess my pitch to women, especially Latino women, is I know that you just want common sense. I know that you want schools that educate your kids instead of indoctrinate your kids. And I know you want to raise your kids in safe communities. Donald Trump and I will fight for you every single day, and we'd love to have your vote. And we're not going to win this state without it.
Senator Vance, it is so good to see you, and more importantly, it's great to know that the hand of God is shielding and protecting President Trump and you. I know after 2 assassination attempts that we know of, hitting the campaign trail can be a little bit tough. So, familia, how many of you are happy that the hand of God is protecting President Trump and Senator Vance? Senator, poll after poll, I know we talked about polls, but we got to talk about it, show that the Hispanic community cares about jobs and the economy above almost every other issue. You were actually writing about this and talking about this before it was mainstream in our community.
Sure.
In your book, you talk about the hallowing of manufacturing jobs in Appalachia. The labor of Bureau statistics show that just last month, Arizona, this state, lost 800 manufacturing jobs.
Wow.
We know that President Trump is running on putting tariffs on our adversaries like China. But can you talk about how that policy is personal to you specifically?
Yeah, so I grew up in a community where when the jobs went overseas, there was a lot of hopelessness and a lot of problems set in. And I think that we know that very often family breakdown, I'm sure that we all care a lot about having stable families out there, that family breakdown is sometimes something that happens when economic despair and hopelessness moves in. And, you know, I'm sure we all believe we want kids to be raised by moms and dads who are happy and healthy and able to bring children into the world, but also raise children from a place of stability. That becomes really hard when the jobs that anchor these communities get shipped overseas because, you know, somebody wants to pay a literal slave laborer sometimes in China less than they want to pay an American worker, and so they ship American jobs to China. American workers suffer, and the only way to really push back against that is to tell people that if you want to undercut American wages and you want to ship American jobs overseas, well, we're not going to let you bring that stuff back into our country unless we slap a big fat tariff on it, and that's the way that we protect American workers from... That's the way we protect American workers from what I think is a very, very predatory practice. But, you know, what I know, because, look, we of course have Latinos at every level of our community. There are people who've been here for multiple generations. There are people who became American citizens probably a couple of weeks ago. You've got people, you know, who are making a lot of money. You've got people who are middle class. You've got people who are really struggling. When you hollow out the manufacturing economy, whether it's in Arizona or Ohio, you really rip out the foundation of the entire economic livelihood of a community. Because, you know, what are the lawyers going to litigate about if there aren't good manufacturing jobs to support it? And what are the accountants going to do if you don't have that economic foundation laid? We know that if we want strong communities and strong families, people need good jobs. The best welfare program is a job. The best welfare program is a dignified work that pays a good wage. And it's just so hard to actually deliver that if your leadership is more interested in taxing people and forcing them to buy products made in China. Donald Trump and I want to buy great American products and employ American workers to do it.
So at CPAC, we have the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. It's a very important issue for our family, for our team at CPAC. There's 325,000 children, at least,
so sad,
that are missing, that the Kamala Harris administration have failed to find out where they are. These are children being forced into sex and labor trafficking. What's your message? How do we resolve this issue? And what's your message to Kamala Harris and her failure of leadership on this issue?
You know, our message to Kamala Harris is, why don't you stop talking about doing your job and actually go and do your job, find those children, and get them back safely. Mercedes, this is such an important question and such an important issue. I don't think people realize that number, 325,000 children, that your Department of Homeland Security under Kamala Harris's leadership, they're just missing. And we hope that some of them are with their families or are safe, but we know that at least a lot of them, they've been used as drug mules, they've been used in sex trafficking. And one of the things that there's this lie at the heart of the Democrats' immigration policy. They say that it's compassionate. Well, where is the compassion for the 325,000 children that are some of them being used as sex slaves? Let's have compassion for those innocent children, bring them back to their families, and stop empowering the very people who are trafficking them, who are selling them into slavery, who are mistreating them. We've empowered, thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, the worst criminals in the entire world on both the southern side of the Mexico border and of course, our side of the Mexican border. We could do so much better by these children. We got to bring them home. We got to end this ridiculous practice that finds them sold into slavery. We can do it. We just need firm leadership at the southern border.
Senator, we talk a lot about what Kamala Harris hasn't done, but I think we should talk about what she has done. As 4 years as vice president, she actually has given us the largest inflation we've seen in over 4 decades. Here in Arizona, 12.5% of the population actually lives in poverty. Kamala Harris came out with her economic plan and proposing socialist-styled price controls, things that we've seen in Venezuela. What is a Trump-Vance ticket going to do to bring down gas and grocery prices?
Yeah. Well, you asked about Latino voters earlier, and I actually think this is a good argument and a good reason why a lot of Latino voters are coming over to Donald Trump's leadership is because, socialism to a lot of young Americans, it's a bad word, but it's too abstract. They don't fully appreciate it. Whereas if you've got family from Cuba or from Venezuela, socialism is something that your family saw and it doesn't work. And fundamentally what Kamala Harris is trying to do is take policies that have been tried by Marxist governments in South America and Central America and bring them to the United States of America. And I think a lot of Latinos are saying our family came here to get away from this stuff, not to lean into it. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is going to do, prevent that from coming here. Now, it's funny, guys, because, Kamala's campaign, it's interesting. And I made this point when I debated Tim Walz last week that he's got to do this.
Oh, that was the best debate ever.
That was so good.
Okay. I don't mean to interrupt you, sir. But our daughters, because Matt and I, not Abraham and I, Matt and I have 5 daughters, and they were all going, he's so slay. That was the big word. And then my mother, abuela, Lela, they call her, she goes, and he's so handsome. And I was like, yeah. So there you go. You got them all covered.
That's great. Usha, you got some competition for Mercedes Abuela here. But look, what I said to him, I genuinely meant this, right? I wasn't just kind of making fun of him. He has a really tough job because he has to defend the indefensible, which is Kamala Harris's record. And if you notice, when she goes around the country, she does this thing that, I haven't been in politics long enough. Maybe I haven't, if I was in politics a little bit longer, I'd be a little bit more shameless. But, she says on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. Or on day one, we're going to tackle the national security problems. On day one, we're going to make the border more secure. It's like, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What have you been doing the whole time? Stop talking about it. Go do something. But guy, I don't know if you noticed, and I think it was yesterday, it may have been the day before yesterday, but she went on The View, and she made a big mistake. If you guys, I wouldn't recommend watching The View at all, but especially not with Kamala Harris out there. But they asked her, the ultimate softball question, which is, did Joe Biden do anything that you disagreed with? And remember, her whole campaign is to run away from Joe Biden, even though she's his vice president. And she said, well, nothing comes to mind. One difference that you can name between her and Joe Biden, and by her own words, knowing this would be a softball, she said nothing comes to mind. Now, in Kamala Harris's defense, and I'm not trying to be mean, I think, whatever the topic might be, maybe nothing comes to mind for Kamala Harris. So that's just kind of how she
that's
how
Joe
she does
Biden.
things.
I think the Joe Biden, it doesn't come to mind. That might be it.
But it just drives home how everything that has been tried and found wanting over the last 3.5 years, she's offering to double down on it. And if you want to take the country in a different direction, if you think, for example, the way to lower energy prices is not socialist price controls, but to unleash American energy workers to develop this stuff in our own territory, as Donald Trump would say, drill, baby, drill. That's the solution to high energy prices. And unlike Kamala Harris, we don't just have a plan, we also have a record to run on. Right, I genuinely, I don't know Tim Walz that well, but I feel really bad for him because I can go out there and say, oh, my running mate delivered record low inflation. He delivered rising take-home pay. He delivered a secure southern border. Tim Walz's running mate delivered exactly the opposite, and she's going to get even worse if we make her the President of the United States, and we're not going to do that because we're going to fight and make sure Donald Trump wins this election.
Switching a little bit to an important topic for this crowd, Senator. I'm the son of Mexican grandparents who immigrated, and they found Christ here in this nation. For Hispanics, you don't separate the United States from God.
Sure.
And the left has waged war on those values. We see coaches getting put into jail for praying on the field. We see anti-Semitism running rampant on college campuses.
Yep.
We know at BNB.CPAC that when the church votes, we win every single time.
That's right.
You have a very special story of how you came to God. Can you share a little bit about that, and
Sure.
how are we going to bring God back into healing this nation?
Yeah, well, we have, look, tens of millions of Christians who go to church every single Sunday won't show up to vote in 2024. And to my fellow Christians, I'd say, if you don't show up and vote, that's how we lose this country. This is not just disagreements about tax policy. I mean, these guys are explicitly going after fundamental religious liberties, the right for you to raise your kids in the church that you want to, the right for nuns to practice their faith as they want to and minister as they want to. That's all on the table. And, you know, you're right. I do have an interesting faith journey, though I think it's probably pretty similar to a lot of folks' faith journey, which is I was raised by a grandmother. And my grandmother raised me because my own mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. And Mamaw was a woman of many contrasts. I mean, I think it's important to be honest that she was a very devout Christian. She was a very thoughtful Christian. I mean, she read the Bible every day. She thought about what it required of her, even though she hadn't graduated from high school herself. She also really loved the F word. I mean, she was a foul-mouthed woman, even though she was a very devout Christian. And Usha will tell you that sometimes I talk like Mamaw does, and the 4-year-old repeats it, and that's a problem. But, you know, I think like a lot of young people, you know, I went to high school, and then I went to the Marine Corps, and then I went to college after the Marine Corps. You know, I started to think that I knew more than my grandmother did. And I started to feel like this sort of young man's arrogance about the problems that were out there, the questions that I had my own answers to. And by the time I was probably 24, 23, I sort of just said, I don't believe in this stuff anymore. And I kind of discarded my faith. And, you know, what brought me back to Christ was actually falling in love with Usha because, you know, the more that I sort of thought, okay, I'm madly in love with this woman. I want to marry her. I want to be a father. I want to sort of do all those things. When you start thinking about the really deep questions, not about like what education do you have or what kind of job do you have, but how do I be a good husband? How do I be a good father? Like what is required of me in those important vocations? What I kept coming back to is Mamaw's Christian faith had a lot more wisdom than whatever it was that I had adopted since abandoning my Christian faith. And the big questions, how to be a virtuous person, how to be a good husband and father, I thought the Christian faith had the best answers to those questions, and that got me back on the pathway. I was actually baptized for the first time in 2019 because I'd never been baptized as a kid, and here I am.
That is an incredible story. You were talking about Tim Walz and that debate. He mentioned he was a knucklehead at one point, but we won't get into that. But during his time and his time now as Minnesota governor, talking about parental rights, something that is incredibly important for the Latino community as well, where they did pass a law that would allow, you know, they could take the child away from the parents if the parents don't agree
this is really scary
in this
stuff.
transitioning of gender. Walk us through why we should be very concerned about a Harris-Walz administration and what that would mean.
Well, I think, and luckily most of our citizens, even you know, people who might disagree with us politically are not there yet. But Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have really bought into the furthest left-wing social doctrine of the modern Democratic Party. And so take, for example, a kid, and I think we all know being a teenager is confusing, especially in the era of social media. I think a lot of us say that these kids who are gender confused, they need support, they need love, they don't need chemical interventions that are irreversible when they're 13 years old. Now, I would call what I just said common sense, and frankly, I think 80%, 90% of our fellow citizens would agree with it. But if you disagree, and you think the solution is a permanent chemical intervention in that child's body, then you have to ask yourself, who makes those decisions, the parents or the government? And unfortunately, Tim Walz's leadership in Minnesota, and Kamala Harris, this has happened in California too, they've endorsed the idea of taking children away from their parents if the parents don't consent to gender transition. And I think, you start talking about somebody's going to take my kid away because I don't want them experimenting on their bodies in a chemical way. That is preposterous and a violation of the most important right I think that we have anywhere in our society. That's the right of parents to parent their children how they see fit. It's disgraceful, and it's scary. It really is. And I think we have to ask ourselves, because as Christians, of course, sometimes our values aren't always popular, especially with modern secular culture. We have to ask ourselves, do we want the right to parent our children as we see fit, or do we want the state to have the right to take them away from us if we dare to teach our children what we believe? And I think, unfortunately, even though Kamala Harris wouldn't say it like that, that's on the ballot. So if you want to parent your children as you see fit, Donald Trump is the only candidate on the ballot who's going to fight for that right and fight for it for a very long time.
Senator, when President Trump left office, the typical average income needed to afford a home was about $50,000. Today, that has risen up to $100,000.
Sure. The
average age of the Hispanic community here in America is 29 years old, meaning we're the youngest racial demographic in the country. It's hard for anybody to buy a home in this economy, but specifically young Hispanics.
Yeah.
How can we look forward to a Trump-Vance administration to helping millions of young Hispanics achieve that American dream?
So this is such an important point, and look, I whatever the color of your skin, whatever your background, I think that it is a fundamental part of the American dream that we want our young people to be able to own and buy a stake in their own country. That is an important part. Think about this. We're turning a generation of young people, again, all demographics, but you're right, it's a bigger deal because I think Latinos are a little younger than the average American. We're turning a generation of Americans into paupers in their own country, where they have to rent everything. They're constantly in debt. I want young Latino families to be able to own a share in this country they call their own, and we've got to have better policies to make that happen. Now, here are the two big things that I would point to that have made homes unaffordable in this country. Okay, number one, of course, mortgage interest rates. That's a big reason why the average monthly mortgage is so high. It's because interest rates are through the roof. Well, why are interest rates through the roof? Because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of new spending. That sent inflation through the roof, and then interest rates followed after that. The second thing that I'd say is we got to build more houses, okay? And we got to make sure they go to American citizens, not to illegal aliens. American citizens, again, whether you've been here one generation or three. And think about this. Okay, we talk about energy, and I know we're getting the rap sign, so I'll try to talk really fast. I'll talk like an auctioneer. But, you take a home. It's got to be built, of course, with all of the building materials. And I know we have a lot of Latinos, especially in Arizona, who are working in the construction industry in some form or another. Well, what if the truck driver who's delivering the materials to the build site is paying 50% more for diesel? That makes the cost of housing go up. What if the energy required to build that house goes up by 50%? That's going to make the cost of housing go up. When we go to war on American energy, we make everything more expensive, especially housing. So lower those interest rates, unleash American energy, and we will make the American dream of homeownership affordable again under the leadership of Donald J. Trump.
So in our audience member, Gloria Badia Vizcara. She is owner of Chiltepica Products, which is salsa. So if you like chips and salsa, you're in. Gloria, you have a question for the senator.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for being here with us today. And my question is, when you and President Trump get into office, what is the plan that you guys have for small business like ours? And because we've been really suffering for the past 3.5 years. Our business is a spice company, and we make salsa. And starting from our raw materials to packaging, we've been seeing an increase between 40 and 50%.
Wow. Wow.
So it is a lot. So we need a plan, fast.
Well, Gloria, I really appreciate your question. I appreciate you doing what you do and having the courage to be here. I'd say the first and most important part of our plan is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States, because we can't do anything unless we win this election. And once we get in there, so, two big things that I think that we can do to make it easier on our small businesses. So first of all, we have got this incredible, and it's onerous, and it's really hard for a lot of small businesses to navigate, a lot of regulations that just shouldn't be there, okay? We all believe in health and safety. We all believe in clean air and clean water. But why are we forcing small businesses like yours to obey pages and pages of regulations that even the regulators sometimes don't even understand what they mean? Now, if you're a big bank and you've got an army of lawyers to navigate that stuff, it's a little bit easier. I imagine it's probably a little bit harder for you when some new regulation comes down that makes it harder for you to run your business. And I think for a business like yours, I don't know a ton about it, but I can tell obviously you're in the salsa business. We got to get the cost of materials lower. And I think that I'm sure you guys are probably paying a lot for shipping right now, right? Because energy is so expensive. So what we've got to do is lower the cost of gasoline, lower the cost of diesel, and then make it easier for you to buy these supplies that you need at a lower price. And when we talk about you're buying a lot of stuff, but it's all downstream from our agriculture industry, right? A lot of the stuff that you're buying, whether it's coming from overseas or coming from the United States, it's downstream from agriculture. Well, if farmers are going out of business and farmers are getting bankrupted and Kamala Harris is threatening and in some cases imposing new taxes on our farmers, that's going to raise the cost of everything that you're buying. So lower the costs, make it more predictable, make the regulatory environment a little bit easier for you to navigate. And I think those are the three things that we really want to do to help your small business.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Senator, our next question comes from Officer Jose Pimienta, who is the president of the Nogales Police Officers Association.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
Here in Arizona, specifically here in Maricopa County, violent crime rate in the first part of the year was higher than the national average. Democrats have refused to back the blue and instead have caved to those who are calling to defund the police. Crime is not only a law enforcement issue, but a family issue as well. What can we expect from you and President Trump when it comes to helping the police do their jobs?
Well, thank you so much for the question, and thanks for your service. And, one of the cool things that you learn when you run for vice president is before most events, including this one, you take some photos with people. And, usually, because you've got this big motorcade, some law enforcement officials will want to take a photo with you. One of the coolest things that I've noticed about our law enforcement community is how many Gonzalez and Hernandez and how many Latinos are serving as law enforcement officers every single day, keeping us safe. And I just, if you think about that, what that means is that people, again, whether it was their grandparents or maybe even themselves, they've come to this country, they've come in the right way, and they've decided they love this country so much that they want to be part of the group that keeps us safe. All Americans together, they fight for us every single day, and I think that's a great testament to their patriotism, but also to the way that our country makes everybody an American from all walks of life. That's an incredible thing. And I think that what we have to do is, this is very simple, actually. You just have to support law enforcement, make it easier for them to do their job, give our cops the pay and benefits that they need, because as you know, we're losing a lot of good police officers. And, Kamala Harris has pursued a lot of policies that make it harder, or I should say easier, to sue law enforcement officers when they're out there doing their job. There's this thing called immunity, where when a police officer is doing their job or when a judge is doing his job or whoever, we make sure that people are able to do their job. And so long as they're doing it well, we don't overwhelm them with unnecessary lawsuits. We need to protect our police officers from these bogus lawsuits, often funded by left-wing interest groups, because how can they do their job to keep us safe if they're worried that every time they do it, they're going to be sued or have their livelihoods ruined for it. And that's the thing. When I talk to police officers, sir, the number one thing that I hear is they're terrified that they're going to have their lives ruined for doing their job the right way. Donald Trump and I are going to fight for you to do your job every day the right way, and we're going to be on your back before you every single part of the way. Thank
Senator,
you.
before we wrap, I have to say, we're in the middle of Hispanic Heritage Month. And being Hispanic has nothing to do with how you say your last name or the color of your skin. It has everything to do with culture and values. Hispanics believe that America is the best country in the world, that our rights come from God and not government, and family values should be protected and cherished. Those three things that you champion. So as far as I know, you're Hispanic. And
thank you. I'm glad to be part of the community.
Which means, Senator, that when you take the oath of office in January, you will become our first Hispanic vice president in U.S. history. Hispanics are the second largest voting bloc in this country, 30% of the voting bloc here in Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania. You can't win without the Hispanic vote moving forward.
That's right.
What message do you have for Hispanic voters who are casting their vote today as we start early voting in Arizona?
You know, I think my message to Hispanic voters is look at the coalition that we've assembled on the Donald Trump team. You've got, Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, Donald Trump, Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley. And I think that what you take when, because of course a lot of us disagree on a whole host of issues. We are the big tent party of common sense. That I think. And the Hispanics that I know, that is the quality that most defines Hispanic culture, is basic common sense. We love our God, we love our families, we take care of our own, we take care of our communities. That is common sense stuff. So do you want to send your kids to schools where they get a good education? If yes, vote for Donald J. Trump. Do you want to have border policies that make it harder for the Mexican drug cartels to run sex trafficking? If yes, vote for Donald Trump. If you're a small business owner or a person who shops at a small business and you want lower prices to feed your family, if yes, then vote for Donald Trump. We're the party of common sense. I think Latinos and Hispanics are people of common sense. Their only home is in the Republican Party of Donald J. Trump. Thank you, guys.
Amen. Okay, before we wrap, we have a special guest with us, Coach Joe Kennedy. He is someone who fought for our right to pray, and we'd love to bring him on stage to come pray over Senator JD Vance.
Great.
All right, I'm not really good at this, but I did hear somewhere in the Bible that if two or more are gathered, God's going to be there. Well, you got two Marines right here and 500 plus people that are here. So if you would all join me in prayer, praying over this country. Lord God Almighty, the things that are happening in our world today, not just here in America, but in the world. Lord, bless Israel, everything they're going through. Keep them safe. Let this end as quickly as possible and end all the violence and the hate. Lord, also I want to lift up the people in North Carolina that are suffering from the floods, the people all over that's in Florida that are just getting beat every single day and battered. Lord, keep them safe. And just real close to home right here, Lord, I ask that you just bless Trump and Vance. I can't think of two more good people in the world that I want to lead my country and keep our freedoms open, safe, and just loving America the way that we do. Lord, I ask that we just all turn our eyes to you, and when we do, you do amazing things. Lord, bless everybody here and their trip. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Hero. Not hero. Not average.
Thank you, Coach Kennedy. And Senator, final thoughts for this wonderful crowd that's gathered to see you today.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm thrilled to be an honorary Hispanic. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll see. The New York Times will put that in the headline and make it bad somehow tomorrow. But what I'd ask you to remember is that we've got 27 days left in this election. And every single one of you, think about the margin in 2020. We're talking about thousands of votes, which means that if each one of you get out there and get 10 or 15 of your friends and your family out there to the polls, you can make the difference between having a pro-religious liberty, an anti-illegal immigration, and a pro-common sense guy like Donald J. Trump as your president, or you can elect a person who I think violates all of our values and disagrees with us on some fundamental issues, and that's Kamala Harris. It is in the hands of every single person here. So I'd encourage you to go to this website, swampthevoteusa.com. Encourage your friends to do so. Check your registration. But remember, we talked about this already. Christians have the power to direct this country, but Christians have got to show up and make their voices heard. Let's do that, and let's take the country back in November. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Welcome to North Carolina.
It's good to be here.
So, I just thought I'd like to ask a personality question to start it off with.
Okay.
You have such a good one and you have such a strong one. The people here of North Carolina have been dealing with a lot, obviously, with the hurricane that just came through Florida. And we're going to touch on a lot of topics today about other things that challenge the American people day in and day out, especially over the last few years. So you are no stranger. I just saw your socks.
I'm a dog person.
Awesome. Is that a Malinois?
No, German Shepherd.
Oh, German Shepherd.
We're a big German Shepherd family.
That is awesome. So, speaking of your personality, you're no stranger to having challenges in your life and having to dig deep and having to come through and just to get where you are today. I would love for you to share with us what it is about your mindset and the tools that you use to be able to achieve the great things that you have.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for doing this. It's awesome to be here. Thank you to North Carolina. 26 days, we're going to turn this state red. We're going to do it together. God bless you guys. And I guess it's a tough question to ask, or a tough question to answer, because it's always hard to evaluate yourself honestly. And I think that maybe the two things, yes, I did have a tough life in some ways, and my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I was raised by my grandmother. We didn't always have very much money. We love Mamaw. I know we got a lot of Mamaw lovers out here. I see the book. But I think that the main thing that allowed me to be able to live my dreams is, one, we live in the greatest country in the world. Obviously, that's important. I don't think my story could have happened anywhere but the United States of America. But I think what I always had this sense of gratitude, because, my grandmother, she couldn't walk very well towards the end of her life. I mean, she died when she was 72 years old, which, then I thought was really old, but now I think it's kind of young, actually.
It is.
And I realized, there were so many little ways where without her love and without her support and without her going above and beyond, I just wouldn't have been here. And that recognition, you can let yourself become a victim when times are tough. You can sort of become a little resentful, or you can recognize that, there but by the grace of God go I. And because of Mamaw, I was able to, marry this beautiful woman who's here. Usha's, my lovely wife is with me. And, everything that I really wanted, I just wanted to become a good husband and become a good dad. And that was the American dream to me. And that was possible because of my grandmother. And, those of you who've read the book will know, she was a very, very interesting and in some ways even a contradictory person, right? Because she was a woman of incredibly profound Christian faith. She never graduated from high school, but she was the smartest person that I ever knew. She also really loved the F word, right? So, there was sort of all these things going on with Mamaw at the same time. But I just think that, that the advice that I would give to anybody, and I actually met a young man today who was raised by his grandmother and told me a little bit about his story, and I'm always grateful when people tell me about where they came from, is don't let yourself become a victim, and don't forget that however hard your life has been, it would be a lot harder but for people that you ought to show some gratitude towards. And if you keep that spirit of gratitude, I think you'll do just fine.
Well, thank you for sharing that. This is a town hall, so let's get to some questions.
Let's do it.
The first question is from Adam.
You guys stand up. How are you, Senator Vance?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, a little tired. Over the last 14 days, we, myself, my fiance, and these awesome pilots behind us have been delivering supplies all over Western North Carolina.
God bless you guys. God bless you all. We love you. We're proud of you, and we're so grateful to you. They're here.
We've seen a bit of everything. We've seen absolute decimation. We've seen destruction. And we have seen miracles left and right. Over the last 14 days, we've probably had close to, just at our location, maybe 500 different volunteers come through. And we have seen American of every shape, color, creed, and size helping every other American, which is what America is supposed to be. There's two big fears that we have. The biggest fear right now is that when all this is over, Western North Carolina becomes a footnote. And we don't want that. We don't want that for anybody that's left behind after a disaster, holding the bag, trying to rebuild everything that they've lost. And the second fear is that we won't have an opportunity to have a real conversation about the after action of what took place in order for us to understand how we can use a combination of both private sector and public sector funding and efforts to have effective, efficient actions on the ground, to make it more mobile and more agile, but more importantly, to re-inject capital back into the local economy. So this is my question. The first thing I'd like to ask is this. Will you and President Trump promise to not forget Western North Carolina if you win the election?
We will never forget Western North Carolina. That's right.
And I don't doubt that you won't. I do not doubt. The second question I think is more important. The second question is, when can we sit down and have a real legitimate conversation about overhauling the process of disaster relief in the United States?
Amen.
And understanding,
Amen. Yeah.
if I may, understanding that the bureaucratic process of red tape that we have to cut through in order to get the funding directly to the people who need it most is just simply takes too long. And it's not the fault of any individual agency or the federal government. There's a lot of...
Hold on just a second, man. We okay? Kamala Harris built this platform behind us. That's what happened. We doing okay, ma'am? We good?
You can have my chair if you want.
Go ahead, sir.
The question is, can we have a conversation about revamping a national disaster strategy so that we can utilize retired veterans and special operations personnel who have been leading the charge hands down in Western North Carolina and effectively provided food supplies and medical aid and assistance to thousands and thousands of lives, and revamping the national disaster strategy in the United States so that we can make it more effective?
Yeah, man, that's a big question, an important question. And let me just say, I want to reiterate, Donald Trump and I know that the Appalachian region of our country, Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, East Kentucky, West Virginia, Southwestern Virginia, has been left behind and forgotten, and we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it in response to this disaster, and we're never going to let the people of that region of our country, the region that really built our country, we're never going to let them be left behind or forgotten. I promise that to you, man. And let me just say about the disaster response. First of all, I want to thank you all for everything that you did. And I want to thank all the private relief agencies, the charities, the Good Samaritans who did their job and took care of their fellow Americans. God bless you guys. We should all be proud of them, and it would have been a lot worse without them. And look, I think now that hopefully we're moving to the stage where we're trying to rebuild as opposed to just recover. And I know we're still recovering a little bit, and that's an unfortunate tragedy here. But I think once we get past that, hopefully in the next few days, where we've gotten everybody, saved everybody that we can save, then it's time to focus on the disastrous federal response to this incredible crisis. And I think what I've learned is look, 2 days, okay. You have the hurricane. Western North Carolina is underwater. What should have happened is that the president and the vice president should have sent the 82nd Airborne to Western North Carolina that day, and it should have happened right away. And instead, of course, we had a president at the beach and a vice president at a fundraiser in San Francisco. What you need in times like this is you just need leadership. Because I think, sir, you put it so well, it's not any one agency. And there are a lot of people working on the federal effort who are doing a good job, or at least is doing as good as they can. The problem is all the bureaucratic incompetence. And I was actually talking with Elon Musk about this a few days ago. I mean, Elon, by the way, was like a center-left Democrat 4 years ago. Now he's got a dark MAGA hat, right? On that you're talking about a guy who's pissed off about government incompetence. He's Elon Musk. But I think what happened is, look, you've got the FAA, you've got FEMA, you've got all these relief agencies, and you've got people who have been trained by the government bureaucracy that their job is not to cut the BS and help people, it's to basically act like the DMV, right? And unfortunately, what that means in this case is you've got a lot of people who could have been helped, a lot of lives that could have been saved that weren't. And there's a lot of details to figure out. I'm sure we're going to learn a lot about how corrupt and incompetent our government is. But I think the most important thing here is we try to get to the bottom of how we had such a massive failure. And I'm sorry, think about this. In 2010, the terrible earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the 82nd Airborne was there 2 days later. 2 days later. The 82nd Airborne is an hour away from Western North Carolina, and it took 6 days to get them there. That doesn't happen without a failure of leadership. We got to get to the bottom of exactly what that failure of leadership looked like. And the final thing I'll say, sir, is the only way to fix this is by accountability. It's true in the private sector. It's true in the public sector. If you don't have accountability, in other words, if you don't fire the people who screwed up, it's never going to get better. And what is fundamentally And what's fundamentally different about the leadership style of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is Donald Trump, I mean, hell, he got famous saying, "You're fired." He believes in accountability in our government. Kamala Harris just doesn't. I think it's this attitude of go along to get along, of, yeah, you screwed up and maybe even you got people killed, but we're not going to fire you. That's not going to do good for our people in the 21st century. And I want to say just one final thing. When I see you, and it sounds like you guys are pilots, you guys were helping get relief resources.
These guys are all pilots. The guys that are here, maybe a crew that have been playing.
I just want to say, man, I want to be the kind of vice president where you feel like I have your back and that I haven't left you behind. And I know that Donald Trump wants to be the kind of president that I'll always have your back and never leave you behind. We are so proud of you. We're so grateful for you, and we're going to fight for you when we're in the White House. God bless you guys. Thank you. Thanks for the question, man. Seriously.
That's what it is to be an American. That's what it is to be an American. Our next question comes from Jean.
First, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being that public official who knows how to answer a question.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you.
I am from North Carolina, and my question regards illegal immigration. Last week, we learned that 13,000 murderers came across our border illegally. What is the plan to deport these awful criminals?
Yes, ma'am. The plan, to put it simply, is we got to send them home. We got to send them home ASAP, and that's exactly what we're going to do. They have no right to be in this country. And, you know, it's funny because the media, which for 3.5 years has refused to even cover the terrible problems of Kamala Harris's open border, will now say things like, well, how are you going to deport people? You know, it's just way too hard to deport people. It's actually not hard to deport people. You just got to have competent administration that's willing to send people back to where they belong and not let them collect benefits in our country. And ma'am, I really think that unless we get this right in the next administration, we are throwing open the floodgates to illegal immigration for the next 30 years in this country. Think of the message that you're sending. Because yes, it's 13,000 murderers, and it's tens of thousands of violent criminals in addition to the 13,000 murderers, but it's also millions upon millions of people who have come here, and some of them are good people, but that doesn't mean they have the legal right to be in the United States of America. We've got to separate those two things. And if the message that our country sends after 25 million illegal aliens coming into this country is you get to stay here, you get to collect housing benefits, you get to collect welfare benefits, while folks in Western North Carolina are struggling to survive, we will never have a border in this country again. It's why we got to elect Donald Trump. Send a message to these people. No more illegal immigration. No more open borders. Thank you, ma'am.
On the topic of illegal immigration, it's estimated that it costs this country $150 billion a year. So I'd like to hear where is that affecting the American people? And when that's solved, what can they expect to improve? Yeah,
Danny, it's affecting people in so many different ways. And I actually think that $150 billion may even be undercounting it. Because a lot of what that money is illegal aliens who collect welfare benefits in some form or another. So that's Section 8 housing. And take just one example. Let's say and I've seen this in communities that I represent in the state of Ohio, where you'll have multiple families living in the same house. Each of them gets Section 8. So they're able to pay way more than an American citizen who's just working at their job 40, 45, 50 hours a week. And so Americans are getting evicted from their homes to make way for illegal aliens who are only there because of the generosity of American taxpayers. That is one of the biggest ways it affects us, is it drives up the cost of housing, and it leads to a lot of people being unable to afford their homes. Here's another big way it matters. I don't know what the exact number in North Carolina is, but I learned in Michigan, 85,000 children of illegal aliens are in the Michigan public schools. And Michigan and North Carolina, probably about the same number, actually, here in the state of North Carolina. Well, what do you think that does to the poor public high school teacher who's just trying to give kids a good education, but all of a sudden they're dealing with classrooms that are full of people, they don't even speak the language. And again, it's nothing against those kids. It's saying something against Kamala Harris, who let those kids come in and deprive Americans of a good education. Here's another big way that it matters, and this is something I know very personally. My mom struggled with addiction for a very long time. And my mom got clean and sober about 10 years ago. She'll actually celebrate 10 years clean and sober in January. And I thank you all for that. And I just know, please, that there is hope on the other side of addiction. There really is hope and recovery for all of those who are struggling with it or have families that do. But there's only hope if we give people a second chance. One thing I really worry about is when you talk about 100,000 Americans dying of fentanyl, and the fentanyl, of course, is brought in by these Mexican drug cartels, that's 100,000 kids that never get a second chance with their mom. That's 100,000 moms and dads that never get a second chance to become clean. This is destroying our country. And I happen to believe we've got the best people in the world. We've got the best country in the world. But we cannot allow Kamala Harris's broken leadership to continue to screw this up, or that's going to change. We've got great people. Let's fix the broken leadership and get Kamala Harris out of there.
We all look forward to that. Our next question.
26 days.
26 days.
That's right.
26 days. The countdown is on.
It's going to happen.
Get voting. Vote early.
That's right.
Our next question comes from Kaylee.
Hello. Thank you, Senator Vance, for being here.
Of course.
And thank you for taking questions because you're doing a great job.
I've taken more questions in the past 15 minutes than Kamala Harris has the whole campaign. But you guys,
I'm a small business owner and a first-time voter, and I'm a hairdresser.
God bless you.
I was wondering how you were going to help. Oh, I lost my place. Oh, one day I want to start a family and own my own home, but with raising costs, I do not know if that will be able to happen. You have come from humble beginnings, so what is your plan for creating more opportunities for people like me?
Yes, ma'am. Of course. Well, thank you for your question, and it's an important one. And I will say, I think we've got a question here, a question over here, and a question over here. I think I need a swivel chair the next time that we do an event like this.
You need to make us a lazy Susan.
That's right. That's
Been around.
Right. Well, I think to answer your question, let's start by understanding because it's really important to understand the root causes of some of these problems. Why are things so expensive under Kamala Harris's leadership? And there are a whole host of things I could point to, but actually the most important is energy. Okay? So think about it like this. Groceries are 25% higher than they were 3.5 years ago. That's because the truck drivers are paying way more for diesel fuel, and it's the truck drivers who are getting the groceries to the grocery store. Our farmers are paying more for diesel, and of course they're the ones growing the food. And then finally, you think about building a house. Well, if all the people who are doing the building and delivering the materials are paying more for gas and more for energy, then that's going to raise the price of everything. So President Trump has this phrase, which I think is very simple, but it's also a genuinely specific policy. The most important thing we got to do to lower prices and make life more affordable is drill, baby, drill. We've got to unleash American energy. It really is so important. And it also, by the way, I admire you so much for doing what you do and having the courage to go out and do it on your own. It's not easy, but you ought to have a government that makes your life a little bit easier and makes it a little bit easier for you to get ahead instead of harder and harder to get ahead. I mean, think about this. You're a small businesswoman. You're building something that is creating prosperity, not just for you, but for your community. Of course, you provide a good service. I need a haircut right now, by the way, so I'll call you. But think about this. We have got two really different economic proposals from Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. You know, Kamala Harris's entire economic plan boils down to we're going to raise taxes on American workers and we're going to reward companies that ship jobs overseas. Donald Trump's vision is like the exact opposite. We're going to cut taxes for American workers. We're going to penalize folks who are shipping American jobs overseas. We want to reward people like you who are creating prosperity right here in the United States of America. But the one last thing I'd say, and I'd ask you to, I'm sure you've got, a lot of friends. You're clearly, like you said, you're a first-time voter, and I know that there are a lot of first-time voters who are still figuring this stuff out. What I really worry about, and I'm older than you, but I'm pretty young by the standards of national politics. I'm only 40. And one of the things I really worry about is the young generation in this country. They're growing up in a nation where they're going to become paupers in the country that their parents and their grandparents built. The American dream of homeownership, not being deep in credit card debt. I want you to own a piece of the future and not just be a permanent debtor to people and institutions that don't care about you and don't like you. I want you to own a slice of this country, and that's how we're going to create prosperity. Thank you.
The globalist view of own nothing and be happy is not what the American people want.
They want you to live in a pod, eat bugs, and own nothing, right? That is like fundamentally, that's where their vision ultimately lands. I want you to own a nice house, be able to start a family, and build a great business in the United States of America. And that's what Donald Trump is fighting for every single day.
I tried cricket one time. I just couldn't wrap my head around eating crickets. I know they're high in protein, but...
I'm ashamed to admit it. I've also tried cricket. It is honestly more disgusting than you can possibly imagine. So don't eat the bugs. We want to eat red meat. We want to eat whatever we want to eat.
Yes!
But no cricket.
I've somehow become a steak and potatoes girl, just like my dad always was. And I was like, Dad, where's the veggies? I'm like, where's the steak and potatoes?
That's right.
Kaylee, I'm also a first-time voter, I just want to say. I've never voted before.
Oh, that's
but
awesome.
This time around,
good for you.
I have to vote. Yeah. It's that important.
I just want to be clear. I want to get on record. You're voting for us, right? You're voting for the good guys?
1,000%.
There we go.
If I could vote twice, I would.
We don't do that. We're Republicans. We vote legally. Only one time.
The way you vote twice is to bring a friend.
That's right.
Bring a friend.
That's a good point. Vote twice the legal way. Bring yourself and a friend to the polls. That's very good.
Speaking of energy, we became energy independent for the first time under Donald Trump's administration.
Right.
With AI requiring so much power to run it, and with wanting to become energy independent again, how long do you think it's going to take to be there again? And what is the pathway to that?
That's a very good question, because to your point, AI requires so much power that unless we have effectively unlimited power, we're not going to be able to power the AI revolution. I mean, this is like crazy, space age stuff. Like, instead of going to a doctor to get your skin checked out to see if you have skin cancer, for example, you can take a photo and it'll tell you whether you have cancer. Like, that's what the AI revolution is going to mean. That's going to mean more people living. That's going to mean cheaper medical costs, but only to your point, if we get those energy costs reasonable. You ask, how long is it going to take to get energy independent? If Donald Trump is the president, it'll happen almost immediately, because we've got so much energy here, we can do it. I mean, 2 years to get us back to where we were. Because, look, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Florida, we've got energy resources that the world would literally kill for. And in some cases, some of these countries have actually started wars over the resources we have. Kamala's entire policy is to buy oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. Let's buy it from American citizens right here at home and create a lot of good American jobs in the process. But look, if Kamala Harris wins, God forbid, I'm going to have nightmares now just for saying that. But I think it would take us 10 years after her administration, assuming she only got 4 years, it would take us 10 years to get us out of the hole that she would dig us into. That's how bad these guys are on energy. They've got it in their mind that they care about the environment, but they don't actually care about the environment. We believe in clean air and clean water in the Republican Party. We actually created a lot of the environmental protections that exist. You were on stage with Bobby Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy cares about the environment. Trust me, he does. But if you want clean air, you don't ship all of our manufacturing and energy to China, which is the dirtiest economy per unit of economic output in the world. You build more and make more in the United States of America. That's what President Trump will do.
Our next question comes from Patricia.
Good evening.
Now I really need that swivel chair, Patricia.
I've got your back.
Thank you. That's right.
I'm Pat, and I'm from Timberlake, North Carolina. And I'm a retired healthcare worker. And my question tonight is that it's about Social Security.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've seen ads and posts where Donald Trump is going to take away our Social Security or cut it or decrease it. But then I also see ads and posts that Donald Trump is planning to remove taxes on Social Security. Can you explain and describe and clarify yours and Donald Trump's Social Security plan?
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, but I'm going to stand up here because I'm, ma'am, I think you know this. I think a lot of us know this. Don't believe everything you see on TV because a lot of those things are paid for by Democrat money. It's dishonest. Here's what Donald Trump's going to do. He's going to protect Social Security, and he is going to cut taxes on Social Security income because our seniors, you paid into it for your whole lives. You ought to be able to enjoy the benefit of it on the other end. It's that simple. But here's something that really matters here because you know what will bankrupt Social Security in this country? Giving it to illegal aliens. And that is this is what I think is so sick about what Kamala Harris is going out there doing. She is accusing us of doing the very same thing that she herself is promising to do. She wants to bankrupt this program, not by giving it to the people who paid into it, by giving it to people who don't even have the legal right to be in this country to begin with. And if you want our seniors to enjoy their Social Security, Donald J. Trump is the only candidate in this race that's going to protect it. Come on.
So I think it's safe to say that if you were in the administration for the last few years, you'd do some things different.
I think so. I think so.
I like that when Kamala speaks, we gain 100,000 votes. Is that the number?
Though some of our interviews are so bad, maybe it's a couple 100,000 votes. But, there's an interview that she gave a couple of days ago with The View.
Not exactly a hard-hitting one.
No. That's the ultimate softball interview, but I guess it's tough if you can't even hit a T-ball, which I think is Kamala Harris in some of these interviews. But, she was asked, and we had to back up for a second. Remember, the whole argument of her campaign is that she is different from Joe Biden. You would actually, in fact, be forgiven for believing that she's not his sitting vice president, even though, of course, she is, because she's running so far away from it. And she cast the deciding vote on a lot of the worst policy. She has bragged about being the last person in the room when these decisions were made. So The View asked Kamala Harris, a total softball, would you have done anything differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, nothing comes to mind. It blew up the whole lie at the heart of her campaign in one interview answer. And I will say, when she says nothing comes to mind, that's probably true about whatever topic the answer is about. So I'm hardly the most obvious person to defend Kamala Harris, but maybe she was just being honest about her state of mind.
Shows she's a placeholder.
Exactly.
Didn't have any thoughts. We know that it would be different with you guys, and we know that you answer questions, and we love that. We love having someone in charge of our country that answers questions and that's going to get things done.
I appreciate that. Well, So I think this answering questions thing is actually kind of important because, look, I'm 40 years old. It's other than marrying this beautiful lady up here and raising our kids together, the greatest honor of my life is being your vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party. It's an incredible thing. It's an incredible honor to be able to do this. But think about this. I'm asking you all to make me your next vice president. That is an awesome thing, an incredible responsibility I'm asking for. You ought to go out and earn it and speak to the American people. Kamala Harris runs from the American people, and I think that shows a real defect of the kind of leadership skills you need to be the President of the United States in the first place. And I will tell you this story. So I guess this was a couple weeks ago. It was a Sunday, and I was sitting at home with our 7-year-old in Cincinnati, and I get a call, and it's the president. And I said, hey, sir, what's going on? How you doing? And he said, well, they tried to do it again. And I said, well, they tried to do what again? And it was the Sunday where a second assassination attempt happened on President Trump's life. He had just gotten from the golf course. And I, like any friend, I immediately go to, how are you doing? Are you okay? Like, obviously you're physically okay because you're calling me, but mentally that's a pretty traumatic thing to almost get shot a second time in as many months. And he goes, yeah, I'm fine. He goes, but the one thing is I'm kind of pissed off because I was going to make a birdie on the 6th hole and the Secret Service wouldn't let me finish.
It's a big deal. Birdies are hard.
Look, I'm not a very good golfer, so I feel the same way. He's a hell of a lot better of a golfer than I am, and I really care about those birdies. But then something kind of hit me that isn't the kind of person you want in emergency crisis situations in the Oval Office. You want the guy who isn't fazed by an assassination attempt. You don't want the woman who runs from a friendly American media. Like there's something... There's something about the way that Kamala Harris has run this campaign that I think is genuinely, to all Americans, Democrats, Independents, Republicans, is insulting. Because think about it. She's asking you to give her control over millions of American troops. Over the entire nuclear arsenal of the United States. She is asking for literally the authority to command life and death all over the world. And she won't even go out and talk to the American people in a non-friendly setting. We all should be insulted by that. I think it's a disgraceful way to run a campaign, and I hope we don't reward her, and I don't think that we will.
And just to wrap it up, since I know you'll answer any question.
Oh, no.
I think you could share maybe what you did with your day off that you had a couple days ago and what your special secret skill is with the American people.
All right, well.
And be specific.
Okay, I will. Okay. Well, I was raised in a middle-class family, and that's the Kamala Harris answer to any question.
You forgot to laugh. You forgot to laugh.
Right. Yeah, I forgot the awkward cackle afterwards. But so I had half a day off on the campaign trail the other day. And, because we're kind of in crunch time, so you don't really get much time off. But you'd probably be shocked to know this, that I'm a big baker. Like I really, I got some bakers out there. So my 4-year-old and I, he's like my sous chef when we're baking. So we made, because I was going to, because my wife and I were on the road for a couple days. The kids are at home right now with my aunt and uncle, and then we get back late tonight. So I made them breakfast treats for 3 days in a row. And so for the first day, they had homemade cinnamon rolls. The second day, they had dulce de leche rolls. And the third day, they had chocolate chip scones. So we did all that together. And, I'm not perfect, but I do have the talent of baking. So that's one thing I got going for me.
Fantastic. Well, we also spoke about the fact that you don't get to drive anymore. So if you got to drive yourself away from here tonight, what kind of car would you want to drive?
Oh, that is a tough question.
Any car.
Well, this just shows the phase of life I'm in. I would happily take my minivan right now and drive it because I don't have any ability to drive anything else. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, it is amazing to be here, and in 25 days, we're going to turn Pennsylvania red and take the whole country with us, make Donald Trump the next president. And I know we're going to have a conversation with Sage here in just a second, but I want to say, and if you've got your phone, write this down, remember it, swampthevoteusa.com. That is what we're trying to hammer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania today, because look, I talked to 100 people in 2020 who planned to vote for Donald Trump, and 95 of them did. And the 5 that didn't change their mind. It's that something happened on Election Day. They waited till the very end. They had to stay late at work. A kid got sick. They had to take their kid to the doctor. We've got to get out and make our voices heard, because if we do, we're going to win this state, my friends, and we're going to make Donald Trump the next president. And by the way, how great is it to have Sage with us here?
So let's have a conversation, right?
Are you ready, Pennsylvania?
There we go.
Let's go. The coolest thing about JD Vance, I mean, there's many cool things, right? Your kids still like you. They're young.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
My oldest is 7. If they didn't like me, we'd be in deep shit.
Exactly. Hang on to this phase because it changes quickly. But to me, is this normal, JD?
No. Yeah.
I mean, if you get special.
If you look behind, you can see Trump-Vance 2, of course, and it's the craziest thing to have your name on the side of an airplane. I will say, the craziest thing, and you guys can see our great Secret Service agents. They're doing a great job. We're very grateful for them. I'm proud of them. But it's funny, the Secret Service, because I don't drive anymore, right? They drive me around everywhere. And I love these guys. I say this with all admiration for them, but they drive very slowly, right? I'm sort of a lead foot guy. Now, I tell you that, and what you don't know is that about a week ago, they took me to their training facility, and they took me on their tactical driving course. And as I'm getting in the car, Dave over here, the lead agent, says, sir, how you always make fun of us for driving like Miss Daisy? And I said, yes, I do remember that. He said, well, strap yourself in. So they got their revenge. I'm never going back to that course, though. No more revenge after this.
Really?
Yeah. But it's good. We're having a great time. We got 25 days to go. Enthusiasm is off the charts. And this is just so, this is so cool.
Have you gotten used to this where literally everywhere you go, you have thousands of people chanting your name?
Yeah, it's awesome. But no, impossible to get used to this. I pinch myself every day. It's so much fun. But, the way I'd put it is other than marrying my lovely wife and being a father to our 3 kids, this is the biggest honor of my life. I grew up my grandmother raised me. Sometimes, things were really tight. Sometimes we were very poor. And here I am asking to be the Vice President of the United States. What a great country this is. And what a great testament it is.
It truly is. I was going to say the American dream, but was it even a dream? This is one of those things that do you even think of when you're high school, college, right?
No, unless you're a crazy person, maybe you think about it when you're in high school. But look, I really, when I thought about the American dream, what I wanted was to be able to give my kids the things that I didn't have, right? I remember, being a kid and being really worried that, you give somebody your address, but you're not sure if you're going to live there 6 months later. And that really bothered me. Sometimes you're really worried about whether your mom or your grandmother's going to be able to afford the things that are necessary. To me, the American dream was just being a good husband, a good father, and being able to, look to the future with a bit of optimism. And, what I think about the American dream, I think it probably means 100 different things to 100 different people. But I think the unifying thread is we just all want to be able to give our kids and our grandkids a better life maybe than we had. And that is, I think, where we're failing the most, right? Unfortunately, only 2 people get to run for vice president every 4 years. That's not going to happen to everybody. But I think that you want to live in a country where kids can dream big dreams and be realistic about it. And that's what the American dream is fundamentally about. And look, I worry that, when I talk to people, we have the most generous and greatest people anywhere in the world. I really do. The past 8 weeks have taught me a love of this country because you see it. You should come on the plane with us, seriously.
Did you just hear him invite me on the plane?
I did. But you see the country from a totally different perspective because, people are very anxious about what's going on, but they're excited to talk to you about what's going on in their lives, the business that they're building or, what their grandkids are up to or what they're struggling with. And it just gives you an unbelievable perspective on what a great country that we have. And especially, you mentioned my kids, right? The cool thing about running for VP as opposed to the Senate is you run for the Senate and you ride around in like the back of my staff members' used Subaru, right? You run for VP, you ride around in that thing. That's pretty cool. But you know, like we bring our kids with us all the time. And you mean my wife. My wife is with our kids right now. But usually, you know, we'll at least have one family member with us. And you just see this country from a totally different perspective. And it's an amazing thing. And I think that, you know, sometimes we get so frustrated, and rightfully so, with Kamala Harris and the broken leadership in Washington. We can't ever let... I agree. We can't let that frustration, I think, make us forget that we still have the greatest country in the world, and we're going to fix that broken leadership in 25 days.
And I think it has been incredible to see the spirit of America over the last 2.5 weeks with the storms hitting the two hurricanes, and with the devastation and the issues and drama surrounding that, which is unnecessary in the minds of many. I have noticed the American spirit living in Florida and watching the news, and there's so much more good here than not.
Yes.
And I think the people of Pennsylvania really are the definition. Good people who love their country, who aren't afraid to work hard, which is exactly why this dream, I guess, is really right here.
That's right.
With you right now. And on that note, let's get started, because I want everyone here to have an opportunity to ask these questions.
Of course.
And this thing, I said it at the beginning, this is a little bit different, because Kamala Harris and company, I guess she has a running mate, right? Yeah. Are choosing not to do this kind of a format, a true live town hall format that is not run by the networks. It is run by you. On that note, let's get started. We have a couple of questions from the audience. The first question, and I don't know where to look for him, but his name is Michael, with a microphone somewhere. Yes, Michael, where are you? There he is.
Good evening. My name is Michael, and I'm from right here in Reading. Owning a home is at the heart of the American dream, yet many people feel that home ownership is unattainable, especially younger Americans such as myself. What are some steps you'll take to tackle this issue?
Yeah, well, great question, Michael. And look, I appreciate the fact that you want to own a home, because you're right, it is a big part of the American dream, I think, for a lot of families, certainly for me. And there are a couple of things that we have to appreciate that have gone wrong over the last 3.5 years, because I think in Pennsylvania the number is about 55% that home prices have gone up just in 3.5 years. And of course, rent has skyrocketed. And there are a couple of different ways to think about that, right? So first of all, you got to ask yourself, how do you lower the cost of building a home? Okay. And there are two big things you can do there. Number one is you can, as President Trump says, drill, baby, drill, because we drive down the cost of energy. And you think about it, you know, the truck driver who's delivering the lumber and the building materials to the building site, well, if he's paying or she's paying 45% more for gasoline or for diesel, then you're paying more for a home, right? So that's one of the big drivers. And then the second thing is you've got to end the ridiculous regulations that make it hard to build things. I mean, we're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the proudest building and manufacturing states in the entire country. We make great things in the United States of America, especially in Pennsylvania. But between permitting and environmental regulations that have nothing to do with clean air and clean water, but are just about giving a bureaucrat a job, we have made it way too hard to build in this country. We are going to make it easier to build more homes for American citizens. And that leads me to the final point. It doesn't just matter that you get more homes, and that matters, but you got to make sure that American homes go to American citizens, people who have the right to be here in the first place. And I've got nothing against any person who wants to come here and build a better life. Of course they want to, because it's the United States of America. But when Kamala Harris lets in 25 million illegal aliens, you've got to house those folks somewhere. And that means American homes are not going to American citizens, and that is driving up the cost of housing. It is no coincidence that the very moment Kamala Harris started to flood the country with millions upon millions of illegal immigrants, housing prices shot through the roof. And that is that the media doesn't like to talk about this, and Kamala Harris sure as heck doesn't like to talk about it. But unless we have American homes going to American citizens, we are never going to make the American dream of homeownership affordable. Donald Trump and I are going to make sure that our homes go to our people, and that's going to make it easier for you to afford a home. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a very appropriate first question, right? Because we're talking about dreams, and that is everybody's dream. And for the last few years, it has seemingly been unattainable, and I think we all know why. I did want to point this out. JD Vance has no idea what these questions are, what the topics are. No idea. We didn't tell him beforehand. There's nobody in his ear, no cute earrings. There's nothing like that.
No.
So I'm just reminding everybody that this is all organic, okay?
I left my Bluetooth earrings at home, so...
All right. Next question. Keep them coming from Lee.
Good evening. I'm Lee from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I'm a retired state trooper. My question is about something that many voters are thinking about as we prepare to go vote. How can we be assured that we can trust our elections will be safe and free from fraud?
So Lee, another great question. Thank you for your service. God bless our men and women in blue who keep us safe every single day. We're very grateful for you. So let me answer this in a couple of different ways. And the first thing, I want to assure you that though we're not getting everything perfect, and I would never say that we are, I think we're doing way better as a Republican Party on election integrity this year than we were 4 years ago. So get out there and vote. Know we're working hard on it, and we're fighting every single day to make sure that every legal ballot, but only the legal ballots count, right? That's important. We're going to protect people's right to vote. You know, we're doing a lot to make sure that happens. And a lot of this stuff doesn't make headlines, Lee, but it's little lawsuits that the RNC is filing now that they weren't filing 4 years ago. Things like making sure that our voter rolls only have American citizens. Things like, of course, we're proud, by the way, to have the support of Bobby Kennedy, right? We're excited about that. But the Democrats have been fighting to make sure that Bobby Kennedy stays on the ballot. And, for example, in North Carolina, Bobby Kennedy will not be on the ballot because of the efforts of the Republican National Committee. Things like what kind of signature verification do we have to do for those mail-in ballots? We want to make sure that, again, the legal ballots count, but we want to make sure that we're following proper procedures. And the RNC has filed over 100 lawsuits just in the last few months to make sure that every legal ballot counts. We're fighting for it every single day. Now, that doesn't mean, Lee, and to all of you, I know we all care about this issue. That doesn't mean, of course, they're not going to change things or try to pull something in 24 that they didn't pull in 2020. Let me just take a totally random example off the top of my head. Let's say about a month before the Democratic National Convention, they switched out one candidate for another candidate. Maybe they'll try to do that. A candidate who, by the way, got 0 votes compared to Joe Biden's 4. But that is, to me, that is what they're going to try to pull this time. We've already seen it. Now, that does, again, they may try to pull some more things over the next few weeks, but think about what that meant is when you take a candidate that everybody knows, Joe Biden, love him or hate him, everybody had an opinion on Joe Biden, just like everybody has an opinion on Donald Trump, and you replace that person with a relatively unknown candidate just a couple of months before the election, that is a fundamental, in my view, threat to democracy, because that person... You know, agree or disagree with Joe Biden or agree or disagree with Barack Obama, and I'm sure we've got a lot of policy disagreements with both those gentlemen, they at least earned the right to represent the Democratic Party, which is something Kamala Harris never did. So and the final point I'll make on this, Lee, is you know how you make sure that we win in 2024? We make sure that we, and you've heard this term before, swamp the vote. All right. And that's why I point people to this website, swampthevoteusa.com. Check your registration, because if we overwhelm this system, with as many votes as possible, we are going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States, and we're going to save the country. Thank you.
Can I share a quick story with you? This happened
Please.
6 days ago. I just moved to the great free state of Florida.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Where are
literally
you in
3
Florida?
weeks ago. I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, great.
I'm in Broward County.
Okay.
Which
Your
is
family okay with the storm? and everything?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Everybody's good. And
Good to hear.
a lot of friends are not, though, so we need to continue to support and donate to the right places,
Absolutely.
which are on the Florida websites, et cetera.
Yep.
I did want to share this, though, because even in a state that has now turned red the last election, disturbing. Last week, I'm in Broward County, which is a blue county, and I went to register to vote as a Floridian. And I called ahead, and I also looked on the website, and I brought all of the documentation, the car registration, proof of residency, driver's license, passport. I walked in. She said, "There you go. Fill it out." I filled out the form and handed it to her. She said, "Okay, thanks." And I said,
That worries me.
"Yeah." I said, "Don't you want to check my proof of residency? Do you want to check my driver's license?" She said, "No, you signed it. I'm sure it's the truth." So this is in a state that we trust. My point is, to your point, we can't settle. We have to absolutely make sure, because even when you're trying as citizens to do it the right way, I brought her all and I said, no, ma'am, please check my identification. She goes, "No, and if you want to vote now, they're right over there." So I have major concerns because of 2020,
Sure.
but even now when we're much more aware on both sides, and those things still happen. A state can run it properly, but your county matters and who's in charge there. How do we battle that? I mean, I begged the lady to take my passport and my car registration.
Yep. Yeah. Again, it's a great point, and it goes to my issue that we're not going to get all this stuff right. But what I do think is that my strong suspicion, I actually want to run this down, so I may be speaking out of turn, but my strong suspicion is that there are folks at the RNC who are checking these registrations as they come in, because I have heard, not in Florida, but in other states, where we've been able to challenge registrations that are clearly bunk. For example, one of the things we see sometimes, especially with people who don't have the legal right to be here, is you will have people who will register and they'll use a local business, oftentimes like a Walmart. And what we've noticed is that, well, when you have 22 people registering at one address, and that address happens to be a Walmart, then you need the RNC to go in and challenge those ballots as they come in, right? And so we are at least doing that in some of these states, but I want to follow up. You said it's Broward County.
Broward County.
Okay, so let me check on that. The last point that I'll make here is, it looks like we had maybe somebody. Sir, we love you. Let's give a round of applause. It looks like he's on his own feet, but
Fortunately, he's walking with some assistance. Yeah.
Well, God bless you, sir. I'm sorry to miss the rest of the program, but it looks like he's doing okay, so that's a good thing. All right. There's a lot more that we can do, but we are actually tracking some of this registration stuff to make sure that it's going in the right direction. And again, with all acknowledgement that nothing's ever going to be perfect, you look at our registration numbers in Florida and in Pennsylvania, guys, we are knocking it out of the park right now. I mean, things are moving in the right direction, and that's a very, very good thing. So I say that not to say that we've got it all figured out, because we've got to work hard on it. Knock on wood. I say that because we're winning this election. We really are. We just got to keep working at it.
And, I hesitate to bring it up, to talk about it sometimes, but I almost consider it like see something, say something.
That's exactly
That's not right.
Yes.
And so we have to do our part. But if we see things like that are or are not happening properly, isn't it our responsibility to report it and try to get this as close as possible?
That's exactly right. And actually, so just a few days ago, I did a call with a lot of our poll workers. Some of you may have even been on that call, because one of the best ways to help out, obviously register to vote is the most important thing, voting most important thing. But if you've got extra time, I think it's something like 60,000 poll workers all across the country. But again, not just the poll watchers, but we've also got the legal support, so that if, for example, they show up in a precinct and the local precinct lead is a Democrat who says you have no right to be here, then we can go in and say, no, actually, you do have the right to be there. You do have the right to watch. So there are a lot of things that we could be doing. The poll watching is really important because, to your point, see something, say something is the right principle, but it's going to take tens of thousands of us working together. It's not going to happen by accident.
And I will say, once again, the RNC has done an incredible job and invested millions of dollars to try their best to make sure we have, I said we, right, attorneys really stationed throughout the country at these different polling places. And so I think it already feels much different than it did 4 years ago.
No, it really is. And I will say, you know, giving a lot of credit to Chairman Michael Whatley here, who's the head of the RNC. So ask yourself, why is Michael Whatley the head of the RNC? And there are a whole host of reasons. But one of them is you got to ask yourself, which states had pretty good, not perfect, but pretty good elections in 2020 and 2022. And I would actually pick two states. My home state of Ohio, we did things very well, a great credit to our local leadership, and also the state of North Carolina, which is a little tighter. It's more of a purple state than a red state, but they did their elections extremely well, and that's in part because of Michael Whatley's leadership. So part of what we asked them to do was, hey, take what you did in North Carolina and make it work for the whole country. And I think that's what we're working to try to do.
25 more days.
That's right.
Next question. Where is my friend Julia? Julia, there she is. Hi.
Hey.
Hello, Senator Vance. My name is Julia, and I have a chemistry and engineering background. And my biggest concern is about how we stay competitive, especially with China. The U.S. went from building 5% of the world's commercial ships in the 1970s, many in Philadelphia, to building about 0.2% today.
Wow.
Most of which has gone to China. How do we get these good-paying jobs back so we can build our ships in America?
Thank you, Julie. Great question. And is it Julie or Julia? Julia. Well, thank you, Julia, for that question. You know, you sort of hit the nail on the head. And I think the whole reason that President Trump ran in 2016 and the reason, like the thing that I most worry about when I wake up is protecting America's manufacturing sector. And I'll throw another statistic at you, which is that we still have the biggest economy in the world, thank God. But one of the things that is true is that if you look at manufacturing GDP, the Chinese are 32% of it and we're 18% of it. Okay? And what that means is on the critical things that you need to make, ships, pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we put into the bodies of our children, the Chinese have a huge advantage over us. And we got to wake up, and we have to fight back against that. Now, there are a couple of different things that we can do, and number one is actually pretty easy. We just have to have bad leadership to stop screwing this up, because you ask, what is one of the major costs of manufacturing anything, whether it's shipping or something else? It's energy. And we've got, we're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're sitting on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. We just got to unleash that. And now that will lower costs, of course, for everybody, because all of us use energy and we all use things that are made out of energy, but it also make it easier to manufacture in the United States of America. Because, you mentioned, I think it was commercial ships, right? Where, we used to be 5%, now we're 0.2%. But of course, God forbid, let's say we get into a war with China, and I certainly hope that doesn't happen, but those commercial ships are going to start building warships very, very quickly. And this is the secret of why did we win the Second World War? Well, of course, we had the bravest people and we had the best troops, but we had the world's industrial might. No one could compete with America's manufacturing sector, and that's what we got to get back, or we're going to lose the next major war. That's what has to change. And I want to answer with something else, too, because, President Trump, I think, really changed the national conversation about this. And, of course, the media doesn't give him enough credit here. But we have to ask ourselves, okay, America has a lot of advantages. I think we got the best workers. We have great energy. We've got the best markets anywhere in the world. People want to buy and sell in the United States of America. But here's something, let's be honest. The one thing that the Chinese have an advantage over the United States, and I don't think it's an advantage they should be proud of, it's that they are willing to use slave laborers. In America, we want middle-class wages for middle-class work. We're not going to accept slave labor. So, ask yourself, okay, let's say the Chinese have a literal, and I'm not criticizing these poor people. Some of them are literally being used as slaves by the Communist Chinese Party. Let's say they can get labor for $3 a day, but we want a middle-class American to make $25, $30 an hour because we, of course, want our people to be able to get good wages. We want them to be able to support a family on their income. We don't want them to be paupers in their own country. So how do we compete if the Chinese are paying slaves $3 a day and an American worker is earning 100 times that, which they should? The answer is tariffs. The only way. Because here's what a tariff does. A tariff says, if you're going to make that product using slave labor in China, then we're not letting it come back into our country unless you pay a big fat penalty. That's what a tariff is. And when Kamala Harris goes against tariffs, and she attacks tariffs all the time, what she's effectively saying is we are going to let slave laborers build products and then bring it into our country, undercutting the jobs and the industries of America. We've got to cut that crap out, protect our businesses, but most of all, protect American working men and women. We got to make more stuff in America. That is what Donald Trump will do. Thank you.
It is truly, whenever I've heard her talk about it and just witness things, it is truly anti-American.
It is.
And I think that's what we need to remember. Like sometimes I say, why? I don't understand it. It is, the reason doesn't matter. It's anti-American and it must stop. The question is, not if, but when you get in office,
that's right.
How can you and Mr. Trump, how quickly, realistically, can you start to turn that around and bring jobs back from China?
You know, some of this stuff is going to happen very quickly, and some of it's going to take longer. And, you know, I think it's important for political leaders to level with the American people because, you know, the American manufacturing sector was destroyed is overstating it, but it was harmed over 40 years, okay? It's not going to happen overnight. But if you just look at what President Trump was able to do in 4 years, right? So there's all the stuff that we talk about. There's rising take-home pay, the fastest in 40 years. There's 1.5% inflation. It's always funny. You know, Kamala will say, well, if Donald Trump gets his way on tariffs, then, you know, inflation's going to go through the roof. It's like, first of all, the inflation is going through the roof because of what you've done. Donald Trump imposed tariffs and inflation was at 1.5%. It doesn't make any sense. But I think that a lot of this stuff can happen very quickly because energy, I mean, look, we are sitting on a gold mine. Drill, baby, drill, right? We are sitting on a gold mine that can be unleashed very, very quickly. You know, you already saw a lot of investment that was starting to come back into our country when Trump was president, but you can do a lot more. Sometimes you don't even have to do the tariff. You just have to threaten it. Right? And that's what President Trump understood about this more than anybody, because he is a business guy, is you got to be willing to use your leverage in a negotiation. You can't go into a negotiation with China and say, oh, yeah, fine. You know, we welcome all of your, you know, built by literal slaves products, because then they're going to take advantage of you. You need to be willing to fight back and to push back and to stand up for American workers. That's what we're going to do. It's going to happen some quickly, some it's going to take a few more years.
And I think as Americans and as citizens, I found myself paying more attention. When I go on Amazon to buy something, you can look and see where it's manufactured.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that that's where we have responsibility as well, to do a little bit more homework and say, you know what? Okay, maybe this isn't the exact color I want, or it's a little bit more for now. But if it's made here, that's the only way to begin that process.
Right. Well, and here's another important point. Like, we should have learned the hard way 4 years ago during the height of COVID, when all the supply chains were breaking down, that we've got to have more self-reliance. I mean, look, think about this. Okay, so this happened to me about a year ago. You know, I've got 3 little kids. As you know, little kids get sick all the time, right? So I take my kid to the CVS that's, you know, a mile down the road from our house in Cincinnati. And it's like, okay, this is the prescription for an ear infection that's for my 3-year-old. He's now 4. It's like, oh, well, we don't have that one. So you call the doctor and you get a second prescription. Well, we don't have that one either. Then you get a third, and finally it's the 4th prescription. Think about this. Our country invented the mass commercialization, the mass availability of antibiotics. And now our own children sometimes have to go down the list to the 4th prescription because we don't make enough of our own stuff. So what we should have learned over COVID was not to mask toddlers or to fire nurses because they don't want to take a shot. The real lesson or other professionals, not to be too on the nose, but what we should have learned from COVID is we need to be more self-reliant. We can't rely on countries that hate us to make our stuff.
That gives me
But we
chills.
didn't learn that lesson.
Oh, he's got the fight t-shirt on.
That's
I
right.
see you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
This is a good guy here.
So cool.
Did we have an open bar before I got here? Is that what's going on?
We can create one after, right? Tell me where to go after this, Reading, Pennsylvania. Okay, let's... The bar's over there. Oh, look, she's inviting
The bar's
us.
over here.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Be right over. I'm not picky. Next question. I should have asked how to pronounce it. Lazaro, help us. When you come to the mic, tell me how to pronounce it properly. There he is.
Yes,
How do you say your name?
Lázaro.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator Vance.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. So I'm from Shillington, Pennsylvania. I'm concerned about what's going on in the world today. My son, like you, served in the United States Marine Corps.
Here. Thank you, and thank him.
My parents escaped communism and came to America for freedom. How will you and President Trump help us protect us from the spread of communism?
Good question. Ooh. So first, Lazaro? Okay, Lazaro. Thank you for your question, and thank you for your son's service. And it's one of these things that's interesting. I don't know if you've noticed this, but when I talk to people who are really concerned about communism and really concerned about socialism, it's two groups of people that are really concerned about it. It's one, typically older Americans who remember the threat of the Soviet Union. And then it's also a lot of recent legal, of course, but recent legal immigrants who came from countries with communism. The people who experience communism, they know that it's something that we got to push back on and push back against aggressively. And there's too much, I think there's too much willingness to sort of wave this away and say, it's not really communism. And then, you've got the leading presidential candidate who doesn't want to lower grocery prices, which are up by 25%, by the way, by unleashing American workers and American businesses and American farmers, but wants to do price controls, right? We should be scared of price controls. This is something that's actually been tried before, and what it leads to is scarcity. It leads to you not being able to buy flour or bread or apples at the grocery store. That's not what I want. I want to lower prices by unleashing America's farmers, making more food, and getting it to the people that need it, right? That's how you lower the cost of food, not by price controls. And so, sir, I think one of the big things that we have to do and recognize is that the reason why people aren't as worried about the rise of socialism, whether it's overseas or whether it's here at home, is that our education system has gotten totally broken. And this is something we've got to fix back on. And this goes back to Julia's question a little bit earlier. I mean, look, 40 years ago, American public education was the marvel of the world. We led in reading. We led in mathematics. We led in language arts. And that was what was so cool about it, is that whether you were rich or poor or black or white, you got a good education in the United States of America. We believed that was the birthright of every one of our citizens. Well, now you've got American children. They might, be able to say that there are 87 genders, but they can't add 2 plus 2, right? And we've injected so much progressive politics into our education system that it's not just, I think a lot of this stuff is crazy, and I imagine a lot of you think it's crazy too. I don't think there are 87 genders. I think that's totally bogus. But it's not just that that's bogus. It's that it distracts from teaching kids the core things that they need to know. And And sir, one of the things I think American children need to know is that there is an alternative system out there called socialism that leads to death and poverty, right? That's one of the most important civic, pieces of education that we can give our kids, is to teach them, why has America been so prosperous over 250 years? It's not perfect, of course. We haven't always gotten things right, but we've done a hell of a lot better by hewing to basic fundamental principles, and a lot of these countries have completely gone off the rails. I mean, literal starvation in places like Venezuela because they haven't followed the same ideas that we have. And I think that's something that we have to fix at the root cause of education, because if we keep on teaching young American leaders that socialism is okay, then eventually we're going to make a bad mistake in this country. Frankly, I fear that we're going to do it unless we elect Donald Trump on November 5th. So another reason to get out there and vote. I just saw this beautiful baby. How old is she? Like 9 months. Oh, she's beautiful.
Hey,
what's her name?
Start them young, right? Start them young.
Evelyn Liberty. Give it up for Evelyn Liberty. Oh.
I mean, JD, doesn't that make you think about a number 4?
Yes,
I mean,
it does.
Keep going.
Yeah. Talk to my wife about that.
I'm going to talk to her, right? Yes.
You want to drop right into a marital conversation. That's, I want to have a 4th baby. Usha's maybe.
Yes.
We'll see.
A reminder, we are in control of all of that, yes.
What she says is not even talking about it till November 5th. That's what she says. So
she's smart.
Let's win this election first.
First things first. Real quick follow-up to what you said. One of the beauties of Florida is the diversity, and so many people who have come over here legally as immigrants and proudly. And I talk to them quite often in Ubers. It's amazing how the conversations begin there. And there was a young man today from Cuba, many from Venezuela, and they bring it up and they say it all the time. Americans don't understand. They don't understand what's at stake and what's on the line because to your point, they've never felt it. They've never lived it. And of course, it's not going to be talked about in the mainstream media. So it does go back to education. The problem there is then we have unions and we have tenure. You got to blow that whole thing up. But how realistic is that?
Look, I think it is realistic because people have recognized that our education system is failing our kids. So, and it's funny, it's often public school teachers who know the most about how corrupted it's become. Because they don't want to be teaching all this crazy stuff. They want to be teaching kids reading, writing, American history. And this is one of the reasons, I know this is a big issue in the state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is we've got to do school choice to give parents ownership over their kids' education. And there's also, there's something here which I think, look, we're Republicans. We typically believe the government should be smaller. We don't want the government in our bedrooms. We don't want controlling our lives. But there are things that the government needs to do and needs to do well. Like it needs to do immigration enforcement, and it needs to do it well. When the government is in, this is of course local government, but when the local government is educating our kids, we want them to do it well. And this is competent government. We've got to get back to that, right? Smart people running the government and making sure it does its job. Yes, we want it smaller, but when it's doing something, we want it to do it well.
We're not asking for that much, are we?
Right.
Apparently.
Yeah, we figured it out. I mean, look, we apparently had education figured out pretty well 40 years ago, and it's by getting away from some basic truths that we've screwed it up.
And once again, to all those teachers in the audience, besides Julia, yes, thank you. Thank
Seriously,
you. It
thank
is
you all.
a thankless job quite often between the teachers, the first responders, our military servicemen and women, the medical professions, all of these people.
Yes.
Of course, we all were affected so greatly by COVID, but
of course.
I mean, you are on the front lines, and I thank you for the patience with my 3 kids in particular, and in general, because it is a tough job, and we love you for it.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Keep it going. Where is Gwyneth? Another question. It is from Gwyneth. Right here in the front.
Senator Vance, thank you for being here tonight and taking questions from voters. My name is Gwyneth, and I'm concerned about the federal government's overreach, especially the Department of Justice and the FBI. How will you and President Trump help control the out-of-control federal government?
Hear, hear. That is a very big question. And here's the simple principle that's going to guide President Trump and I when it comes to the administration of justice. Equal justice under law. It's very simple. We don't go after people. You don't go after people because they disagree with you. You don't try to throw a pro-life father of 7 in prison because he dared to protest. You don't throw a parent. You don't have the FBI go after them at a school board meeting because they showed up to peacefully do what parents ought to do, which is to speak up on behalf of their kids. That's the fundamental principle. And I think the question is then, how do you apply that principle in practice? Here's one thing that I'll say. The most important job, and this is a bit of a hit to my ego, but the most important job after President of the United States in the next administration, it's not me, it's who we select as Attorney General. You need an Attorney General who believes in true equal justice under law. And look, I think we've got a lot of good candidates. It's one of the reasons why, by the way, we want to get Dave McCormick elected senator from the state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is because when we make that nomination, when President Trump nominates an Attorney General, we want to make sure that person can get confirmed, right? And that's a really important part. But here's what you then have to do. Because let's be honest, Merrick Garland, I think, is one of the most corrupt AGs we've ever had in this country. But it's not just Merrick Garland, right? There are some people that clearly report to Merrick Garland. I had this conversation probably about a year ago with a field officer in the FBI, and he came up to me and he said, "Look, sir, we're trying to do the right thing. You've got a lot of great law enforcement people at the FBI, but he's like, the leadership of our agency is so broken that you've got to clean house, and that's what we're going to do. We are going to." When we say drain the swamp, I mean, look, just go back a few years ago. You had the entire government. You had an impeachment, a fake impeachment that was completely oriented around the idea that Donald Trump was in bed with a foreign government. We all remember that, the Russia scam, okay? That scam was a complete lie. And even the independent Justice Department investigator basically said this is all completely made up. But here's the problem. They admit that it was made up. They admit that it distracted this country. It led to a fake impeachment. How many people have been fired from that? 0. And here's what President Trump and I are going to do when we get in there. We're going to fire the people who are responsible for the corruption of our Department of Justice. That's what we've got to do. And if you're not willing to do that, then you have no business running this country. Luckily, we've got a guy in Donald Trump who is.
So, can you record it so we can see what it looks like when you fire them? And is it that you're fired? Is it a pink slip? What does this look like?
He does actually like to do that. He does. I mean, look. One of the reasons he's one of the more famous people in the world is because he got famous firing people. And it's funny, that's the kind of person you actually want cleaning house in Washington, D.C. Because, I mean, Sage, go back to the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, okay? And, it's so sad. Because these are, young people at the prime of their life. They're the very best of us. They put on the uniform, and of course, 13 of them lost their lives. And I've talked to a lot of the families, the moms and the dads, the sisters of these beautiful young Americans. And you know what they'll tell you? They're not even that, of course they're sad, but they're not angry that they lost their loved ones. What they're angry about is the lack of accountability that happened afterwards. And we have to ask ourselves, and I had to fact check this because I couldn't believe it. How many in the Department of Defense bureaucracy, senior leadership, how many people got fired after that disastrous withdrawal? 0. I mean, to people, especially those watching at home, who just want their government to function and work properly, you can't do that unless you're willing to fire the people who screw up. And that is what I think President Trump will do. As you said, Sage, he really likes to do the "you're fired" thing. And, maybe we can even turn a TV show into it, right? We'll just bring in the most corrupt people in the federal government, and we'll let Donald Trump do his thing. We'll clean house, and we'll make the people's government work for the people again.
I mean, it would be great on social media. Hashtag BTS behind the scenes. Like, take us back there to see it. The A word. And you know what? Hey, accountability as a parent.
Yes.
You're not going to have normal kids, good human beings, young adults without accountability. So if we're expecting it from our children and our employers, we have to expect it at the top. That's why there's no trust, because there has been no accountability.
That's exactly right.
So I think the trust thing, and I've felt that a lot. And sometimes it's regardless of who's in office, right? What are the essential, or maybe the most immediate ways to rebuild that trust? Draining the swamp, number one. What else?
Yeah, so can I tell you a story? A good friend of mine made this observation about federal bureaucrats once. He said, most people, when they lie to you, they'll just say, well, no, that's not what I said, or they'll kind of try to distract from it, or they'll try to avoid it. But our federal officials will do what toddlers do, which is when you say, hey, you did that thing, they won't try to distract from it. They'll say, no, I didn't, you did. And I'll give you an example. So I'm a baker. I don't know if you knew this. I'm a big, my son and I, my 4-year-old in particular, we like to bake a lot of stuff. So I was making cookies with him a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry. Yeah. How cute is that? I love that. Keep going. What do you bake?
Cinnamon rolls, chocolate chip scones. That's what we made in the past little bit. But we were actually making an Oreo cake. So like a cake, but had little chunks of Oreos in it. So I go to the bathroom, wash my hands, come back, and we had like 4 Oreos sitting there, and then we have 2 Oreos. Like, all right, I'm not an expert at math, but something doesn't add up here. And so I look at my 4-year-old and I said, buddy, did you eat an Oreo you weren't supposed to? He said, I didn't eat him, you did. And that's how our federal leaders lie, right? And it's like you ask people, this is why I bring this up in the context of this question is, you go to somebody at the Defense Department and say, you screwed up the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They'll say, no, it wasn't, it was you. Wait a second, we weren't in power, brother. We were nowhere near the Oval Office when these decisions were made, or the Pentagon, and this is the shamelessness. And I've seen this in the context of the Afghanistan withdrawal, which happened like 2 years after Biden and Harris took over. They would say, well, it's Donald Trump's fault. What? That's like my son saying, I didn't eat the Oreos, you did. It's the craziest thing. But this is what they do, and you've got to just be willing. What drain the swamp really means, you asked about that, what it really means is you investigate failure and you have accountability. Now sometimes people screw up, you give them a second chance, but you don't give them like a 9th chance. And what we've got to do is investigate failure again, and when people require it, fire the people who keep screwing up. That's the only way you can return government back to the people.
I call it the A word, accountability. And this is, I hope it's okay that I say this. If not, we're just going to pretend like it didn't happen.
Fine.
Right? It's not
just
live.
1,000 of our closest friends.
It's fine. No. Watching the debate, by the way, he put on a clinic, did he not? I mean,
thank you.
That was
fun. I had a good time.
That was amazing. I'm like, in my next life, I will be as smart as JD Vance and be that quick. It was amazing to watch. One of my favorite parts, there were many, but one of my favorite parts was when you got the inevitable question about how you had previously felt and talked about Donald Trump.
Yep.
And what did he say? He said, I screwed up. I've changed my mind.
Yeah.
Basically. Like, that's called accountability because you owned it.
Yeah.
And I really think that was overlooked because nobody else on the other ticket will ever admit, like, it's okay to grow. It's okay to change.
Yes, absolutely. No, it reminds me, Sage, that so one, you're exactly right, and I actually try to make this argument to swing voters all the time. Look, you don't have to agree with everything that I say or everything that President Trump says, but he delivered peace, prosperity, rising take-home pay, and a secure border. Like, if you said in 2016 that wasn't going to happen, that's fine, but then admit that you screwed up and you got something wrong. And that's what I did. And I think that's important, is to say, oh yeah, I screwed that up. I was wrong about the guy. Also, by the way, I realized that the media lies about him to a ridiculous extent, that half the things you hear about him are straight up made up. But you know, what's so funny about this is when Biden was still running, and they were trying to distract from the fact that he clearly didn't know what the hell was going on, right? And, you know, sometimes reporters would say, oh, well, you know, clearly Joe Biden is not quite the same that he was in 2020. It's like, oh, that's putting it mildly. Or the same as he was 10 years ago. They'd be like, well, you know, the other candidates, he's getting a little up there too. Is his memory totally perfect? And it's like, wait. Donald Trump remembers what I tweeted about him at 9:12 p.m. in 2015. Like, to the word. And he still sometimes busts my chops about it, right? It's like one of the things I love about him is, you know, we joke around with each other, but the idea, like, we have right now a person with the mental competence to do the job, and it's our guy. It's not anybody on the other team. Trust me, I know.
He will never let you live that down.
Oh, no. I talked to him like, you know, 4 days ago. When I talk to him every day, but a few days ago he was like, you know, I wasn't always sure about you, JD. It's like, you know, I understand, sir. I understand.
Yeah, again, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Tell your son to get a little more creative. Like, obviously you didn't eat the Oreos. He could have blamed it on a sibling. He went to you.
Yeah,
like, let's
that's
work
right.
on this. Okay, or not. Actually,
he's only 4, so, you know. I don't know that I want him to be a better liar, though. Maybe I'm okay with him being a really bad liar. That's a good thing. I don't want him to be in politics.
No, yeah, exactly. Politics or mainstream media. Yeah. Trust us. Don't do it. Okay, time for one more question. One more. I could go all night, but he has places to be, things to do. One more question from Rossi. Where's Rossi?
Good evening, Senator Vance. My name is Rossi, and I'm a legal immigrant from the Dominican Republic.
Amen.
And me and my husband in the back, Jorge Lopez, we have a small business.
God love you guys. Great.
Thank you. We provide an important service to our community in our auto repair shop. And like millions of Americans, I would like to know, what would you do for small businesses?
Great. Thank you. Well, we want to do a few things. First of all, I know you don't have the microphone anymore. But I'm very curious about what your business. Can we give her microphone back? Yeah, that'd be great. Could you just tell me a little bit about your business? What do you guys do?
We have a repair shop.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Called a garage.
Okay,
we repair cars.
That's wonderful.
Especially European cars.
Okay, good for you guys. That's great. So that's what I love about this country. You come from the Dominican Republic to repair European cars in Eastern PA. That's a hell of a country. It's a hell of a country. So one is what the biggest complaint that I hear from small businesses, whether it's repair shops or cosmetologists or small grocers. We were not too far from here actually talking to a couple of folks who started a Latino-focused grocery store about 2 years ago. It's cost. Things are way too expensive right now. It's way too hard to do business in the United States of America when everything's getting more expensive. And as much as Kamala Harris tries to run from this, and she'll say, well, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. Well, day one was 1,400 days ago. The problem is bad because she failed, and we've got to do better. Here's what we're going to do. And the first thing that we're going to do to lower costs, and it'll help small businesses, but it'll help everybody else too, is we're going to unleash Pennsylvania and American energy markets. We're going to get the cost of energy lower because I'm sure you'd back me up, but if the cost of energy is lower, the cost of especially a car repair shop, that is a major driver of what makes it harder for people to do business. Is energy is more expensive, but that means everything is going to get less expensive because everything we make with energy. That's the number one thing. I think the second thing that we're going to do is for all small businesses is, you know who really loves all the regulations and the overarching bureaucracy? big companies because they can hire the lawyers that deal with these things. We want everybody to be able to compete at a level playing field. And when we reduce the regulations that exist in this country, I think it's going to benefit small businesses more than anybody else because we want small businesses to be able to thrive and not have... We don't want a bureaucrat knocking on your door every time you try to do something. We want to empower you to do something because that's what creates wealth and prosperity for our people. The final thing I want to say is that President Trump has proposed an incredible economic set of ideas that really rewards people who build and make and hire in the United States of America. What he said is, we're going to lower tax rates for working Americans, and that's great. But he's also said we're going to lower business taxes, but only for the businesses that are hiring American workers. We're not going to reward people for shipping jobs overseas. We're going to cut your taxes because you've got a great business right here in the United States of America. So that's the three big things that we want to do for small businesses. But I'd love to have a conversation that's, not in front of 1,000 of our friends, but I'm sure that you've got a lot of other good ideas. I'd love to hear from them. And when we're back in the White House, one thing that's going to be different is we're going to listen to people. But we're thrilled. We're thrilled you're doing what you do. We're going to try to make it easier for you. God bless you, ma'am.
And to continue to reward immigrants like Rosie, who did this the right way, who came to this country the right way, instead of rewarding people who are here illegally with, free rent, free medical care, education system, you name it. I'm in New York a lot. I am shocked and devastated at what's happened to one of the greatest cities in the world.
Yep.
And I know from day one it's going to go back to how it was when he left office, because to me that's the most heartbreaking thing, is we're not giving the money to those who have done it the right way and sacrificed.
That's exactly right. I talked to it's such a good point. And we were in Tucson a couple of days ago, Tucson, Arizona, which, by the way, rally in Tucson at noon. It's 101 degrees. I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? This is a little hotter than I'm used to in Ohio. And we, I know people say it's a dry heat.
It's true.
101 degrees is 101 degrees. I don't care if it's dry or not. So I actually talked to a woman after our rally. And, I just sort of, kind of went on a riff during this event. And I said, look, it's so insulting, not just to American citizens whose families have been here for 10 generations, but also for American citizens who did things the right way to come here legally. Because, look, there are fees that have to get paid. There are waiting times. There's, a lot of folks are waiting 10 years, 12 years before they can even get the necessary paperwork done. And it's so insulting to let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens to reward them with free housing and medical assistance. It's insulting to the people who did it the right way. I really... And this woman, who's clearly a Latino immigrant to this country, told me she came here 25 years ago. She paid thousands of dollars in fees and legal expenses just to become an American citizen, and she is pissed off at the illegal immigration problem because it's insulting to her. And I think this is, the media, of course, says, well, this, Donald Trump's immigration policies are not compassionate. Well, they're sure as hell compassionate to newcomers who did it the right way, and they're compassionate to American citizens, and that's who our compassion should be focused on as American leaders.
And we see it on the streets of America everywhere with homeless people, with veterans who have paid their taxes. They've done everything really the right way and have hit hard times, and they need our help, not people who are doing this the wrong way, thanks to our government allowing it. My final question is this. My goodness, it's been how long? 8 weeks?
I lost count. 8-9 weeks, about that.
How often what's your average amount of sleep each night now? That's not the question, but.
Well, I don't sleep a ton, so, 5-6 hours. It's not bad. Here's the thing. You can't do a rally at like 2 a.m, right? Yeah. So nobody's going to show up to a rally at 2 a.m. unless
I bet these people would show up.
That's true. So there's only so much you can do during the day. And then, of course, like at whether it's Sunday or a school day, my 4-year-old will wake up at 6:28 a.m. promptly on the dot, ready to party. So you don't really get to sleep in.
No
when you've
matter
got
what
kids
time
like that.
you get home. And I'm sorry, sidetrack. My question, and this is the final question, because to me this is maybe the most important thing, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, you're going home to your beautiful wife and
That's
your
right.
babies. And as wonderful as this, I imagine, has been, life-changing, it's hard. And it's hard on the kids and the wife. What do you hope your 3 children, maybe 4, will take from this experience when they can look back, thanks to social media and technology, they can look back and see you doing this and going across the country to talk to people? What do you hope that they take from this experience with their father?
So first of all, I will say, and I appreciate the question. It's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. In part because they can travel around with us, and in part because they're so young. They're like portable. You can throw them in a suitcase and take your kids anywhere when they're that age.
Careful.
Yeah. To the media, it was a joke.
It's a joke.
I do not throw my children in suitcases. That'll be a headline, New York Times. JD Vance assaults children tomorrow. But they really are so portable, and they'll go anywhere, and they just love meeting people, and so it is a challenge, and I'm not going to lie to you and say that it's not, but it's not nearly as hard on the kids as I thought it would be. Here's I guess what I hope they take from it, is speaking of dry heat, we were in Scottsdale like 4 weeks ago, and it was 116 degrees, and I was carrying 2 of my 3 kids, and somebody was like, "Oh, don't worry, it's a dry heat." I was like, Kamala Harris voter. But 116 degrees, I don't care if it's dry. It's miserable. But I hope that they take an appreciation for the generosity of the American people. Of like 330 million people, we're not going to meet most of our fellow citizens. I'm probably in that rare group that gets to meet way more people than most everybody else. It's like the nature of running for vice president. And here's what I mean by this. So I met this woman, it was before a rally, I think it was in Michigan, a few weeks ago. And she came up to me, and it was sort of a photo line before we went out to the stage and took some questions from reporters. And she was talking about everything that was sort of going on in her life. And she spoke to me for about 30 seconds about food. That was the thing that she was most worried about, is the cost of groceries. And how, there are just things that she had to cut back on. There are things that she couldn't afford. And I realized, like, I'm running for vice president of the United States. This poor woman is worried about paying her grocery bills. And, having been raised in a family where we are sometimes worried about that exact thing, I felt a certain kinship towards her, because I knew exactly what she was going through, even though, I'm not going through that myself in 2024. That was like 30 seconds of the conversation, just her talking about not being able to pay for her groceries. She then spent the next 3 minutes saying that she prayed for me, she prayed for my wife, and she knew the 3 names of our kids, and she prayed for each one of them every single day. And I get choked up a little bit, but when I say appreciation for the generosity of people, I mean that I hope that my kids realize that there are people out there who can't pay for food that are praying for them every single day. And that to me is a testament to the fact that we have the greatest country and the greatest people anywhere in the world. And I hope that's what they take the most from it, because the perspective that they've gotten, you fly into Tucson, Arizona, and these, it's not a landscape. I grew up in Ohio. Everything's green and lush and there's water everywhere. But you go to Tucson, Arizona, and there's these crazy cactuses that look like they come from a painting, right? And then you come into central or eastern PA, and you see these beautiful mountains behind us. They're still green. They're kind of starting to turn, orange and red and yellow. And that's my favorite time of the year, especially in this region of the world, is fall. But the fact that you have people who are struggling to put food on the table, who still take the time to pray for, effectively a complete stranger, we have a great country, my friends. Let's go and save it together.
On that note, with the prayer, I told them earlier that I'm an Army brat and my dad went to West Point, and when we were kids, he made us memorize part of the cadet prayer.
Okay, great.
And we had to recite it. So if he's watching, Dad, and I hope I get everything right, but this applies so much to what you just said, and I think what this country is going through. This is the part he made us memorize. Help us to choose the harder right instead of the easier wrong, and never to be content with a half-truth when the whole can be won. I'm going to repeat that. The harder right, not the easier wrong. A lot of people in this country have chosen the easier wrong because it's easier.
Yes.
Chosen to not have a tough conversation because it's uncomfortable. You can go down the list. But we now know the truth, and we cannot be content any longer with a half-truth because we know what the truth is. And thanks to this man and Donald J. Trump, we can bring it back again. I have faith, and I am so grateful
Amen.
For you.
Thank you.
JD Vance.
God bless you guys.
You.
Thanks for having me. Home for me at this point, though. So I'm thrilled you guys are doing this, and I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Well, we are. Thank you for coming. I know the moms all over the country who are watching tonight are very eager to hear what your positions are on a lot of issues.
Okay.
The first hour, we had all of these moms were sharing stories, personal experiences that they've dealt with in the last 4 years, and then they have some questions that they would like to ask you. But we have a couple that want to ask you first.
Right.
So you were announced as the vice president pick exactly 3 months ago today. I
didn't even realize that.
You're exactly today.
It felt like 3 years ago.
It does seem like that because we were there.
In a political campaign, the days are short, but the weeks are really long. So
sure.
it's like Marine Corps boot camp. You're going so fast, you don't realize that it's passing you by, and then you wake up and here we are.
So what are the major differences that have happened in the last 3 months since being announced as Senator?
Yeah, what has that been like, huh?
Well, there's so much I could talk about, but of course, first of all, we're proud of these guys and we're very grateful to them. But having a Secret Service detail is really weird. And I haven't driven a car in 3 months, which my wife is probably happy about because I have a bit of a lead foot. And I think all the moms on the roads out there are probably happy that JD Vance has not been on the road the last few months. But it's so unusual because if you think about it, you show up to the grocery store and there are like 15 guys surrounding you with the little things in their ear. So even if somebody has no idea who you are, they start to wonder, well, so somebody has to be here because all these Secret Service agents are bouncing around. So there's no anonymity anymore. And, it's one of the things that just comes along with the territory. But look, we're having a really good time. I mean, what's different about, running for the Senate than running for vice president? I ran for the Senate for the first time a couple of years ago, is, I joke that when I was running for the Senate, you ride around the back of a used Subaru that was owned by one of my staff members, and now I ride around a 737, right? So it's a little more comfortable than it was, but it's also what's really cool, and this is partially just because, life happens, and we had our third baby about 4 months before the Republican primary when I was running for Senate. This time the kids, they're 2, they're 4, they're 7, and they can kind of come with us, and they're part of the journey a little bit. And so that's just it's a really cool thing to see the country from the perspective of a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. Yeah. And it's been a very, very nice thing. It's been a great family adventure for all of us.
So I really liked this story. We were together on the Tucker tour, that you were talking about how you may have had to cancel on Tucker because you got sick. That's some
you
real
didn't
dad
have any carnivals before you came here, right?
No, not today. No, but that was a tough day. So that was in Hershey, PA, and we're not too far from Hershey, right?
No.
So yeah, I again, because you're surrounded by Secret Service and everybody knows who I am now, and so whenever I do something, there are like 10 separate iPhone cameras that are trained on me, right? And my kid, my 7-year-old, I'm like, all right, I really want you to go on a roller coaster with me at Hershey Park, and he goes, okay, but you have to go on one of these ridiculous spinny rides afterwards. And I do the roller coaster, it's great, and then we get on the spinny ride. And I just, about 2 seconds in, I think to myself, I'm going to throw up. all over myself. And it was like going so fast that, and I could see these iPhone cameras from people in the, outside of the ride. I'm thinking to myself, this is going to look, when I throw up, it's gonna look like one of these old sprinklers, chook, 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 chook. And it's gonna be captured on camera for the entire internet to see. And luckily, I held it together. I think the Secret Service may have actually stopped the ride a few seconds early because they could see that I was really not doing well. But whatever revenge my son, had he ever wanted to get revenge on me, he got it. That 2-minute spinny ride. But look, but it goes to show. I mean, yeah, okay, that was a very miserable 2-minute spin ride. But my son, where else do you get to go to all these different theme parks and see all these different parts of the country? And it's just a very, very cool thing.
What a great opportunity to have your children with you.
It really is. And again, you see it through their eyes, and they make little observations, right? Or like, we're in Traverse City, Michigan, and they're really into the cherries that we bring home from Traverse City, Michigan. Or we go to Hershey Park, and they're really into, like they have all these Reese-themed treats at Hershey. It's just kids notice stuff that I think you don't notice if you're just a 40-year-old guy.
Right.
And I think that noticing has been a really fun part of this.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Well, and your wife must be just, wow. I mean, she's super mama. How is she
really
handling it?
She really is. I mean, my wife is just this amazing person. And she quit her job when Trump asked me to become his running mate. But she's, a very brilliant and very accomplished corporate litigator. And she's like, look, if we're going to do this, then I'm going to make this as easy on the kids as possible. And I'm going to come around and travel with you as much as possible, right? Like, if we're going to do this, let's make it a family adventure. I will tell you a story. One of the first times that the president actually met my wife, the first times they had really talked in any great detail, we were actually throwing a fundraiser for him. And the president sort of greets Usha and gives her a big hug. Oh, you're so beautiful. I'm so glad to see you. And he's, those of us who know him know he's a very engaging guy, despite what the media tells you about him. He's actually just a very warm and normal person. And he asks her what she thinks about me being involved in politics. And she gives, if anybody knows my wife, it's like the perfect Usha answer. It's a very diplomatic answer. And she's like, well, sir, my husband really loves public service. We love the state of Ohio. And I'm just really thrilled to be able to help him out where I can. And Trump looks at her and goes, yeah, my wife hates it too.
I'm so glad you brought up President.
Honesty.
But that's what I love about Trump. Like, Trump finds the real truth in something, and whether you want him to say it or not, he just points his finger right at it.
So I'm glad you brought him up, because a lot of people have brought up the fact that you are not a big fan of President Trump.
Sure.
And
Trust
that you are
me.
very
He
vocal
remembers very well.
about it. So, the big thing I think that moms would like to know is, what changed?
Yeah, well, a lot changed. I mean, one, I become a father, right? So my first was born in 2017, and then our second a couple years later, our third a couple years after that. And I think you think about the country a little bit differently. I think, at least I did when I became a father. I took a slightly different perspective, maybe a little bit more protective, a little bit more worried about the future than I had been, even though life was going very well for us. I just think that, becoming a dad changes your perspective like that. But I think really importantly is, there were a lot of predictions that were made about Donald Trump's 4 years in office. And I think for swing voters, people who are on the fence, there are a lot of predictions right now being made about Donald Trump. If he gets in office, all of these bad things will happen, right? That's what the media says. That's what the Democrats say. And a part of me, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but it's more important to be honest, I think, is I kind of bought into some of the lies in 2016. Well, and then he was president, and take-home pay was going up faster than it had in 40 years. Inflation was low, the border was secure, and remember, they all said Donald Trump was going to start World War III, and yet we had more peace around the globe than we had had in a generation in this country. And you sort of like, okay. And I really, politics is sort of, I think the incentives are all messed up in politics because, people don't want to admit that they changed their mind. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. And so there's this thing where you try to pretend, even though it's obvious that you screwed something up, you never want to admit it. I think it'd be much better if we had political leaders say, you know what? I thought this was going to happen. Something else actually happened. I was wrong. Like, it's okay to be humble and say I screwed something up. And I again, for a lot of voters who are still on the fence, I'd say the very same thing they're saying about Trump now, they said in 2015 and 2016. That's right. And I actually think that we're going to have an even bigger and even better presidential term because we've got, frankly, so many more big problems to solve now than we did even in 2016. So, look, basically, he did a hell of a job, and it's important to say I was wrong.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Right.
I want to be able to get to our moms. They have a lot of questions, and every one of their questions relates to this personal experience that they had. So, Debbie, if you want to get us started on that.
So, Senator, they all shared very moving stories that have personally affected them. And now they have a question for you regarding that.
And I wish I could have seen them. I'm sorry I'm a little late here, but it's the nature of a presidential campaign. You don't always control your schedule perfectly, but thank you.
Yes. Okay. So the first one I have here is we have Donica Hudson. She is from North Carolina, so she has a question for you.
Okay, Senator Vance. My family and I were trapped for 5 days living the nightmare of Hurricane Helene.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. FEMA was nowhere to be found the first week and has done almost nothing. So my question is, what will the Trump-Vance administration do to restructure FEMA and to rebuild Western North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I'm sorry that it happened, and I'm sorry, most importantly, that your government didn't do its job in response to it. Because what part of, I guess you're from the western part of North Carolina? So one of the things that if you grew up in the Appalachian part of our country, whether in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, anywhere else, is you often feel like your government doesn't care about you. And unfortunately, after the hurricane, I think that region of the world was really neglected and really left behind by the people who should have done the most to look out for these innocent victims. And I hate to say it, but I actually think that there would have been less loss of life if the government had responded more quickly. And what do we need to do to restructure FEMA? I actually think this one is pretty straightforward. You've just got to fire the present leadership and tell FEMA to focus on American citizens and not the illegal migrant issue. But I think there's a second part of this, and it goes to the rebuilding effort. And first of all, I promise, I look you in the eye and I promise you that if we win, and I think we're going to win, by the way. I think we're going to win Pennsylvania, we're going to win the whole country. But I promise you, I'll never forget where I came from, and I'll never forget that we have a responsibility to help you all rebuild. And I'd love to learn a little bit more about your story, though I understand I'm not going to get the full picture up here. But the other thing is, when you have a crisis like this, there are some things that FEMA is just not equipped for. And so I criticize FEMA for focusing too much on the illegal immigrant problem, not enough on American citizens. But let's be honest, this was really a Biden and Kamala Harris shortcoming when as soon as the rivers started to swell like they did, the 82nd Airborne should have been in Western North Carolina the next minute. That is what really screwed up. And if you think about all the bureaucracy of the federal government, right, you've got 8 different agencies that are supposed to do 8 different things. You need somebody who is in control, whose only job is to save as many lives as possible. And the fact that it took us 6-7 days before that was really possible or that was happening in North Carolina, I hate to say it, I think that there was a lot of loss of life that wouldn't have otherwise happened and just a lot of human suffering that we've got to do a better job of preventing next time. Right. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Madeline Brame. She is from New York, and she has a specific question for you regarding her son.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice President JD Vance.
Knock on wood.
She's claiming it.
You actually heard my story at the RNC. I spoke about my son.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know, what my question is what will a Trump-Vance administration do to strengthen and protect the rights for families of homicide victims legislatively?
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, again, I'm sorry that your government failed you, and I promise you that when we're in office, we're going to try to make sure that your government doesn't fail the next person who's dealing with what you're dealing with. And here's the basic issue. The progressives, and I don't think this is true of most Democrats, by the way, but the leadership of the Democratic Party has gotten in their mind that law enforcement is inherently racist. And I think that's a real disgrace. It's led us to, frankly, dismiss a lot of good cops, and it's meant that we don't empower people to go after the truly bad guys. And what I find so crazy about all this is, if you look at the statistics, ma'am, it is a very, very small number of people who commit the gross majority of the violent crime in our communities, right? This is not the gross majority of our citizens, whether they're white, black, or whatever, are law-abiding people. There is a very narrow slice of our country that commits chronic violent crime. And the thing that we have to do is change the laws, but most importantly, empower law enforcement to go after the bad guys, lock them up, so they're not hurting more kids like yours. That is fundamentally what you have to do. And what I think is I just can't believe that one half of our political leadership has gotten in their head that if you lock up criminals, that's somehow a bad thing. Locking up violent criminals is one of the core functions of government, right? And you don't have to lock that many people up. Just lock up the violent criminals, and we could do so much better. And part of this is legislative too. And I've sponsored legislation to this effect. Is we're getting to a point where we've got a major law enforcement crisis in our country. We've got a lot of great police officers that aren't re-upping. You've got a lot of great young men and women who don't want to become police officers because they think it's too hard of a job. We are going to have to really fix the pay and benefits for our local law enforcement so that they get the pay they deserve, but most importantly, so that we get the right people serving as police officers. Because if you think it's bad now, and unfortunately the crime rates are not in a good place right now, it's going to be a lot worse in 5 years if we don't get better people coming into law enforcement, because you've got a lot of very good people who are getting out of law enforcement right now.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
So we have an online question. This one is from Gabriella Mason from California. Families are struggling to pay their bills, afford groceries, let alone save for their future. In the last 4 years, food prices have risen nearly 26%. When is my dollar going to be $1 again, and how fast can we get back to a 2019 normalcy?
There you go. You got to help us out here.
Well, the best thing we can do to lower prices is to elect Donald J. Trump President of the United States. That is the first and most important thing we got to do. And then I'll talk a little bit about what comes after. But I got to tell you this story. So we were actually in Reading, Pennsylvania for this. We were at a small Latino grocery store. The owners had just bought that grocery store a couple years prior, and my boys were with me, my 7-year-old boy and my 4-year-old boy, and they just wanted to come with Daddy on the campaign trail, and we were having a good time out there. And I'm standing, it illustrates how different kids are, because I tell the two of them, you can get anything you want. And the 4-year-old is trying to get like a gallon of ice cream, right? He's like me. And the 7-year-old, who's like his mama, is trying to get me to buy like a dozen or 2 dozen eggs. And I'm like, son, I meant like a candy. Like, go buy some chocolate. And he's like, no, Dad, you made the last 3 eggs this morning. If you don't get more eggs, Mommy's going to be really mad. It's like, okay, buddy, thanks for looking out. Very practical. But there were, of course, cameras falling around, because there always are. And so I grabbed some eggs, and I pointed out that eggs have gotten way more expensive under Kamala Harris's leadership. And in fact, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, eggs are about $3.20 a dozen from $1.50 a dozen. That's a huge price increase in just 3.5 years. And I unfortunately fear it's going to get worse if we promote her to president. But I was kind of joking with my kids. I said, yeah, this is really important to my family, because my kids, these guys eat about 14 eggs a day. Obviously exaggerating, right? Making a joke about my kids who do eat who do eat a lot. So I had some journalist fact check me and say, there's no way that a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old could eat 14 eggs a day. And I'm like, it would be like me saying, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. And then the journalist being like, JD, in fact, ate a normal man-sized meal, not a horse, right? You realize, the media sometimes in this country is so obsessed with misleading us that they don't actually report, some of these real stories of people who are suffering. But I think the most important thing, to answer the questioner's question, is a lot of us don't fully appreciate how energy prices go into everything else. And so think about it. If you're, a construction worker and you're building a house, but the truck driver who's delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 50% more for diesel, then that house is getting more expensive, right?
Yeah.
And if you're a grocery store and the truck driver who delivers the groceries or the farmers who are producing the food are paying 50% more for energy, then that's going to make all our groceries go up. So the most important thing that we can do, Donald Trump always says this, drill, baby, drill. Lower the costs of energy, and that's the most important thing that we can do to lower the cost of food. And then the second thing to make life more affordable is, look, the government has got to stop spending trillions upon trillions of dollars that it doesn't have. When you do that, you increase the price of everything. Because think about it, when you're printing all this money to cover the government's debts, then all the dollars that are in our pockets become more and more worthless over time. And so, I hate to say it, Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote in trillions of dollars in new spending. We got to get her out of there and put somebody with common economic sense back in the White House.
And you see this all the time when you're in the grocery store. Everyone is commenting how expensive everything is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you over there by the eggs, by the cheese, by the milk, and everybody's like, I can't believe this has gotten so expensive.
Nobody knows like a mama.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For us
But
to balance our checkbooks and just afford it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I actually, in our family, probably unlike most families, I tend to do more of the grocery shopping, at least until 3 months ago. Something changed 3 months ago. And I was just, it's shocking how much how much more expensive these things are. I mean, like to get a steak at a grocery store compared to 3.5 years ago, it is just so much more money. I don't know how any middle-class person can afford in Kamala Harris's economy to live a good life. We've got to get back to basic common sense here.
Yeah, yeah.
100%.
We have another question.
Yes, we have Taryn and her daughter Penny. Taryn's going to share a question for you, Senator.
I'm going to follow suit, and Vice President JD Vance.
I'm superstitious. You guys are making me nervous here, right?
My story here today, the public school in our district socially transitioned my daughter. And so my question for you is, there is actually currently a lawsuit against the Conejo Valley Unified School District in Ventura County, California, where 3 of my other minor children still attend. The district is being sued for providing minors with inappropriate gender-affirming surveys and curriculum without the necessary parental notification. With President Trump recently mentioning abolishing the Department of Education, what specific actions will your administration take to uphold my 14th Amendment right to direct the upbringing, care, and education of my children?
Wow. I'm so sorry this has happened to both of you. I can't believe that your own leadership has failed in this way. And I promise that when Donald Trump and I are back in office, you're going to have somebody who fights for you and fights for your right as parents. We want parents making these decisions, not anybody else.
Yes.
And I find with each of you, I want to know so much more about your stories than I know, and so much more than we have time for, of course. But I just think to take something that is so profound away from our moms and dads is such a violation of every right that exists. So the reason why we establish government is to protect our rights, not to destroy our rights. And it's such a big difference between the Democrats and the Republicans in this race. And ma'am, you mentioned education policy. I want to get into that. But let's be honest about something. One of the reasons why we have this incredible pressure. I mean, look, being a 14-year-old kid, being a 12-year-old kid, we know it's hard, right? Kids have all kinds of tough things going on when they're teenagers, when they're pre-teenagers. And I think, unfortunately, in the era of social media, sometimes we take normal adolescent insecurities and we tell, especially our young girls, well, that's not an insecurity. That's because something's wrong with you. And remember, we used to live in a country that recognized, no, there's nothing wrong with you. We just have to teach people how to be comfortable with themselves and to be comfortable with who they are. And the fact that we've gotten away from that, I think, is really profound, and it's very damaging. But we ask ourselves, why have we gotten away from it? And I think we have to ask ourselves, who's getting rich from what we're pushing down the throats of parents and children? And the answer is there is $1 billion industry in cross-sex hormones, in gender transition, and I think that we have to go to the heart of the money and stop telling these pharmaceutical companies that they can make money by experimenting off of our children. It has to stop, and it will stop when Donald Trump is president.
You actually answered the next question we were going to do
okay.
online,
Sorry, okay.
so we won't do that online question.
Sure.
We're going to
okay.
jump to.
But just on education
Yep.
policy, ma'am, I want to say that we don't even realize how much of our tax dollars, how much money of the people in this room goes into funding very radical curriculum. And we ask, how have the schools gotten away from teaching reading, writing, arithmetic and towards the more, crazy stuff that we're seeing the schools teach? And the answer is, often we're paying for it. And what President Trump and I are going to do is make sure our tax dollars go to educating our children and not to indoctrinating them. Stop the flow of money, and that's how you stop this craziness. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over here to Vanessa. Vanessa is from Florida.
Senator, my family and I migrated to the U.S. legally.
God bless you.
Thank you. From Peru. It was a very daunting, complex process. It took us 7 years to make it into the country. How can we make the process easier for those who want to follow the law and come into the country legally?
Yes, ma'am. And, one of the things I hear from, actually, I was in Tucson, Arizona a couple days ago, and I was talking about how part of the problem with our illegal immigration system, and there are a lot of problems, but one of them is that it's so profoundly unfair to people who have done the right way, who have waited in line, who have paid the fees. And this is one of the reasons why we have to get our hands wrapped around this illegal immigration problem. It's unfair because there are great people who want to come to our country. And I think to me, the question that we have to ask is, what is it that we want out of welcoming newcomers into our country? We want people with great values. We want people who are willing to work hard, who are willing to play by the rules, who are going to contribute to their communities. And obviously, you can't let everybody in that wants to come, but you've got to have an orderly process. And I think that part of what we've seen is we've redirected so many resources away from processing legal immigrants who are doing it the right way to focus on illegal immigration that's been facilitated by Kamala Harris, that it's probably harder to come in legally now than it was even 15 or 20 years ago. So we ought to devote the resources that are for processing legal immigrants to legal immigrants and not to this completely broken system that we have under Kamala Harris. So it's border security first, make sure we secure that southern border, and then I think we actually free up a lot of resources to focus on the legal immigration issue in our country. Thank you.
Stephanie Turner has a question for you, too. Stephanie is from Texas.
Hello.
Hi, Senator Vance. As a mother who has lost a son to fentanyl poisoning, I deeply understand the border crisis and the human impact that it is having. My question to you is, how do we cut through the red tape and move faster to reach every child across the U.S. with education-based prevention programs? We can't afford to sit idle while more lives are lost to innocent children who have no knowledge of this.
Yes, ma'am. And how old was your son?
He was 19 in 2021.
2021. I'm very sorry to hear it. What was his name?
Tucker.
Okay. I'll say a prayer for him tonight.
Thank you.
And, not nearly in the way that you do, but we've, of course, experienced the problems of addiction in my own family. And one of the ways that I think about this is we want people to have second chances because when you're caught in the throes of addiction, it's so hard to get out of it. But a lot of people do get out of it. But if they get out of it and then they relapse into fentanyl, sometimes there's not another second chance. And that's really what we have to change. That's why this poison is so dangerous and so deadly, is it takes away those second chances from our families, from our moms, from our dads, from our kids. It's got to stop. And it's disgraceful that we frankly have a government right now that's facilitating it instead of stopping it. And you talked about cutting through the red tape and what we can do on prevention and education. I think one of these things is, you can only do so much with so many dollars. And so let's say you have curriculum money that's going into radical gender ideas instead of teaching kids how to say no to drugs, how to resist peer pressure, the warning signs for addiction. Because look, you probably appreciate this, ma'am, having seen it, but, some people get addicted the minute they take an opioid. And some people could take Percocet for 3 years and never get addicted. I mean, I've seen this even with my own friends who had a minor surgery who take one Percocet and like, I'm never taking it again because I liked it way too much. It did something to me. We got to teach kids to recognize, right, when they're going down that very dark pathway. The second thing is, and I know friends from back home, family from back home who were involved in detox. And if you think about recovery as being a very long road, the very first step is very often detox. And there are not enough detox facilities in the United States of America right now. We should empower our churches and our local community organizations to provide those detoxes, because you can't get into recovery if you don't do the detox first. And it's very, very hard to take that first step. So why don't we make it easier to take that first step in the first place, shut down the poison coming into our country in the first place, and teach our children the red flags and the warning signs about addiction. I think if we do that, we'll start getting down the road of solving this. I mean, look, it is an unspeakable human tragedy what's going on in this country. 100,000 people, many of them in the prime of their lives. I mean, I've known so many people who have lost their lives to this, and I'm sure, ma'am, you're asking yourself the same questions, like, who would you have fallen in love with, right? What do kids have looked like? The human tragedy that we're allowing to happen to this country, it has got to stop. President Trump and I will fight to stop it, I promise you.
Senator, we have two moms from Pennsylvania. Those are our last
Hello.
two questions on the stage here. If we have time, we'll go to the online questions with Kimberly. But we have Stephanie Carr from Pennsylvania.
Caitlin Carr.
Caitlin Carr, not Stephanie.
Okay.
Sorry, Caitlin.
There's a lot of people. First of all, Senator, I just want to say thank you for you and your family for the sacrifice you're making to make America great again. I appreciate it, and so does my family. As an OBGYN nurse, my coworkers and I are experiencing an overwhelming number of illegal immigrant pregnant mothers seeking and receiving free care. Between the volume of patients and the language barrier, insured Americans are not getting the quality care they pay for and deserve. How would a Trump-Vance presidency address this escalating problem?
Wow. Well, first of all, not that this is necessarily the most important issue today, but I think it was a very important issue a few years ago, is maybe our nurses would be less overwhelmed if we didn't have a federal government that was firing people for not taking the COVID shot a few years ago. And whatever your views, I think it was smart to let individual nurses and moms and dads make these decisions, not try to force a one-size-fits-all approach from the federal government. And ma'am, unfortunately, the answer to your question is, if you've got 25 million, 20 million, whatever the number is of illegal aliens in your country, we're compassionate people. We're not going to let people just expire on the streets, nor should we. So the compassionate thing for our own citizens, but I also believe for illegal aliens too, is to stop the open border and stop people coming into this country in the first place. There's no way to solve the problem without re-implementing some strong border policies. And, if you look in the state of Pennsylvania, I believe the last time that I checked, but, I'm sure the media fact checkers will double check my information here, but the average hospital emergency room wait time in the state of Pennsylvania is around 3 hours, right? So you go to the emergency room and you're not getting the care that you need because we diverted so many resources from caring for people who ought to be here to focus on people who have no right to be here. We have to recognize that there are sometimes trade-offs, and the compassionate thing is not to open your border and allow Mexican drug cartels to sex traffic little kids into our communities. The compassionate thing for our own citizens, and I think for everybody else, is to secure the border and focus on some basic common sense law enforcement. That's what we have to do. Thank you.
We have another question from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Angelina?
I'm superstitious too, so Senator Vance.
Call me JD, please.
All right. Our children's schools are teaching them that they are victims based on race.
Sure.
Family values are being mocked, and our country is being constantly disrespected. How will a Trump-Vance administration address CRT, DEI, and SEL in the public schools and support parent advocates without fear of government reprisals?
Yes, ma'am. Another big and important question, and I obviously don't know the backgrounds of all of you entirely, at least. I don't know the backgrounds of a lot of folks in the room, but, I'm 40 years old, and so I'm very much a child of the 90s. And my wife is 38, though she's probably going to get pissed off for saying that publicly. Can't take it back now. But, so her parents are legal immigrants from South India, okay? And she was born and raised in San Diego, but I think because we grew up in the 90s, and I'm not saying things were perfect, don't mistake me, but we grew up in a country where we were taught to think about people as people and not as whatever artificial, superficial skin color they had. And I think because both of us grew up with that attitude, we met, we fell in love, we started a family, and we never thought anything of it, right? I mean, there was never, the only funny and slightly awkward comment that anybody ever made is when my mom asked, what ethnicity Usha was, and I said she was Indian. She said, "Which tribe?" I said, "Well, slightly off, Mom, slightly off." But she actually, my mom made this point to me, and I think it's, Mom is so smart. She's just one of the smartest people I've ever met. And she said, I get really mad at all these people talking about your biracial children and, whether they're white or whether they're Indian or what their background is. She's like, they're just our babies, right? And I want us to think about all of our kids, whatever the color of their skin, they're just our babies. They're American babies, and that is what matters. And so I think one thing that we have to do is do better as leaders. Talking about, yes, of course, we've got, differences. And yes, of course, there are things that happen in America's history that aren't perfect. I'm not saying we ignore that, but we talk about it as a way to getting to a point where we see each other as Americans first and foremost. That's the most important thing. That's what we have to get back to. And then we also have to be honest, and this goes back to one of the earlier questions, that a lot of this crap is not something that anybody, black, white, Latino, anything, would teach their kids. They're learning it from very radical curriculums that are being planted in our schools by money coming from American taxpayers. And so I think the first thing that we have to do is defund CRT and all of the radical curricula that's going into our schools. That's really important. But ma'am, I think the leadership part of this is really important too. For some reason, we got it into our heads that in a country as big and diverse and different as ours is, we needed to emphasize our differences. I actually think that what real leadership requires now is emphasizing our commonality as Americans. I think that we have a common destiny in this country, and if we forget that and we ignore it, it's going to rip our country apart. Let's not do that. Let's be Americans first. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can ask him for a final comment.
Yeah. So we have, you have had a very busy day. You need to get.
I've had a fun day.
Yeah, it's been a fun day.
It's been a good day.
Well, so we have thousands and thousands of moms watching this,
yes.
And so we'd just like to know, what would be your final comments to the moms who are watching?
So I guess a couple of things. First, I'd ask you to get out there and get involved, because we've got 20 days to go. And, we're not going to win this election unless everybody gets out there and votes and makes their voice heard. The media is never going to be honest. The Democrats are never going to be honest. But if you want to take your country back, if you want to teach your kids your own values, if you want to save your children from unsafe neighborhoods, if you don't want your kids taught racial hatred disguised as diversity, then we have to get out there and we have to elect Donald Trump. And there's a lot that we can do to make that happen just in 20 days. Do you have friends or family that you think would probably vote the right way, but they haven't gone to the polls yet? Maybe they have an absentee ballot they haven't mailed in yet. Maybe you just want to post on social media like, hey, I saw JD Vance and he's not nearly as bad as the media says that he is, right? There are all of these ways where you can get involved, and think about the small number of ballots in 2020 that, if changed, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. And a lot of the problems we've seen in the last 3.5 years simply are not happening in this country. So ask yourself, wake up on November the 6th. You want to be able to say, I did everything. And I think that the question over the next 20 days is, what does that everything mean? I think it's talking to your friends, talking to your family. If you've got spare time, donate and donate your time with the local party. Call people, right? Knock on doors. There's so much that we can do to get involved to make sure that our people get out there and vote. I think the second thing is, moms are in a very unique situation, okay? And what I mean is, look, I see the polls. The polls tell you, and I don't necessarily believe the polls, but, let's say they're right. If the polls are right now, frankly, Donald Trump will win this election. And that's a good thing. It's a thing to be happy about. But the polls also tell you that we're doing better. President Trump and I are doing better with male voters, and the Democrats are doing a little bit better with female voters. Well, I think moms are the best ambassadors to say, look, don't believe the lies that you've heard about these guys. Vote for what's in your best interest. Vote for public safety. Vote for lower grocery prices for your family. Vote for, housing prices that are affordable for normal people to live in American homes. We have got to get back to common sense. And I think the best way to put common sense out there is person to person, the conversations you have at church, at the grocery store, with your friends, because you guys all have, I guarantee every single person in this room has somebody in their friendship circle who's maybe a little skeptical of me or maybe a little skeptical of the president. Just talk to them and say, I think these guys, I've got good heads on their shoulders, they care about the country, and most importantly, they're going to make our lives better. And I think if we do that, if we get out there and use that person-to-person power that we have just to communicate and persuade our friends and family, we're going to win. We got 20 days. Let's go and do it. God bless you all.
There you go. Thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking.
Not bad, North Carolina. We brought it, didn't we?
Not bad.
We did okay, guys.
Where's the open bar? Is that because you guys are having some fun? It's good to be here. Thank you for doing this, Laura.
Oh my gosh, I'm honored to do it. And as you heard, and I know you know this already, this is my home state. Do you guys remember, JD, you probably remember this, that Hillary Clinton said that North Carolina was going to be her firewall in 2016, and Donald Trump blew right through that firewall, didn't he? It was amazing. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you saw, Laura, because obviously Kamala Harris in the final days of the campaign, she's bringing out the big guns. Oh. And a couple of days ago, she enlisted as her chief surrogate on CNN a person who knows how to beat Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton. So when you rely on Hillary Clinton to tell you how to beat Donald Trump, your campaign's not going too well. And I think that's exactly what's true for Kamala Harris.
Well, we know that. And we're going to prove it 11 days from now for sure. But it only works if everybody here gets out and votes. And make sure that they don't go vote alone, right, JD?
That's exactly right. So what I always say, Laura, is don't just vote. Vote 10 times. And then, of course, because we're Republicans, people get a little uncomfortable and say, well, we only vote once, right? But here's the legal way to vote 10 times. Is you get yourself to the polls, and then you take 9 of your friends and family with you. So to be clear to the reporters in the back, we want the Washington Post headline to be JD Vance encourages voter fraud in North Carolina. I'm talking about taking your friends and family to the polls because we know that the corporate media and Kamala Harris and all of her allies, they're never going to tell the truth about Donald J. Trump. But you all can tell the truth about Donald J. Trump. And if we do that, we're going to win North Carolina. We're going to turn the whole country red, and we're going to make Trump the next president.
Love it. Absolutely. All right, so we have some audience members today who I think have a few questions for you. And I don't know that these are going to be as tough as the ones you're used to getting on TV, but I know you're prepared for these. So, are you Kelly?
Kelly.
All right, Kelly, have at it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Kelly from Monroe. Just want to thank you for your service, first of all.
Thank you, Kelly. And thanks to all the veterans in the room for their service, because I'm sure there's a lot of them. God bless you guys.
I'm also a Master Sergeant here in the Air National Guard out of Charlotte.
Thank you, man.
Amazing. And thank you to our law enforcement in the room as well.
I just got back from my state active duty on Friday. Got off my orders. And I've been in Western North Carolina, mostly the Asheville area. And
God bless you, man. That's awesome.
Our mission there, I work with the Army, and I want to say this as an Air Force guy. The Army was amazing to work with. We're brothers and sisters in this, and we did so much good while we were there. And I just want to say, I thank them a lot for what we did. Our mission was to go out and knock on doors, do welfare checks on the elderly, the poor, people in rough situations. We delivered food, water, essentials, and more. We did a lot. My question to you would be, what I've noticed as a 28-year vet, without getting too deep into it, but the little bit of coordination with the FEMA, I can see can get better.
Yep.
As the National Guard, we like to go in there and do our mission, get it done, and get out, and help these people as fast as possible. And there's a lot of people that need help. And there's a lot of people willing to help and a lot of supplies there. I think we could do a better job getting those people what they need faster. Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, amen to that, Kelly, and thank you for doing what you're doing. I know that when you guys show up, especially in some of these distressed areas where people feel left behind and forgotten, when they see you there, they feel better and they know their fellow Americans care about you. So God bless you and everybody that helped out in Western North Carolina. Let me put it simply, man, we could do so much better, and when President Trump is back in the White House, we will do so much better for the people of Western North Carolina. Look, we got to be honest. First of all, what happened with the federal response was pure bureaucratic incompetence. What you needed, think about this. In 2010, right after the earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the 82nd Airborne was in Haiti 2 days later. The 82nd Airborne was an hour away from Western North Carolina and didn't get there for a week. That is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace from the military leadership, speaking particularly of Kamala Harris. Because we know that the members of the 82nd Airborne would have been thrilled to go the day after the hurricane hit. Why didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden order them to do so? The fact that they didn't shows that Kamala Harris should be nowhere near the Oval Office of the United States of America. But it's just straightforward incompetence. When you have these different agencies, right? We've got all these 3- and 4-letter agencies. They've got a job to do. And look, let's be honest, some of them on the ground are doing a very good job. But when you have this bureaucrat who's got this territory and this bureaucrat that's got that territory, sometimes what you need to cut through all the red tape and to cut through all the garbage is you need leadership. You need the president and the vice president to show up and say, your job is to save as many lives as possible and then to help people rebuild. What you don't need is a president who was on the beach and a vice president who was raising money in California. You've got to have people focused on American citizens and helping them out. And I just want to say one thing about this, Kelly. Obviously, thank God this storm is in the past. Now we've got to help people in Western North Carolina rebuild and try to make as much out of a very tough situation. That's where we are now. But we got to remember that Western North Carolina is part of the Appalachian region of this country. And Appalachia has been left behind and forgotten by our leaders for 40, 50 years. What I promise you is that when Donald J. Trump is the leader of this nation, Appalachia will not be forgotten. Donald Trump will remember who he serves and who he leads, and he's going to fight for the people of Western North Carolina.
Couldn't agree with you more. One of the things I will say that I saw with my own eyes, I got photos and videos from so many of my friends and family, JD, who live in Wilmington, North Carolina, 6 hours away from the mountains, who were loading up their cars with as much as they could, supplies, and driving across the state to deliver it. It was so beautiful to see the American spirit come out in the midst of a disaster like that. It really shows you that we really are the greatest country on earth. We have the greatest people. We love each other. We support each other. And with a great leader at the top, we can do anything at all. Everything's possible.
That's right. that is well put, Laura. About 10 days after the hurricane hit, we actually were talking with some pilots, just volunteered to fly food and water and medicine. They did it because they love their fellow citizens and they love their country. You're absolutely right. We've got the best people. We've got generosity of spirit in the United States that nobody else in the world can match. We just got to fix the broken leadership of Washington, D.C. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, we will.
That's why we're here.
All right, I think we have Beth with a question. Where is Beth? Oh, there she is. You're right there.
Senator Vance, my name is Beth, and I'm from right here in Monroe. And like many parents, I'm concerned about immigration. Yesterday, the front page of the New York Post reported that last year, the benefits we are providing illegal immigrants cost us $150 billion. To put that in context, the entire budget for the state of North Carolina last year was $33 billion. So how soon will President Trump close the border?
Thank you. You know, I think that President Trump will close the border. I'm just guessing here, right about January 20th, 2025 is when Donald Trump is going to close the border, Beth. And you know what? One of the things, Beth, the press does and Kamala Harris's campaign does is they try to make us feel like bad people for believing in border security. They say that border security is not compassionate, but then they miss the fact that 320,000 children have effectively gone missing thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. It's not compassionate to those children, and it sure as heck isn't compassionate to the American citizens who are suffering under this terrible border crisis. Now, we talk all the time about fentanyl, and we should, because it's 100,000 American citizens who are dying because of this poison the cartels are bringing into our country. We don't talk as much about the fact that hospital wait times, emergency room wait times, have gone up radically in the United States of America because we've got a lot of illegal aliens who are getting put in front of line of American citizens. We talk about the price of housing, which has gone up 40%. That's what happens when you have 25 million people and you put them in homes that ought by right go to American citizens. We talk about schools. What happens to the education for an American child when you drop hundreds of people into their school district who don't even speak the language? That distracts critical resources from the children of American citizens. We're going to have better education, better health care, lower housing, and we're going to tackle this fentanyl crisis because Donald J. Trump is going to close the border, and we're going to start the very first day. Thank you, Ben.
We built over 500 miles of border wall the first time. You can guarantee yourself Donald Trump and JD Vance are going to complete the wall.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right.
I know. All right, Mike is up with the next question. Where's Mike? Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys? Hi, Senator Vance. My name is Mike, and I own an insurance agency in North Carolina. Like everything under Biden and Harris, auto, home, and business insurance costs have skyrocketed the last 3 years, not to let alone energy and labor costs. What is your plan to help small businesses, especially small-town America?
Thank you, Mike. It's a very important question. I appreciate you asking it. Look, the first and most important thing that we're going to do to lower prices, and obviously it benefits American consumers, it benefits American workers, and it benefits American business owners. And President Trump, it's the simplest, but it's actually the most important policy proposal to lower prices, and that's drill, baby, drill. He says it all the time because it matters. And I think some don't appreciate that when energy goes up, everything becomes more expensive, right? Think about it. If the truck driver who's delivering the food to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, then we're all paying more for groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the construction site is paying 50% more for gas, then we're all paying more for housing. That's what higher energy costs do, is they make it hard for us to afford a good life. Now, insurance rates. Why are insurance rates so high, especially in automotive insurance? And this goes back to Beth's question, is because of illegal immigration. When you drop millions upon millions of people into your country, a lot of them are driving around. That makes it riskier to drive a car, which means that our insurance rates go up. We saw this, by the way, in Springfield, Ohio, where folks in Springfield are paying skyrocketing rates for car insurance because their communities have been flooded with people who don't have the right to be in the United States of America. So one, Mike, we're going to lower energy costs and lower all the costs that depend on energy. We're also going to secure the border and make America safe again, which is going to lower insurance costs, but it's going to do a lot more beyond that.
You know, on the way here, JD, I noticed at a local gas station, it was $3.10 a gallon. Anybody remember the low when Donald Trump was in the White House? $1.87 a gallon was how much gas cost when Donald Trump was in the White House. There's something that I don't think gets talked enough about, but our strategic petroleum reserve. Remember what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to that? And can you explain to everybody why that's important, why it's there, and will we refill it so that if we need it, it is available?
Yeah, so, Laura, this is such a good question. This is the scandal that the American media never talks about in the run-up to the 2022 midterms, because Americans were rightly very angry about high gas prices. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That is the reserve of oil that we have in case, God forbid, we get into a war with a foreign adversary. They drained it to lower the cost of gasoline, to hide from their own bad energy policies. And of course, as soon as they left office, what happened? Gas is now $3.10 a gallon at this gas station down the street. And you think it's not going to get worse? If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, gas prices, we're going to be praying for $3.10 gasoline. It's going to be $5 a gallon because she has declared war on American energy, and she has said herself she wants this country to go completely gasoline-free by 2040, or at least her surrogates have said that. That's going to bankrupt this country. It's going to drive up the cost of energy. But think about this. Kamala Harris drained our strategic reserve of oil so that she could win an election. What else would she do to win an election, and how much more would she sacrifice your interests and our prosperity for her own political gain? We can't reward that kind of politics, which is why I think we ought to send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco, where she belongs, and not to the Oval Office. And Laura, you're a North Carolina girl. I'm an Ohio guy. We know what Kamala Harris wants to do and what Donald Trump wants to do. Donald Trump wants to make America great again. Kamala Harris wants to make America California. With sky-high energy prices, runaway inflation, we don't want that. Let's go the Trump way. Let's make America great again and keep America clean, safe, and secure.
Yeah, don't California my America,
That's
please.
right.
Do not do that. Okay, we've got another question from Al. Al is right over here. Hello, Al.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Al Alexander. I'm from Harrisburg, North Carolina. I served in the United States Air Force for many years.
God bless you, Al. Thank you.
My question is about Social Security. And I heard many people around here, not here, but elsewhere, say that Republicans want to end Social Security. What I want to know is, what is the plan to protect Social Security?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Al, again, a very good, a very important question, and thank you for your service. And let me say this, that when Kamala Harris says that we're going to go after Social Security, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He already protected Social Security, and he's going to do it again. Now, here's what we're going to do, Al. The most important thing, the biggest unexpected strain on our Social Security reserves is that we have got billions and billions of dollars going to illegal aliens who have no right to be in this country. Social Security ought to go to the people who paid into Social Security, not the people who don't have the right to be here. That's number one. And the second thing, Al, I mean, look, Social Security, if you get the illegal aliens off of Social Security and you stop politicians from raiding the Social Security budget to pay for their ridiculous spending, we actually can very easily get Social Security on a sustainable pathway, but we've got to stop people like Kamala Harris from, one, trying to give it to illegal aliens, and two, raiding Social Security to pay for her radical ideas. We do those two things, we're going to protect Social Security. And Al, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to keep America's promises to our seniors. Donald J. Trump believes that as much as anybody in this country. He's already done it. He's going to do it again. Thank you, Al.
You know, JD, while we're on the subject of lies from the Democrats, I mean, I don't know how much time y'all got tonight. But let's quickly just make it very clear for anybody watching, listening, or anybody want to tell your friends, the lie of Project 2025. And why is it that the Democrats would go out of their way, knowing it is a lie, JD, knowing that Donald Trump has said this has nothing to do with him, why would they go on and continue to tell this lie?
Well, Laura, you know, you just asked me to enter the mind of Kamala Harris, and that's a very dark place. But my guess is she talks about this because she's got nothing else to talk about, and she can't run on her record, right? Kamala Harris can't run on lowering the price of groceries because groceries went up by 25% under her leadership. She can't run on lowering the price of housing because housing is 40% more expensive because of her leadership. And we know she can't run on closing the border because she opened the border. So what she's going to do is lie about Donald J. Trump instead of tell the American people that she screwed up and they shouldn't send her anywhere near the Oval Office. Now, I happen to think that if Kamala really believes what she says, Laura, and she really wants to lower the price of groceries and lower the price of housing and secure the southern border, she is welcome to vote for Donald J. Trump. There's 11 days left, and we'd welcome. But the spirit of bipartisanship is alive in this hangar. We would welcome the support of Kamala Harris. I think it'd be the most honest thing she'd done in public life. But, Laura, you know, and Al, your question made me think about this, so Laura and I both have toddlers, right, or close to it. Your kids are a little bit older. I've got a 7, 4, and 2-year-old. And the thing I'll tell you about toddlers is that when they lie kind of like Kamala Harris does. And here, let me give you an example, okay? So I'm a baker. You may be surprised that me and my 4-year-old...
You know what I am, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to culinary school.
That's awesome. Yeah. I didn't know that.
No, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt your story. I love that we know this about each other now.
You know, I'm a baker. So my 4-year-old boy and I were baking an Oreo cake a couple weeks ago. And you got to, like, break up the Oreos and put it in a cake. And I go to the bathroom and I come back and half the Oreos are gone. And I say, son, what happened to the Oreos? And he didn't kind of say, the dog ate them or one of my siblings ate them. He said, I didn't eat the Oreos, you did. And this, Al, is Kamala Harris is trying to bankrupt Social Security, but you talk to her about it and say, oh, no, I'm not trying to do that, you did. Or Kamala Harris, you opened the border. She's actually running on the idea that the reason the border is open is not because of her policies. She's been in power the last 4 years. It's because of Donald J. Trump. That kind of lying is so brazen and so dishonest. Only 4-year-olds and only Kamala Harris accuse us of doing the very thing she's already done.
I love it. Or she'll just rip it off. Like no tax on tips. She'll just rip it off if she needs to, right? All right, next question is Joe. Where is Joe? Hello.
Hello. Hey, Senator Vance.
How you doing, man?
Welcome back to North Carolina. My name's Joe. I'm here with my 3 boys, Sam, Jack, and Joey.
Good-looking crew?
Yes. We're from Cornelius, North Carolina. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and thank you for your service. But more importantly is I'm a Christian, and we're a Christian family. Jesus is Lord. Millions of Christians are expected not to vote in this election. What is your message to Christians, leading up to 11 days to the election?
Yes, sir. Well, again, Joe, thank you for your service and thanks for bringing your family to such an important event. I hope that you guys don't look like you're old enough to vote yet. Is that right? Well, if I was Kamala Harris, I'd say register him anyway, but it's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait, Joe. But I've heard this statistic, Joe, that 30 million church-going Christians aren't even registered to vote in the United States of America. And I really think that is, look, we've got to get people who care about religious liberty out there to vote. I mean, did you all see this? It was really sick, and I don't even understand it, but one of Kamala Harris's chief allies, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, is pretending to give Holy Communion, and she's like doing it with a Dorito, with some weird podcast star. Like, the only reason you would do that is to slap Christians in the face and insult them, and the people that are trying to insult your faith, they're sure as heck not going to protect your faith when the time comes to protect it. And that's what I'd say, whatever the issue is, right? I mean, Kamala Harris wants to force Christian hospitals to perform really, like late-term abortions, right? She's actually proposed that. They want to force nuns to close up shop because the nuns won't do their ministry the way that Kamala Harris wants them to. I happen to believe that we're a big enough country where we can respect people's religious right of conscience, let them practice their faith how they want to. Don't tell the federal government that they get to dictate people's faith to them. And Joe, I mean, look, I'm a person of faith. I care very deeply about it. I go to church every Sunday, though sometimes not on the campaign trail because we're out on the campaign trail. But look, what do Christians care about? I mean, in my experience, they care about being able to raise their kids with their values. How about sending your kids to schools or homeschooling them where they get an education instead of an indoctrination? Right? So if you want to educate your kids as you see fit, if you'd like to be able to raise your children in the faith of your family, if you'd like to be able to teach your children that the Christian faith is true and the gospel of Jesus Christ is real, as I believe that it is, you ought to have the right to do that in the United States of America. And the final point I'll make about this, Joe, is these guys are going out there aggressively insulting Christians with everything they do. It's not just Gretchen Whitmer. It's the policies they pursue, the way that they talk about Christians. Of course, there was the rally where somebody shouted something. It was a simple, I think they said, Jesus is Lord. And Kamala Harris said, you're at the wrong rally. Well, if you think Jesus is Lord, you're at the right rally right now, first of all. But I'll say this too, Joe. Even if you don't share my religious faith, I'm still going to fight for your right to practice your faith as you see fit, because my obligation is to the Constitution. It'd be good if Kamala Harris agreed.
And how about the fact that when Donald Trump got back in the White House, we could finally again say Merry Christmas. That was nice. I heard Kamala doesn't like that very much, but that's okay. I am often reminded, time and time again, how close we are to World War III, JD. It's a very scary thing, I think, for a lot of people. And I think back to a time when Donald Trump was in the White House, first president in 82 years with no new wars under his leadership. We had the Abraham Accords, of course, in the Middle East, historic peace agreements that people said would never happen. Talk about, for a minute, if you would, why it's so important in this moment right now to have strong leadership in the White House, our commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. We see things going on in the Middle East. We see what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. We see China, saber-rattling in the South China Sea. We see all of these things feeling rather unstable around the world. Why is it important that we have Donald Trump back there to make sure we stabilize things?
Yeah, such a good question, and I didn't fully appreciate this, Laura, until I got into the United States Senate. And what even some of my Democrat colleagues will admit, of course when the cameras are off, but they will admit that the bad guys all over the world, they were kind of scared of Donald Trump, right? and that fear kept a lot of aggression in check, and it kept a lot of wars that otherwise would have started from starting in the first place. And why do you have Russia invading Ukraine during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have Iran and Hamas attacking Israel during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have China saber-rattling during Kamala Harris's watch? It's because who could possibly fear Kamala Harris? No one. Right? I don't even say that to make fun of Kamala Harris, a little bit for that reason. But more importantly, think about this. This is a woman who is terrified of softball media interviews, and we think that she's going to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Look, Laura, I was raised by a grandmother who was a devout Christian, by the way, but also loved the F word. She was a woman of many tensions. But my grandmother was tough. She was smart and she was tough. I can't imagine having somebody like Kamala Harris, who's terrified of her own friendly media negotiating on behalf of the United States. You think it's bad now, and it is bad now. It's only going to get so much worse because this stuff compounds on itself, right? One bad domino falls, and then another bad domino falls, and then all of a sudden, God forbid, you're in a major world conflict. And the other thing that Donald Trump, I think, the president really appreciated something that many American leaders have forgotten. President Trump appreciated that the most precious resource we have in the United States of America, and I know we've got a lot of folks here today who fit this description, is the people who put on the uniform and are willing to sacrifice their lives for their fellow citizens. That's an amazing thing. But what do you do with precious resources? You use it wisely. You don't ask our military to be the policemen of the world. You ask them to be the defenders of the United States Constitution and the people who swear allegiance to it. And that is important. That peace through strength approach, but also the smart diplomacy, right? Peace through strength, smart diplomacy. That's the record of Donald Trump. And Laura, you remember this, I'm sure, better than I do. But remember when they said, the media and people like Kamala Harris said that we'd have World War III?
Oh.
Again, it's another you stole the cookie, not me. They're on the verge of World War III, and they have the audacity to say that Donald Trump, the president of peace through strength, is anything but. We need to get back to stability in the world, and Donald Trump is the only guy who's going to deliver it.
Absolutely. All right. We have time for one last question. Our lucky last question is coming from John. Hey, John.
Hi, Senator Vance and Chairwoman Trump. I'm John from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm currently in law school, and I'm worried about the opportunities for the future. And under Sleepy Joe and Kamala, inflation has been catastrophic, and the economy is a disaster.
Sure.
So what are the Trump-Vance team going to be able to do to bring down this record-hot inflation and create more economic opportunities for younger Americans?
So I appreciate the question. I want to answer it. Before I do, can we just give a round of applause to the great RNC co-chair, Laura Trump, for doing such a good job for our party. She really...
Thank you. Cheating in this election, I can tell you that much.
That's right. But one of the things, Laura, I think you've done is give people faith in this election. And obviously nothing's ever going to be perfect. It never was. It never will be. But we are in a much better position in 2024 thanks to the leadership of Laura Trump. So get out there and vote. Get out there and vote.
Yeah.
Just don't clap. Get out there and vote because we're winning North Carolina, but we're only going to keep winning it if we work our tails off for the next 11 days. Now, I want to answer your question, man, because, look, in some ways I'm heartbroken at the sentiment behind the question because the American dream, man, is the story of my life. I was raised by my grandmother. We didn't always have a whole lot of money, but we always had faith in the promise of this country. I genuinely believed, even when times were really tough, that because this was the greatest country in the world, so long as I worked hard and played by the rules, I would be able to achieve my dreams. And to me, that was above running for office or starting a business or writing a book. That was getting married and having a family, and that's the way in which this country has been best to me. So we've got 3 beautiful little kids. You know, there's sometimes hellions, but we love them anyway. And that's the way in which the country's been so good to me. And what I worry about is unless we get better leadership, man, the next generation is not going to be able to talk about the future in the way that I was able to talk about the future when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio. I think there are a couple things that we've got to do. So number one is you've got to make it easier for young Americans to build wealth in this country. We've got way too many Americans, way too many young people. They're mired in credit card debt. Credit card delinquencies have shot through the roof over the last few months. They have no prospect of owning a home. They have no prospect of really building a life. I don't want young Americans to be paupers, to be permanent renters in the society built by their parents and grandparents. I want them to have a life. And that life, I think, starts with owning a stake in this country. So to be very specific, we want to do a few things. Number one, like I said earlier, we're going to drill, baby, drill to lower energy costs, but also to create a lot of good jobs in the energy sector, and also that'll make it easier to manufacture in the United States of America. The biggest cost for our manufacturers is often energy. If we lower energy costs, we're going to create a Donald Trump golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, and that wealth is going to flow to everybody. Young, old, rich, and poor. That golden age of prosperity is fundamentally why Donald Trump is running for president this time around. We're going to do it. We got to. Second thing we got to do is we've got to make it easier for young people to buy a home. Right? Housing crisis have increased by 40% under Kamala Harris's leadership, man. I want you to be able to grow up, finish law school, get a good job, buy a home, and raise a family if you so choose. And that dream is getting further and further away for a lot of young American families. When President Trump is back in office, here's what he's going to do. Number one, we're going to lower interest rates so that people can afford to buy homes again. Mortgage interest rates are way too high. Number two, because we've got a lot of illegal aliens in this country that are occupying homes that ought to go to young Americans, we're going to deport people, and we're going to get a border back in this country to make sure American homes go to American citizens. And then the third thing that we're going to do, and President Trump is one of the biggest and starkest differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and there's a lot of them. But Kamala Harris actively brags about making it easier to ship American jobs overseas and to raise taxes on working Americans. And think about this. I mean, I've never seen a politician, President Trump and I were talking about this a few weeks ago, I've never seen a politician actively say she wants to raise your taxes. Now, sometimes they do want to raise your taxes, but they lie to you. Kamala Harris is out there saying, we're going to eliminate big tax cuts for the American workers. We're going to raise the taxes of the American people. Donald Trump thinks that's exactly upside down. Here's what we're going to do when President Trump is back in the White House. We're going to cut taxes for American workers and penalize the companies that are shipping American jobs overseas. That's how you create prosperity for the next generation. That's what we're going to do.
Just to go back to what I said earlier, I sort of mentioned, I said they're not going to cheat this time around. Let me just be very clear about this. We are never going to repeat the election of 2020 ever again. Okay? When I took over as co-chair of the RNC alongside another North Carolinian, our chairman, Michael Watley, from right here in North Carolina, we said, what do we need to do to make sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections? And we said, you know what we'll do? We're going to put together the most comprehensive and aggressive election integrity operation this country's ever seen.
Hear, hear.
And in addition, we're going to promise, we're going to get a lofty goal together, and we'll just put it out there and see what happens. 100,000 people that we would train as poll watchers, poll workers, and legal experts. And I'm happy to report, as of about a week ago, we have trained 230,000 people. But wait, there's more. We have decided that it's time we send a clear message. We're not going to tiptoe around these things. If you're a person who is going to cheat in an election, we will find you, we'll track you down, and we'll prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you are illegally voting in our elections, JD, and you are a person who is not a legal citizen and we find out you're voting, we're going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. That means you're leaving this country. Is working. I get texts and phone calls, you can imagine, all the time since early voting has started. And we are identifying problems as they happen. There were 2,500 ballots we found in Lancaster County just yesterday that were fake ballots. Our team identified them, we got rid of them, and everybody knows what to look out for because we've trained everybody very well. They know not to try to get through. So we feel very good. But to close us up tonight, JD, I just want to say thank you to you specifically, because I can appreciate probably more than anyone what it's like to get thrust out into this. No one appreciates that more. Just a little something to leave with. If you guys need to get a little hyped up over the next 11 days, do yourself a favor. Go look up on YouTube all the videos, JD, of all the folks in the mainstream media on November 8th, 2016, reporting that Donald Trump was winning state after state after state. Donald Trump wins Ohio. Donald Trump wins Florida. Donald Trump wins North Carolina. Y'all go back. Take a look at those. Get ready, because that's the kind of heat and energy we're going to be bringing on November 5th. So, JD, would you close us out and tell the great people here of my home state of North Carolina what we need to do over the next 11 days?
Here's first of all, Laura, thanks so much for doing this, and thanks to all of you for being here. Here's what we need to do over the next 11 days is get out there, vote, get your friends and family to vote, and remember who we're fighting for. I'm going to tell you just a very brief story, if I may, of a woman, a 40-year, she's a retiree, but for 40 years, her and her husband had done steak night on Friday night. And I'm not talking about buying a fancy steak at a steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store. And that was their ritual, and they did it in good times and bad until last year, because grocery prices got so high that under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's leadership, they had to give up this family ritual that gave them a lot of meaning. When we're going out there and we're working, and I know all of us are going to work as hard as we can, remember that what we're fighting for is to allow our people to live a good life in the country that all of us love. We've got the best people, the best resources, the most generous human beings anywhere in the world. The only thing that is broken about our country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's change that and give the people.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Oh, I got to go to church on y'all. Praise the Lord. Let everything that hath breath praise ye the Lord. Here we go. All right. Good evening again to everyone. So glad that everyone is here. This is the second part of our town hall meeting, and now we are going to meet with Senator JD Vance, who is the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. Let's greet him with a welcome. JD Vance, would you please come out? Yep.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I want to first say thank you for your willingness to come to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and talk to a local church pastor and congregation and city. I will say you almost got me in a lot of trouble.
I tend to do that.
Yes. It's unfortunate we had some mixed messaging and messaging that was in error concerning this town hall meeting. This is a town hall meeting sponsored by Black Pastors United for Education. And you are our invited guests, and we're so glad that you're here.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
I hope that while you're here, you feel the love of God, hospitality from Christian people, and that you know that this is a public space to have a public conversation. Some things that we're going to talk about tonight will be difficult, or, it's a serious conversation, but I believe we're up for the challenge.
Sure.
So let's start with the national report card.
Sounds good.
The National Assessment of Educational Progress, a congressionally mandated large-scale assessment administered by the National Center for Educational Statistics, provide these following statistics. In 2022, as it relates to math proficiency, 35% of white students are proficient in math, 14% of Hispanic students are proficient in math, and 9% of black students are proficient in math.
Wow.
Reading proficiency. 38% of white students are proficient in reading, 21% of Hispanic students are proficient in reading, and 16% of black students in America are proficient in reading. And this is not a new problem. In 1990, 15% of 8th graders were proficient in math. And in 2022, 26% of students are proficient in math in 8th grade. In 1992, 29% of 8th graders were proficient in reading. And in 2022, 31% of 8th graders are proficient in reading. Here's my first question. Senator Vance, why hasn't this crisis that is plaguing America led the national political conversation leading up to this historic election?
Well, Pastor, first of all, thank you for doing this. And I appreciate everybody for having me and for having an open mind to what I'm going to say. And hopefully I'll just answer your questions as well as I can. And, I'd ask, we are in a house of God. Please spare a prayer for me and my family tonight. We certainly need it, and we need the wisdom and the courage of God. So I appreciate being here, and I appreciate everybody being interested in what I have to say. Thank you. You ask why this hasn't led the conversation. Why isn't this a national crisis and a national emergency? Because I knew that it was bad now. I actually didn't quite realize that it had been pretty bad for now going on 30 years. And I think probably the answer for why isn't this a more significant focus of American public life, why isn't this a more significant focus of this election, is that the American people who suffer the most under bad education and bad education policies are not the powerful, they're not the rich, and very often it is the rich and powerful that our conversation focuses on and not on common people, whatever the color of their skin. Because what was also so striking is that while, yes, those educational proficiency numbers were awfully bad and worse, they were worst of all for black people, I was kind of shocked that it's a majority of American children, if those statistics are right, and I believe that they are, a majority of American children of every race is not getting a quality education in the United States of America. That's a national scandal. But who is getting a quality education, right? I guarantee you the children of politicians are getting perfectly good education. And obviously I've got 3 beautiful kids myself. Our oldest is in 2nd grade, so we're not thinking that much about quality education. But if you look at where politicians send their kids, very often it is to private schools or at least to very fancy public schools where they know those kids are going to get a quality education. And a big part of why people are suffering today is because they don't have the same school choice that a lot of rich and powerful people have. And I think that's going to be part of the conversation, of course. But to me, one of the things we try to do in this campaign, and I know, I'm not going to get too political here. I want to respect the fact that we're in a house of God. But I do think that one of the things that we've tried to do in this campaign, and we haven't always done it perfectly, is to try to elevate the concerns of normal people. Right? Not just the rich, not just the powerful, not just the people who have political connections, but we tried to elevate the concerns of working people in the United States of America. And there's a whole host of issues, of course, that working people care a lot about, but I think that at the very top of that list is education, because if your kids don't have a good education, we know they're not going to be able to have much of a good chance at life.
Thank you. You mentioned something about faith, and
Yeah.
I want to bring in some voices from the community. Jeff Coleman, who is the host of Morning Light on Lighthouse TV, he asked this question. This is what he says. Political candidates aren't always clear about their faith.
Sure.
And because of that, people tend to make up what they want. How do you define your faith, and what do you believe?
Well, I appreciate that question. So I'm a devout, practicing, church-going Christian. And I say that. I was actually baptized for the first time in 2019, so that wasn't always true. And I was raised by my mamaw, and one of the things that I've always felt a certain affinity for the Southern black story in the United States of America, because the story of my family is that my family, obviously white, came from Appalachia and moved into the Midwest for good jobs in the steel mill. That's what brought my family out of the deep poverty of Appalachia. And I know that's a similar story for a lot of folks who grew up in the Delta, who grew up in the Deep South, who moved into Chicago, moved into Michigan, moved into Pennsylvania, because this was the land of opportunity. That's where, even if you didn't go to college, you had an opportunity to raise a family. Now, I was raised by that grandmother, because my mom struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of my life, and she was a woman of very profound Christian faith. She didn't graduate from high school, but she thought more about what the Bible required of her than any person that I've ever met in my life. And she was, in some ways a woman of many contrasts. She loved the Lord. She also loved the F word. I mean, she had a foul mouth on her, and I love Mamaw, but that's okay. But I remember when I went to, so I left high school. I served 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. And then by around the time that I got out of the Marines and was starting college at Ohio State, don't hold it against me, I know you're a Minnesota guy, I started to think that I knew more than Mamaw did. And I started to think that to be educated and to be knowledgeable in the ways of the world meant that I had to discard the Christian faith that Mamaw had raised me in. And I think that's a story for a lot of kids, a lot of adolescents. They start to think that they know a little bit, and then they start to think that they know a lot. And as I became a more mature young man, and I've got my beautiful wife Usha here with me today, and I was dating her. I fell in love with her. I knew that I wanted to marry this beautiful young girl, and I wanted to have a family with her. And you start thinking about the big questions about, what do you want to be as a father? What do you want to be as a husband? What is required of me to be a good man? And I kept coming back to the answers were found in the gospel of Jesus Christ. And so that led me back to my faith. And I got baptized for the first time, like I said, in 2019. And we're actually flying to New York tomorrow morning. We're flying to New York tonight. But we got our 3 little kids who are going to be there, and we're looking for a church we can go to tomorrow morning in New York. It's a little bit troublesome to bring our kids to church, because we've got about 40 Secret Service agents who come with us, so it takes a little bit of prior planning. But I think that, one of the critical, just if I could say one more thing on that, Pastor, one of the critical to me takeaways of the Christian faith is, whether big or small, whether rich or poor, Christian politics should be about the common good. Whether you're a Bible-believing Christian or not, you should pursue the kind of society where people can live a good life, where they can raise their children with good values, where if they work hard, they can earn enough to provide for a family. And I think fundamentally that is how I see my politics, as motivated by that sense that if you work hard and play by the rules, whether you agree with my religious faith or not, you ought to be able to provide for a family, you ought to be able to give your kids a good education, and you ought to be able to build a life in this country that all of us love. That, to me, is the politics of the common good, and it's very much influenced by my Christian faith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to give you some voices from our community.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that I appreciate about this evening is my ability to champion something different than what typically happens. I truly and wholeheartedly believe that the church has to reclaim our ancient prophetic responsibility, which is the prophet's job was always to come to the lawmaker and make sure that you are securing justice for all people.
That's right.
And equity amongst equals has to be the tenor and the tone of the day. And so I want to give you a few voices from our community and then let you respond to which one you would like to. Fifth grade student here in Harrisburg asked the question, why are teachers so underpaid? 11th grade student in Harrisburg makes a profound statement. I think this is ingenious. His mom is right here. The curriculum is outdated. I feel like it isn't changing fast enough. Learning is more about just knowing how to pass a test, and everything is constantly changing, but education is at a standstill. A parent in our community who graduated from the local high school says, I went to Harrisburg High School where we didn't have textbooks, and what we did have came from the 70s. I have seen the effects of 30-plus children in one classroom. 14-year-old kid from Harrisburg says these words, it's easier to get a gun on the street than it is to get a good job. And might I add, a good education.
Yep.
What is your response to the people in my community who have these concerns that stem from a very real lived experience?
Yes, sir. Well, that's some very difficult truth out there, and I'll try to respond to as much of it as I can because there's a lot there. And to whoever is the mother of that child, you ought to be proud of them because that's an interesting thought, and that's what we want out of our young people is to think interesting thoughts. So on the teachers who are underpaid, and I agree, a lot of our teachers are underpaid, and if you look at it, there's something really broken because. To the young person who asked that question, we're spending more and more on education, and yet our teachers aren't getting the pay increases that they should. And of course, our kids aren't getting the quality of education increase that they should. And you ask why that is, and unfortunately, it's because we spend way too much on education bureaucracy, on education administration, and not enough on teachers and not enough on students. That's my sense of that problem. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I really believe in the promise of school choice, because when you give parents and you give the people who care the most about these children the control over those kids' education, they're going to choose better than anybody else what's best for their kid. But a lot of people can't choose because they don't have the money to choose. I mean, I grew up in a family where we did not have the money to choose. I went to Middletown High School because that was all that there was. And I was blessed to have some good teachers, but we got a lot of schools that are really underfunded and don't have the resources that they need, or for some complicated reason aren't giving kids a good education. One of the ways to solve this, I believe, is to give scholarships, is to give vouchers to every single parent, every grandparent who is caring for a child so that they can choose the educational choice that makes the most sense for their families. Now, I think, some of the other points that were raised about easier to get a gun than it is to find a job. There's a guy, I'm a Republican, and so typically Republicans are considered on the conservative side of the aisle. There's a very interesting book written by a very left-wing guy by the name of William Julius Wilson, a very profoundly intelligent black sociologist. I believe he's getting up there in years. I wouldn't be surprised if he's retired at this point. But he wrote this book called The Truly Disadvantaged, and it's about how when we lost all of our manufacturing jobs, America used to have the most powerful industrial economy in the world. We shipped a lot of those jobs to Mexico. We shipped a lot of those jobs to China. And we made it harder for people who didn't go to college to be able to earn a middle-class wage. I think that decision was a disgrace. I hate to say it, it was bipartisan. Republicans and Democrats participated in it. But one of the things we're trying to do in this campaign is say that if we can rebuild the manufacturing economy, we can rebuild the foundation of a middle-class life. So it's going to be easier to get a good job than it is to find a gun in the United States of America. That's got to change. I'm heartbroken by that because I don't want, if you grow up in a community where it's easier to find a gun than it is to find a job, then we shouldn't be surprised that a lot of young people, especially a lot of young men, are going to choose the gun instead of choosing the job if that's the easy option that's available to them. We have to make it easy to build prosperity and not easy to pursue a life of crime. And unfortunately for a lot of our kids, we're not doing that. I think that the one other thing that I'd say here is if you're a kid and you're looking to the future with hopelessness, your life is just going to be a lot harder. There are a lot of things that weren't easy about my life, but I always had a certain faith in the future. And if you don't have that faith in the future, if you don't have that hope in the future, I think that's the fundamental or a fundamental truth of the Christian faith is that God is in control, so we always got to have hope. But there are a lot of kids who don't feel that. And if we can create more hope out there, I think that's the best way to encourage these kids to get on the right pathway. But it's going to be hard unless people like me pursue smarter policies that give people access to quality education, that make sure the teacher pay does rise and not just the bureaucracy pay, and also to give parents and grandparents the choice of where to send their kids to school. We do all those things, and I think that's the best way to solve that problem of too many young kids not seeing the future as a place of hope.
I appreciate that. But here's my question, though.
Please.
We're America.
Yeah.
We're full of creatives. We're full of
Yes, we are.
innovators. We can't have both and. We can't have a strong public school, which is the foundation of education in America, that our public schools can be properly funded and that the teachers can be taken care of, well paid, that the teachers union, which I wholeheartedly believe was instituted to take care of teachers.
Sure.
Right? And so I don't automatically believe that the motives are necessarily bad. They just may see it differently than I do. But is there a way for us in America to have both and? Strong public schools as well as school choice options for our parents?
So I think so, though I'll have to be honest with you that what I've seen over the last few years makes me worry that something about the teachers' unions, the leadership, not of course the membership, the great teachers who are doing a great job, but there's something about the leadership of the teachers' unions that has become so preoccupied with particular political viewpoints, or during the COVID pandemic is when I really lost my faith in a lot of the leadership of the unions, because they seem to be so preoccupied with keeping kids out of school, even well past the point when we knew that it was making our kids much less capable, when it was really hurting our kids' language and reading development. So I would like to believe that we can have both a strong public school system and a strong private school system. I do think that it requires, look, when you screw up, you ought to be honest with the people and say, look, I made a mistake. I do think it requires a little bit of the teachers having to come to the teachers' unions, the leadership of the teachers' unions, having a bit of a come to Jesus moment, no pun intended, and saying to the American people, yeah, we kind of screwed up, but we're committed to the education of American children. We're going to fight for it. I do think that's important. The other point I'll say, Pastor, is, I'm not an expert in this. I won't pretend to be, but I try to read a lot and try to understand the implications of public policy. What I've seen is that when parents and grandparents get more school choice, it actually improves not just the private schools, it improves the public schools too. Because if the public schools know that there's competition, if they know that they don't have a monopoly control over the lives of these young people, they've got to step up and they've got to do a better job. And I think that's one of the strongest arguments for school choice, is not just to give parents and grandparents a choice, but to make the quality of our public schools better for the parents who choose that.
Interesting. Well, I wrote an article that made it to the Wall Street Journal this past year, and
that's a big one.
I'm hoping that we could be a discerning people, though, because the name of my article, what I entitled it, was different than what the public heard. The title that you all know the article under is Black Voters Demand School Choice. The title of the article for me was, Is This Really Democracy?
Interesting.
And here's why I wrote that article. School choice is a Republican-sponsored bill that's supported by 76% Democrats, 61% Republicans. Over 90% of black voters are in support of school choice. Over 80% of Hispanic voters are for school choice. And here's my question. Why aren't lawmakers listening to our voices and carrying out our wishes concerning school choice?
Well,
and is this democracy?
Well, I would say no, it's not democracy, as a matter of fact, because there are a lot of things, and again, I don't want to get too partisan in here, but there are a lot of things that I think are happening in this country right now that there's been no consent from the voting public to happen. Again, forgive me for making this argument, but did anybody, whether they voted for a Democrat or a Republican in the last election, did anybody consent to having their communities flooded with fentanyl over the last few years? I think the answer is no. So we got to get back to recognizing that government happens through consent, and if the American people aren't consenting to this stuff, then we got a real problem. And on the topic of school choice, so we have to ask ourselves, why is it that something that is universally popular is not actually happening right now? And I think, unfortunately, it's the reality of how interest group politics happens in Washington, D.C. And I've only been a senator for a couple of years, or how interest group politics happens in Pennsylvania or each of our individual states is if you've got 10 people who don't have a strong political voice pushing for one thing, but then you've got one guy who's really powerful and connected pushing for something else. Unfortunately, very often, it's the one guy who's in the ear of the politicians. That's who people listen to. They don't listen nearly enough to the 10 people who don't have as powerful of a voice. And what I think we need to do, I mean, if you're a school choice voter, and I believe in school choice, I really do. If you look at what President Trump, I mean, I sponsored legislation in the United States Senate to make it easier for parents to get access to vouchers so they could send their kids to school wherever they wanted to, because I think that's important. But whatever your views on this particular issue, if you're not willing to vote for the other candidate, if a particular politician thinks that he's going to be able to take your vote for granted, then he's never going to do what you want him to do. And I don't think that means you've always got to vote for my side or that you're ever going to be wrong or that you're always going to be wrong if you vote against my side. Look, I understand partisan politics is tough and nobody is ever going to be perfect all the time. But I think it's important, and again, I know I'm speaking to a lot of black voters in the room, I think it's important for people to know that they can't take your vote for granted. And that is the way I think that we're going to get school choice, is that the people who support school choice start withholding their votes from politicians who refuse to do what the people want to do.
Here's my question. Here's my follow-up question to
Please.
that. There are some people who don't believe that school choice is a good or viable option for all Americans. There are some people who believe that school choice will be manipulated by the wealthy and that will be really a ploy to take away from our public schools. And I have to stand up because in case people don't know, I don't care what school you in. I care about the students.
That's right.
I don't care if it's public school. I care about the public schools because they have students. I don't care if it's private school because if they have students, I'm concerned. I don't care if it's homeschool. But there are some people who fundamentally believe that if we have school choice in America, that money will take away from the public schools, which are already underfunded. In Pennsylvania, for instance, our public schools are underfunded because they're funded through property tax. And here in Harrisburg, I know you know nothing about like the Carlisle Pike, but the Carlisle Pike is a business district that brings in a lot of money.
Yep.
We don't have that in Harrisburg. So if the funding for our schools here in Harrisburg that house mainly black and brown people don't have those type of business districts, don't have those type of $1 million homes that drive up property tax that we can get viable, well-funded schools, then to introduce something like school choice sounds like you're trying to already take away from a system that is already hurting. And I don't want that to happen. What can we do to improve our public schools? I think I'm for school choice too. I'm for school choice. I'm for public schools. But here's my question. What can we do specifically for the public schools? Is there anything that we can do that can help the public schools, or can public schools thrive in a world, in America, with coinciding with school choice laws? Can we do both and?
So I do think that we can do both. I do think we can do both and that's part of the reason why I talked about, the evidence that I've seen. Again, I'm not an expert, but the evidence that I've seen suggests that school choice actually improves the quality of both the private schools and the public schools, right? So that is the both and solution in a lot of ways, is to create some competition. But I take your point. I take your point that, okay, what about the public schools that just don't have enough money to do what they need to do? Or what about, are we worried, to your point, that if we do school choice, it somehow just gets captured by an interest group, and the money's going to the interest group instead of to the students? Because I think both of us share this view that we care about the students. Look, I think that counsels in favor of us being careful, right? It doesn't mean that every private school is going to be perfect. It doesn't mean that we should do school choice and then just sort of wash our hands of the education system and say no more. Like, there are going to be, it's just the nature, it's human nature, right? I'm a Christian. I believe in that people sin, and no system, no matter how good it is, no matter how improved it is going to have faults in it. There are going to be problems with it. But do I think that promoting school choice is going to be an improvement on what we have today? I do think that. And to your particular point about public schools specifically, I think we have to ask ourselves which public schools are underfunded, because it's not all of them, right? It's not all of them. We know that some public schools have plenty of money, and some of those public schools need to spend more on teachers and students and less on bureaucrats. I have seen this statistic that if you look at the increase in school funding that we've had, very little of it's gone to the students and very little of it's gone to the teachers. It's all gone to administrators. So we got to change something about that equation, whether it's in private schools or in public schools. We want the money to go to the teachers and to the students. But I think, of course, look, if you've got a public school district where the per pupil spending, or the amount that we're spending per each student is way underfunded, then we've got to figure out how to solve that problem. And again, school choice to me, the way to think about it, at least the way I think about it, is not that school choice is going to fix every problem in American education, is that it's an incremental step towards giving parents more choice and giving children a better education. We got to do good. We got to make small improvements, and I think school choice is a way to make actually a big improvement, but it's not going to solve every problem, even though I do believe it's a big improvement.
Mother, father, move here from the Pali. They don't speak the language. Their child doesn't speak the language, can't read, but the public school is the catch-all, right?
That's right.
So I wholeheartedly believe sometimes our public schools need more resources and maybe more administrators to deal with these things. But you mentioned something that I think is very significant. When people come here that are, this is a refuge for some people, and when I'm talking about people who come here legally, I'm not talking about illegal, but people who come here legally, as a refuge, they usually don't go to the suburbs because that's too expensive. They come to the city, and when they come to the city, our schools can't do what Cumberland Valley or Mechanicsburg or Central Dauphin can do when they come to Harrisburg. And so I know competition sounds like the order of the day. Make the public schools compete. But I think there's a greater issue at hand. It's intentional that people of color are in neighborhoods like we are, something called redlining.
Sure.
Right? That make sure that people who live in this city, don't have the resources necessary. And I believe we live in a country now that we're free and we've made tremendous progress. I am so elated that we live in a country now that has the potential to have a black woman as a president, right? I praise God for that progress, right? But at the same time, we have to live in the tension. Do we need identity politics, or do we need politicians, lawmakers that will protect the interests of all people? And I'm concerned with the least of these.
Yes, sir.
And so when I speak of public schools, some of our public schools never have a chance. They can't compete because they're not on equal footing with their competitors. What do you say to a school like Harrisburg that doesn't have the business district and that is redlined in such a way that the resources will never come to them? How do they get proper funding for these kids in my neighborhood?
Look, it's a tough question, and obviously I don't know everything about the Harrisburg School District in the same way that I don't know everything about inner city Philadelphia, and I don't know everything about rural central Pennsylvania. But I think that there's got to be a combination, kind of an all of the above approach, right? So we've already talked about school choice. I won't keep banging on about school choice. Look, I do think that we got to look at how much are we spending per kid, whether in the public schools and the private schools, and we want to make sure that each kid is having a fair amount spent on them. I mean, if a kid in Harrisburg is getting half the resources of a kid in some other community, well, that's a problem, and that's a problem that we got to fix, and I think we can fix it through a combination of state and federal policy, but that's something I'd love to work with you on and talk to you about, because I don't fully understand in different states, different localities, right? There's property taxes interacting with state policy, interacting with federal policy. I think it's going to be hard to have a one-size-fits-all solution there, but I do think that people of good conscience can say it's ridiculous that because you grew up a black kid in a tough community, you don't get a chance at a quality education. That's why we have people like me going around. We're trying to fix problems, right? Or at least improve problems. So I'm committed to working on it. I'm not going to tell you that I know exactly what the solution is, because I think the solution is going to be 100 different problems. There's going to be 100 different solutions to each one of those problems. But I think the principle at work that we have to follow is, look, you cannot have a good life in the United States of America unless you start with a proper foundation of good education. I mean, we're in a house of God. Of course, education matters for skills and education matters for jobs, but how do you have a relationship with God, which I as a Christian would like people to do, if you can't even read the Bible, right? So there's a principle here that I think that we need to work towards. I think school choice is part of, but not the whole solution. But I think the rest of the solution is going to come from a combination of hopefully federal, state, and local policymakers trying to solve this problem. I do believe, I'm not an expert here. I do believe that one of the biggest problems that affects education, it affects the political divides that we have in our country, is that when we try to shut people off in tiny little enclaves and tiny little communities, and we don't let them leave, and we don't let them interact with their fellow Americans, of course that's what redlining did, I think that has a profoundly negative effect on our country. People ask why we have so much division in this country. I think the division is actually is downstream. It's a follow-on effect to the fact that we are living in more segregated neighborhoods than we were 40 years ago. It's a consequence of the fact that the gulf between rich and poor has actually gotten bigger than it did 30, 40 years ago. And I think that goes back to the decline, I hate to repeat this, the decline of the manufacturing economy. Because when you destroyed the foundation of millions of middle-class lifestyles, you destroyed the foundation fundamentally, I think, of any kind of commonality that we can build as a country. But I'm an optimist. And fundamentally, I think that we're at least talking about these problems. We haven't figured out all the solutions to these problems, but the fact that we're talking about rebuilding the middle-class manufacturing economy means that we're going to solve that problem. Because that's what Americans do. I really do believe that. Black, white, brown, whatever the color of your skin, we solve problems, and we're at least talking about these things in a way that's going to lead to a solution. Let me tell you just one other context, or one other way I think about this is, so almost nobody in my family has a college degree. I was the first in my family, my immediate family, to get a bachelor's degree. So if you look at the life premium on having a bachelor's degree versus not going to college, I was shocked to learn this. A person with a bachelor's degree lives 7 years longer on average than people who don't have a bachelor's degree, okay? You want to talk about division? You talk about the fact that if you don't go to college, you die 7 years sooner than people who went to college. That's a real division. That's a real problem that people like me have to work and we have to fight to solve. I think a big part of it is rebuilding an economy that works for American workers again. I think a big part of it is letting people keep more of their hard-earned money. That's a big part of it. That's one of the reasons why I'm a Republican. I think part of it is fixing our education system, and like we talked about, school choice is part of it. But I am committed to solving the real problems. If I've got one frustration, and you'll never hear me complain about this campaign, because it's the honor of my life to be able to sit here in front of all of you and ask you to make me your next vice president. The one frustration I have is that politicians too often talk about the fake problems instead of the real problems. The real problem in this country is that way too many people have fallen behind economically. The real problem in this country is that if you don't have a bachelor's degree, a lot of people are going to lose years off their life because of it. Again, talk about my family a little bit. I believe I have one close relative I've ever seen make it to 70. Everybody else, from my dad to the grandfather who raised me, it's just like people die in their 60s, and those are the lucky ones. Well, that's a disgrace, and I think there are a lot of people out there who have seen far too few, especially of their male relatives, make it to the age of 70. You want to talk about inequality? How about the inequality of people not getting to spend a few extra years with their loved ones? We've got to do better, but we're only going to do better if we have politicians who are willing to talk about the real stuff and not the fake stuff.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll end with this. I want to give you the vision for Black Pastors United for Education.
Yes, sir.
So we are embarking on this initiative called Every Church a School Initiative. We want every church in America to be involved in improving the educational plight of the American people. If you look at all of the statistics that injure our community, and I speak from a pastor's perspective, yes, and I've said this over and over, I'm a pastor, I'm not a politician. And this past summer, tragedy came to my home, right, to my family. 19-year-old cousin, shot, killed. She was 6 months pregnant, right? Horrible, right? And so right around where she was shot, there's churches everywhere. And the people, I love hearing the babies. Y'all hear the babies in here? I love them.
I like that too.
Here.
That's good.
I'd rather them be in here than anywhere else.
That's right.
But if the young man or young woman, whoever shot her, was in an after-school program or a summer program or one of our schools, maybe pursuing destiny, pursuing this hope that you talked about, maybe we reduce the gun violence in our neighborhoods. I think the Church of Jesus Christ is the hope of the world.
Amen.
And because of it, I want to see every church in America be a part of this plight to improve the educational future of our children. And so I envision a world where every church would have the potential to do one of the four that I'm going to mention. Number one, a Christian private school. Imagine here in Harrisburg, we had a Christian private school with 700 boys from the inner city. And then turn around and do 700 girls from the inner city. Private Christian school, out of the church. Or a learning center. We have a learning center here. We started this in the middle of COVID. When COVID happened, I was just being a pastor at the office, and my phone started ringing off the hook. 40 to 50 calls a day from parents after the public schools sent their kids home for COVID. And now the kids are virtual learners, and parents are calling and saying, can my kids come there during the day? No. What do you mean during the day? But then I had a member of my church lose her job, a mother with a 7-year-old son. And we hired her. She was the after-school leader. We hired her to oversee the academic day of about 6 or 7 kids. And from that, now we have an academic learning center where 40 kids come here Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And when they come to us failing. And in a brief time, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months, the kids are doing well. Most of the kids who come to our learning center who are inner city kids, they don't have learning problems. They need a different environment. They come to our environment, and next thing you know, they're hitting the honor roll.
That's great. That's awesome.
Right? Learning centers, right? If that's not enough, and let me add a piece to that. Because of how we've done these learning centers, which is at a fraction of the cost for what we're paying for a lot of the education in America, I'm also able to hire members of my church, right, to do meaningful work in their community, building bridges. And then a summer program, right, after school programs, summer programs. This past summer, we had 24 kids here. We split them up in 4 teams, and they built a restaurant, and they were a construction company. On Monday and Wednesdays, they were a restaurant. They made meats, sides, drinks, and desserts. We had a public day where people can come in and buy from them, and the kids made $200 a week. Right? On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they were a construction company painting a house right down the street for one of the members of the community. Right? Every church in America should be able to do that. And we want to pay for it with our own taxpayer dollars. I don't want what I just said to be an opportunity just for the wealthy or just for the middle class, but I'm thinking about the single mother that has 4 kids. The oldest kid is in the public school doing absolutely fine. The second kid needs a private school because they have an affinity for aviation. And so we noticed that early in the child's life and want to send them to a private school that focuses on aviation. And then the 2 younger who struggle, who are differently able because they are on the spectrum of autism and need special type of services. I'm looking at that family and saying, man, what if they had a church that could help all of their students, and affordability isn't an issue because we're leveraging our own taxpayer dollars. Can I say that again? Leveraging our own taxpayer dollars. Let me say it again. Leveraging, I thought I had a church. Our own taxpayer. Where's Brian at? We need Brian for the E flat again. And here's my question to you. Is it possible to leverage school choice laws to obtain this vision for America?
I think it is. And, you know, some things you didn't quite mention, but I think are related is I think that a lot of Christian ministries would love to help folks with childcare, but the federal monies that are out there that go to daycare very often can never be used by churches. Why is that? Why are we making it harder for Christian ministries to do Christian ministry? Why don't we make it easier for them? Because I think that churches are one of the most important, in my view, the most important part of the social fabric of this country. We got to stop trying to cut the church out of doing social services and Christian ministry. It's what they do best. You know, there's something, Pastor, called the Community Development Block Grant. A lot of money flows through the Community Development Block Grant, but not a lot of it flows to churches and to other organizations in the community that would like to be doing good because, unfortunately, our federal government, I think, has made it harder, again, for Christians to do the kind of Christian ministry that Christians do best. I think that there are a lot of ways to use the school choice vouchers, right? If you want to build a 700-boy school and a 700-girl school, then we ought to be facilitating that with the use of these voucher programs. And unfortunately, a lot of times we're not doing that. So we can do a lot better than that. And I think that public policy can play a really important role here. But I think that we got to get out of this mindset, and you hear this all the time, you know, separation of church and state means that we're not going to force you to believe in something you don't want to believe in. And we're not going to force any person to participate in a church service using the power of the federal government. That's an important American principle. It doesn't mean that we kick churches to the curb and prevent them from doing the Lord's work, which is what churches are supposed to do. We got to enable that stuff and not try to disempower churches. And I do think that's just a fundamental difference between how I see the world, and I know how President Trump sees the world, and a lot of other folks who are currently in positions of power. If I can make one more comment, and again, you'll forgive me for getting a little partisan, but I'm running for vice president. The election's in 9 days. I think that if you want to have successful public schools and successful private schools, one of the most important things is that kids can't learn if they've got an empty stomach. We got to make sure that our kids go to school fed, and if they're not, that they get an opportunity to do it in school. So there was a federal program that came out during the Biden-Harris administration, and it didn't get a lot of news, but the basic gist of it was that unless local school districts signed up for allowing biological males to participate in biological female sports, then those schools would be threatened with the reduction of their free and reduced lunch money, okay? Now look, I think it's crazy. To put my card, this is the partisan part, I think it's crazy to allow biological males to compete in sports with biological females. But even if you disagree with me, I think that it is such a terrible thing to take food out of the mouths of poor children because they don't do what the Biden-Harris administration wants them to do. We got to do better. We've got to be willing to say, you live your conscience, I live my conscience, but can we all agree that poor kids ought to go to school with full bellies? That is simple common sense that I'd like to get back to. So,
here's one thing I will say though, Senator Vance, with all due respect.
Please.
Harris and Biden are striving to make America the best country that they possibly can. And up until this point, we haven't said anything about the opposing. And I think we should keep it respectful because I believe that those people are doing the very best they can to serve the American people. And so this has been a respectful conversation, and I'm so glad that you would come and have this respectful conversation in this church. I think we are on the cusp of doing something tremendous in these United States of America if we stay together. if we work together.
I agree.
If we fight together. And watch this, if we make up after we fight, kiss
That's
each
right.
other, and stay brothers and sisters together.
Amen to that. So I did ask your forgiveness to get a little partisan, and again, it's 9 days before an election, so I got to do a little politic, and you'll forgive me that. But I agree. Look, I think all of us, whoever we vote for in this election, and I've got some strong disagreements, of course, with folks who vote for the other side. I do fundamentally believe that we're a country of good people that are trying to achieve a good future for the next generation of Americans together. I'm going to keep on working on it. And whatever responsibility the American people give me in 9 days, I'm going to keep on working on it. And I hope that you and I, not just in public but in private, can have some good conversations, because whether it's our public schools or how to make it easier for Christian ministry to do Christian ministry, I think you're an interesting voice, and I'd love to keep on hearing from it from time to time.
Thank you.
God bless you,
Thank
Pastor.
you for coming. Thank you for coming. Before you go, we prayed for the last candidate, and I'd like to pray for you.
Yes, sir.
Can we pray together? Gracious and eternal God, we give you thanks and praise, for you have superintended this night in a way that only you can. And so, Lord, I thank you. I thank you for giving us the grace to speak about the things that matter so much to our hearts. Lord, I pray for Senator Vance that you would give him strength for the journey. I pray that you would give him wisdom to navigate the way. I pray, dear God, that his convictions would govern his behavior and his decisions, that the beauty, the uplift, and the furtherance of your kingdom would be paramount in the lives and minds of your people. And so, Lord, help us to create justice where there's injustice. Help us to be love where there's hate. Help us to be peacemakers where there's war. Help us to be hope where there's hopelessness. Lord, I pray in Jesus' name that we would be a resurrected body of people that would fight for your cause and do your perfect bidding in the earth. Would you help us to do these things? We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. One more moment. Oh. One moment, please. Please be seated. Just one moment. I can take a deep breath now. I pray that you all have enjoyed the conversation tonight. I pray that I have represented the voices of my community well. The purpose of this event was to bring people who are willing, who might have the responsibility of leading us, to bring them in to talk to our community about the things that we all care about. I haven't done it perfectly, but my heart is in the right place. I'm fighting for us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Praise God. Praise God. So I have to say, my ally.
But look, we're thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be in Pennsylvania. We actually recorded an episode of Joe Rogan this morning, so we started out in Austin, Texas, and we're closing out.
How long was it, JD? How long were you in Rogan's
Almost
studio?
4 hours.
There you
Almost
go.
4 hours. So I've officially done more interview time than Kamala Harris has the entire campaign just today. So we're driving in here, the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. I love being here. I love this part of our country. I love this part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And in 6 short days, we're going to win, my friends, and make Donald J. Trump the next president. So, with that, I'm looking forward to tonight. Tulsi, thank you for doing this. We're thrilled. Let's give another round of applause to Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we are right here at home tonight, JD, not only because we are surrounded by so many great patriots who love our country as we do, but we're also surrounded by many men and women who have worn the uniform as we have. And I'm looking forward to the conversation that we have. So we'll kick it off. First, we have David, who's got a question for you.
Hey, hello. My name is David. I'm a 3-tour Afghanistan combat veteran. Flew Apaches there.
Thank you for your service, David.
Spent a lot of time in that country. And let me just say thank you both for your service and your continued service, ma'am. And for all the other veterans that are here, too, thank you for giving me the chance. I appreciate that. If anybody's not noticed, outside the gate, or the hangar there is the Abbey Gate 13, the people that died on August the 26th, 2021. And I'm kind of saddened that there has been no accountability for that.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to know, what is President Trump going to do to help get accountability for that event?
David, I appreciate the question, and it's an important one, and thank you for your service, but most importantly, thanks to everybody, including David, for their service in this room. We're thrilled to have you, and we're thrilled to put a president back in the White House who actually respects the sacrifice of American military veterans, and that's exactly what we're going to do. You know, David, like President Trump, I've spent a lot of time with the families of the 13 brave Americans who died at Abbey Gate. And one of the things that has really affected me is the recognition that a lot of these guys, they're not mad. They're, of course, heartbroken, but they're not angry that their loved ones lost their lives, because they recognize that when you put on the uniform of the United States, sometimes that's what's happened, right? That's what a lot of people sign up for. What they're really angry about is the fact that their loved ones died and there's been no accountability for the disaster that led to their death in the first place. That's what pisses them off. They're heartbroken to have lost their kids, but they're angry that no one has paid any price for the fact that those kids died because our leadership failed to do its job. I mean, think about this. You get out of Afghanistan, and I think it was the right decision to get out of Afghanistan eventually, but you don't close down the airport before you get out. We basically turned brave Americans into TSA agents in the most dangerous, terrorism-infested area of the entire world. And frankly, we may have been lucky that only 13 Americans died. It could have been much, much higher given the chaos of the situation that was going on the ground. And not one person, not a single general, not a single Pentagon bureaucrat, not a single person who controlled how that withdrawal was conducted has faced any consequences. But I believe that the first person that we are going to fire, and there's going to be more after that, but the first person we get to fire who had a role in Abbey Gate, her name is Kamala Harris, and we're going to fire her in 6 days. But the last thing I'll say, David, is after that, after we fire Kamala Harris, we have got to get some accountability. Who made the decision to close down Bagram before we had everybody out of Afghanistan? Who made the decision to put our troops in that situation to begin with? Who made the decision to not evacuate any of our $80 billion worth of equipment before we closed up shop and left? There has to be answers when people fail. And one of the things you'll see is the media, of course, attacks Donald Trump because there are people that criticize him. And what is almost always true is that the people who are most loudly criticizing Donald J. Trump are people that he fired because they screwed up. Those are the people that are attacking him. And I think I speak for every person in this room.
I'd rather have a president who fires the people who screw up than the president who protects their jobs when they screw up. And that's why we got to get new leadership.
I think that's something that President Trump understands very clearly, is that when you are a leader of any organization, you're responsible for what happens under your leadership. And President Biden, obviously, as you said, fired no one, but it shocks me even that within our military, none of these leaders did the right thing and said, you know what, we screwed up, I resign. Not a single one.
That's right. It's a very good point.
All right, next we've got a question coming from Ron. Here we go.
Hi, Senator, Congresswoman, thanks for being with us today. Appreciate it. I'm Ron, retired from the Air Force after 30 years. My Air Force. I can say my question regards armed forces recruiting and retention. Services are having difficulty making goals just now. Went through the COVID era with a mandated vaccine. I know DOD discharged thousands of troops for refusal to take that vaccine. And we have a lot of young people today who are just frankly unfit to begin military service. And I know you've got a Make America Healthy plan. Could you talk a little about that and how that can address some of these issues?
Yeah, well, Ron, I'm happy to take a first stab at that question. And then, Tulsi, I'd love to hear your thoughts, too, because, of course, I think Tulsi understands as well as anybody why the military might be having recruitment challenges in the 21st century. And I think there are a couple of things going on, Ron, is number one, you hit the nail on the head. Why were we firing brave, young, and healthy Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen because they wouldn't take the COVID shot? We should let people make these decisions themselves, not throw them out of the military because of it. But of course, that's not just thousands of Americans who were thrown out of the military, and it was a disgrace, and Donald Trump and I have promised that we're going to offer all of those people a return to service with back pay on top of it. That's important. But Ron, think about the effect that has on morale. What does it do when you fire people for simply exercising their own judgment about what they want to put into their own body? What does that say to the next generation of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines? What does it say to their family members? Because we know, in my family, my grandma, my mamaw, had 6 grandchildren. 3 of us enlisted in the United States Marine Corps out of high school. Very often, military service is a family affair. So what we did, I think, was a massive slap in the face to our troops, but it also really, really hurt morale. And the final thing I'll say, and again, I want to hear Tulsi's views on this too, is people want to sign up for the United States military because they love their country and they want to engage in public service. They don't want to sign up in the military because of a bunch of progressive ideas. They don't want to be enforcers of one political party's dogma. They want to serve the whole United States of America. And I think unfortunately, whether it's DEI training or, you have our State Department funding progressive politics in foreign countries, like why do your tax dollars need to be funneled through the State Department to do like trans pride parades in the Czech Republic? Like, what does that have to do with the America's national interest? Even if you agree with that, and I imagine none of us do, but even if you agree with it, that has nothing to do with America's national interest. So why are our taxpayers funding that stuff? But when you do that, it makes people not want to serve their country because they're worried they're not serving the whole United States of America. They're serving Kamala Harris's radical agenda, and that's going to stop the minute Donald J. Trump becomes president.
JD, I want to go back to what you said in response to the first question that we had, with the fact that every single one of us who's here, anyone watching from home, any one of us who's raised our right hand and volunteered, the less than 1% of all Americans who volunteer to serve in our armed forces, we do so, and our families know that that service and that volunteerism may require us to pay the ultimate price. And we do so willingly because of love for our country and our commitment to defending the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. What we don't sign up for is to be used as cannon fodder by politicians who are trying to fund the military-industrial complex or make themselves look tough. And so the very least that our men and women in uniform deserve, that our veterans deserve from our leadership, the president, our commander-in-chief, leaders in Congress, is to have our back.
Amen.
And so when you talk about Make America Healthy Again, too often, and we all got stories, but too often, they make investments, say, okay, you walk in basic training. I enlisted, went to basic training at Fort Jackson, and you go through that training, you serve in the Air Force. They invest in turning civilians into warriors. Then you go and spend your time in service, and when it's time to go and you get your final DD-214 and you walk out, for a lot of folks, they feel lost because for the first time, you kind of feel alone. That you can't just go to the military hospital, or you can't, you don't have your sergeant major telling you what time to wake up and when you get to eat and when you get to sleep. And so when we look at the Veterans Affairs Department, for example, when we have our brothers and sisters who are struggling, who've gone and fought in war zones and have come home and are struggling with those internal battles, too many of them are feeling like their only choice is to take their own lives to end their pain. That means our leaders have failed our brothers and sisters. Why is it? Even at that point, they are still not able to get the care that they need. I've had friends who've gone into the VA at that moment where they felt like they had no other option. They were ready to take their own lives. They either couldn't get an appointment, or when they did walk in, they were handed a bag full of drugs.
Yep.
A bag full of drugs that made their problems worse, not better, and that didn't actually deal with the real challenges they were facing. So when we talk about what is President Trump's plan to make America healthy again look like for our men and women in uniform and for our veterans, it's investing in the person, our fellow American, from the time they join the military, throughout their time in service, making sure that they're getting the care that they need, not just drugs or Band-Aids to cover up the visible or invisible wounds. Making sure that when you go into that dining facility, you actually have healthy and nutrition options to eat, not just crap that's going to make you sick. That when you go to the doctor, they're not just going to give you pills to cover up whatever pain you are experiencing. And that when it comes time to lay down the uniform, when your service is complete, that you're able to go, as with President Trump's accomplishment in passing the Choice Act, that you're able to go to the provider of your choice, whether that be at the VA or in your local doctor's office, and get the care that you need. And I just want to close by sharing a personal story because I experienced what a difference this made in my own personal life. I was a member of Congress representing Hawaii. It was the 2nd Congressional District, the rural parts of the state. And there was a Vietnam veteran named Andrew Jamila. He'd been awesome. He was a local leader. He was like the unofficial mayor of his hometown of Waimanalo on the island of Oahu. He called me up one day. Thank God he had my personal cell phone number. And he said, Tulsi, I just had a heart attack, and I'm at the hospital down the street. We live like 20 minutes from each other. I'm at the hospital down the street. They tell me if they can't have open heart surgery right now, then I may not survive. The VA hospital, which was about 40 minutes drive over the mountains to the other side of the island, said they would not cover this surgery that would save his life, that he had to get into an ambulance and take that 40-minute drive to get to the VA. His doctor said, you might not make it, Andrew. You might not survive. And so thankfully I was able to help him, and it was because of the Choice Act that he was able to get the care that he needed, that he survived that heart attack and was able to live another day.
It's awesome.
Where is Cindy at? Our next question is coming from Cindy. Thank you.
Welcome to Bedford County. I want to thank you for recognizing the veterans in the audience and our concerns. Thank you both for your service then. Thank you for your service now, as they are both equally important. When my dad, who I'm very proud of, came home from Vietnam, he wasn't educated on the health benefits and services that he earned and was entitled to. When I got out of the Marine Corps in 1996, I was not educated on the health benefits and services I earned and was entitled to. When my nephews, whom I am also very proud of, got out of the military in the mid-2000s, they were not educated on the benefits that they earned and was entitled to. The first time I registered and voted was for President Trump because we needed change. We still need change. What will you and your administration do to help educate the veterans on the health benefits and services they've earned and health benefits they are entitled to? Semper Fi, thank you.
Well, Cindy, Semper Fi, and thank you for the question, and thank you for your, not just your service, but your whole family's service. That's an amazing testament to the American tradition of military service. But I actually have a somewhat similar story, though luckily it didn't have the same personal consequence for me. You know, when I got out of the Marine Corps in 2007, I went straight to Ohio State University. Don't hold it against me. I know we're in Pennsylvania. And, you know, I signed up for a student health plan, and it was a lot of money. Right, and I didn't have anybody helping me out. I was on Pell Grants, and you know things were pretty tight because I was, you know, I didn't come from a family of means. I didn't come from a family of money, and I had no idea that because of a law that had been passed while I was in the Marine Corps, that I could get free health care through the VA. I think it was for 5 years after I got out of the United States Marine Corps, and I had no idea. And so I spent hundreds of dollars on health insurance premiums until somebody kind of just said, hey, why don't you go to the VA and get health care service? And I said, I don't think I'm allowed to. And they said, I know that you are. And that's what changed that for me and saved me probably thousands of dollars of health care expenses over the next few years. And I think that what we have to do is the Veterans Administration needs to cooperate with Department of Defense and make sure that whether it's the last month or the last week, when folks are getting out of active military service, they need to be educated about what the services that are available so they can take advantage of what they're owed by their own government. That's got to change. And, you know, to Tulsi's point, this is really about keeping the commitments that American taxpayers and the American nation makes to its people who put on the uniform and offer to risk it all for our shared freedom and certainly for our shared prosperity as a country. Here's another thing that's very unusual to me is you've got a lot of Americans right now who are veterans who are sleeping on park benches, who are sleeping under bridges, who don't have access to the care that they need. Well, my attitude is if the politicians and the Pentagon bureaucrats want to send people off to war, they ought to keep their commitments to people when those folks come home from war. We've got to stop this. We just have to do better.
What you just said, JD, I think is so central to the changes that we need to make in a very simple thing of making it so that the DOD and the VA work together.
That's right.
A lot of people, those of us who have gone through this know, but the fact that you spend your time in service, and whether you've deployed or not, you've got a probably pretty thick medical record. The VA has no access to your DOD medical records. No access. So you got to go and bring pieces of paper, and they got to literally scan those pieces of paper into a different database. When I first got to Congress, I asked why. Like, that's crazy. That doesn't make sense. I asked for a printout of every single veteran in my district so that I could help inform them of the services that were available to them. They literally printed out on an old dot matrix printer, you know, with the holes on the edges with the perforated lines, and gave me this huge stack. But the reason why they said that the two systems don't talk to each other was because of some government contract that someone signed.
Wow.
President Trump's a problem solver. I guarantee you he'll find a way to solve this problem.
That's exactly right.
All right, next up, we have Julie.
Hello, Senator, Colonel. I'm a retired United States Army soldier. Since I've left service, I've continued my education by obtaining a master's degree in counseling as well as a PhD in criminal justice. So according to the research, 14% of our homeless population in America are veterans.
Wow.
Well, that number includes 7% of an increase just in the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration. Our veterans watch as the current administration puts illegal migrants up in hotels. What will you do to change that policy, and will you help find solutions for those homeless veterans?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Well, thank you, Julie. And here's a basic principle that I think that we could do on practically day one of the Trump administration. We could say that no American tax dollars go to housing illegal immigrants while veterans are homeless in the United States of America. Why? Again, to me, this is about duties and obligations, right? Veterans understand duties and obligations as well as anybody. We make a sacred compact between our nation's veterans. We say we're going to send you off to places, sometimes places, to Tulsi's point, that you never should have been sent to in the first place. But when you come home, there are certain obligations we're going to meet. And God forbid, if you don't come home, we're going to meet those obligations to your family. The fact that we have so many people who did their end of the bargain and the government doesn't do its end of the bargain is a scandal, and it needs to stop on day one of the Trump administration. It's so unacceptable. But, you know, Julie, your point drives home a related point here, which is that, or your question drives home a related point, which is that veterans are very much members of the community, and veterans are affected by the same policies and the same problems that everybody else is, right? Sometimes they're affected more significantly, sometimes a little less significantly. But why do we have 14% of our homeless population who are veterans, and why have we seen such a significant increase? Because housing has gotten totally unaffordable over the last 4 years. There is a direct connection between increased housing costs and increased homelessness. I believe in the state of Pennsylvania, housing costs have increased by about 40% just since Kamala Harris became the vice president of the United States. So if we want to fix the veterans' homelessness problem, let's make housing more affordable for all America's citizens, and let's do it starting immediately. And I know we're focused on veterans issues, and I don't want to derail this too much, but it's very important to talk about the three obvious things that we should be doing to make housing more affordable. Number one, we should be doing more home building in the United States of America. Think about this. We are descendants of people who built rockets that flew to the moon, and all they had was pocket calculators and slide rules. And thanks to government policy, we don't build enough houses to house American citizens. What is this? 60 years ago, we built rockets that went to the moon. Now we don't build enough houses for American citizens. If we got rid of some of the ridiculous regulations out there, we'd create a lot of prosperity in the construction industry. We'd also build a lot more homes for American citizens. Number two, we've got to pursue common sense economic policies that lower mortgage interest rates so that people can afford to borrow and get into a home in the first place. And here's the final thing, and it goes back to Julie's point about illegal immigration. It doesn't matter how many homes we build. If we allow millions upon millions of people who don't have the legal right to be here to go into houses that ought by right go to American citizens, we are going to have a housing crisis. This very simple principle, and it's going to benefit veterans most of all, but it's going to benefit everybody, is American homes should go to American citizens, not to people who don't have the right to be here.
All right, our next question is going to come from Jesse.
I promise I'm standing up. My name's Jessie. I am a proud Puerto Rican, first and foremost, Army veteran, served as a drill sergeant. I've lived in Pennsylvania for over 20 years now, and I'm proud to call Pennsylvania home. So with all of that being said, I also have a 17-year or almost 17-year-old son who's looking to join the military. He would love to go to an academy. So my husband and I are getting ready to send him off to do something like this. As someone who served, I deeply value the importance of peace and stability. In President Trump's first term, he showed a willingness to take bold steps by engaging with leaders across the world to promote peace. Given the current global landscape, can we expect the same level of commitment, proactivity, and diplomacy from him if reelected, especially given that I am now sending my son?
Yes, ma'am. So first, let me say a couple things. So you said your son might try to apply to an academy. Is that next year? Okay, so the rules are if you need to go to an academy, you need a letter of recommendation from either your senator or your congressman or from the vice president. And I'll say that while I don't know the Pennsylvania senators especially well, if all goes according to plan, I might know a guy who could help with that letter in 6 days. So please reach out to us. No promises, but reach out to us. But I'm so thrilled to hear about your background because I'm actually going to see him tomorrow at an event that we're doing in North Carolina. One of my best buddies in the Marine Corps was a Puerto Rican guy who grew up in the Bronx. You grew up in the Bronx too? Oh, that's awesome. Well, he grew up in just incredibly tough circumstances. I mean, he grew up in a very, very poor family. He was the best Marine that I ever served with. He's just a great, great guy, and I'm going to see him tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. But to answer your question, we are absolutely going to engage in robust diplomacy, robust statecraft. And one of the things I love about Donald J. Trump is, yes, sometimes there are problems in the world that require a military response. Sometimes there are problems in the world that require smart diplomacy, and you've got to use both if you want to solve the American people's problems overseas. You can't just send everybody off to war. That doesn't keep our trust with our veterans, and it sure as hell doesn't honor our commitment to the people who put on the uniform if we send them to be the policemen of the world instead of honoring their service and honoring their sacrifice by treating it as the precious resource that it is. So yes, we will absolutely be very careful about how we engage in foreign diplomacy. And this is, one of the things that, I imagine most of us are Republicans, or at least are going to vote for President Trump. I know we've got a lot of Democrats and independents in the audience too, including, of course, our great friend up here. And, one of the things that my fellow Republicans will say about Donald Trump's foreign policy is that it was strong, that weakness invites aggression. And that's right. I do think that Kamala Harris's weakness has invited aggression, but I actually think that's only half of the equation, because Donald Trump's foreign policy wasn't just strong, it was also smart. It recognized that sometimes you have to talk to people, sometimes even people you don't necessarily like or agree with, but you've got to engage in smart diplomacy, and that is sometimes how you keep a war from starting in the first place.
I was a Democrat serving in Congress when President Trump was elected.
Yep.
And one of the things that he did very early on in his term of office was really, really important to the people of Hawaii, my home state. As you know, we're the most remote island chain in the world. We are very well within North Korea's proximity of their intercontinental ballistic missiles. At that time, they were still developing their nuclear capability. They are much farther along today than they were back then. But we had a missile scare where we thought early one morning on a Saturday in 2017, every single cell phone went off with an alert that said ballistic missile incoming to Hawaii. You remember this?
I remember this. This was a big news story at the time.
It was massive for residents and tourists alike. People sitting on the beach in Waikiki watching the sunrise, and their phone goes off, and it says, ballistic missile incoming to Hawaii. Seek shelter immediately. This is not a test. And it's you can't really imagine what that is like until you experience it.
They were just trying to prepare you in case Kamala Harris became president. That's what's going to happen if that nightmare ever becomes real.
But we went through, people sitting on the beach, they're like, where do I go to find shelter? That where here, as if we got that alert tonight, where would we go to find shelter? If we got an alert that Putin was launching a nuclear weapon, where would we go? There is no shelter to be found. And it was a huge wake-up call to realize that fact and that reality. And so when President Trump chose to go and meet with Kim Jong-un, the first president ever to step into North Korea at the DMZ, as a Democrat in Congress, I was loud and proud to say this is the kind of leadership that we need, because President Obama, in the previous 4 years, I had been urging them. I was on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Armed Services Committee, urging them to do this, de-escalate tensions, try to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. President Obama refused to do it because he said he didn't want to reward Kim Jong-un with a meeting. So, JD, I'm just wondering if you can talk about how, there are critics of President Trump who say that his foreign policy is isolationist.
Yep.
Talk about and tell us why they're wrong.
Well, they're wrong in part because of exactly what you just said. It's funny. The people who have been wrong about every foreign policy disaster for the last 30 years are the very same people who say that it's terrible to engage in diplomacy. And it's interesting that they were wrong about, remember how they said that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, and remember how they said that it was going to be really easy to turn Iraq into a, American-style democracy, and they said it was going to be really easy to turn Afghanistan into a Western liberal society, and of course, that became a 20-year quagmire. My attitude is, after 20 years of being wrong about everything, why don't these people at least acquire some humility and shut up and stop trying to tell us what to do with the foreign policy in the United States of America? And, the idea that somehow showing up in North Korea and having a conversation is going to reward somebody. What we should be doing is actually having conversations with people and trying to de-escalate situations before they become massive military conflicts. And again, this goes back to the strong versus smart distinction and why both are important. You need both in an American leader. Remember how they all accused, and I've been accused of this, Tulsi's been accused of this, of course President Trump has been accused of being in bed, of colluding with Russia, and yet when George W. Bush was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. And when Barack Obama was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. And when Joe Biden was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. Who was the one guy who prevented the Russians from invading a sovereign country? It was Donald J. Trump. And they never talk about that. But again, it's because he was strong. Certainly, some of the bad guys were afraid of what Donald J. Trump would do. But it was also because he was willing to communicate with people and open those diplomatic lines up in a way that prevented a hot spot from becoming a full military conflict. And Tulsi, you've probably heard the president tell this story, but it's one of my favorite stories of his time in office where, I guess Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, was trying to posture about his nuclear weapons and talk about how tough and big of a guy he was, and said, I have a little red button on my desk that will launch nuclear weapons. And President Trump said, I have a bigger red button on my desk. And I actually, this is such a profound change between the President Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, common sense view of American foreign policy and the broken consensus of the last 30 years is that we have got to recognize that the best way to advance America's interests is, yes, to build a strong military, and yes, to be willing to use it when we have to, but also to engage in diplomacy. Why have a military if you're never going to engage in diplomacy? Why always use your fellow citizens, as Tulsi said, as cannon fodder? Why not instead actually communicate from time to time? You might save the lives of your citizens and prevent a bigger disaster down the road.
You know, that really, for me, was one of the major driving reasons why I chose to endorse President Trump. David, I'm glad you brought up the 13 who were killed at Abbey Gate. I was honored to announce my endorsement of President Trump on the 3rd anniversary of their sacrificing their lives for our country, because it is essential that every one of us as Americans always keep the memories of those who have paid that ultimate price on our hearts, and that we hold our leaders accountable. The most important responsibility the president has is to serve as our commander-in-chief. Our founders told us that the government only exists with the consent of the governed.
That's right.
We face a no-fail mission. Every one of us. A no-fail mission to save our country and save the world, and President Trump is the only choice in this election that will lead us back on that path towards peace, freedom, and prosperity. Now, before I hand it over to JD, I just want to say that when I heard the rumor mill spurring, you hadn't been announced yet, but I heard the rumor mill spurring that President Trump was going to announce that you were his pick for vice president. My heart was happy and I felt at ease, because in the time that you have served in the U.S. Senate, while it hasn't been as long as many others who've been there for decades, you have lived an experience that many others haven't. You have seen the cost of war, and you've used that experience in your time leading in the U.S. Senate to take a stand against the military-industrial complex and for peace, and you standing shoulder to shoulder with President Trump, the rest of us can sleep peacefully at night. Thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of you. So, thank you, Tulsi. That was very kind of you to say, and most importantly, it's very kind of you to go around the country and convince people to elect Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States, and we couldn't do this without you. Thank you. You know, I always try to encourage folks to remember why we're fighting, because it's not red team versus blue team. There are a lot of Democrats, a lot of independents who are going to support this ticket, and of course we're proud to have their support. It's not even just to beat Kamala Harris, as much as I'll probably enjoy beating Kamala Harris more than any person in this room. Trust me about that. The point here is we want to beat Kamala Harris to give the American people the leadership that the American people deserve. And that's ultimately what this election is about. You know, ma'am, you asked the question earlier. I mentioned my friend, who I'm going to see tomorrow, I think, assuming all the logistics work out. And think about what the Marine Corps meant to this kid that I served with. He grew up in the Bronx. He actually, as I understand it, had some drug use and even drug dealing in his past. He shows up in North Carolina at a Marine Corps base as a young kid, and again, he's the best Marine that I ever served with. In fact, I want to tell you a funny story, because he knew gang stuff, because he had grown up in such a tough neighborhood and such a tough circumstance. And we were near a big city in North Carolina. It was late at night. It was probably 2 a.m. And he pointed to some guys over in a car at a gas station. We were stopped to get gas, and he said, I think those guys are Bloods. In other words, like members of a gang. And I said, well, why do you think that they're Bloods? And he said, well, because, they're dressed a certain way. They've got a certain kind of red dress. And I think that, I'm just telling you, man, I think that they're Bloods. I grew up seeing this, and I think that's what's going on. And, I called him Squeeze. I said, all right, Squeeze, well, what would you go up and say to these guys if they were actually members of the Bloods gang? And he said, well, I'd go up to them and I'd say, what that red be like? And I said, oh, that's interesting. So what would happen, Squeeze, if I went up to those guys and said, what that red be like? And he said, I'll tell you exactly what they'd say, JD. They'd say, I'm sorry, officer, I don't know what you're talking about. And if you think about the Marine Corps, it took a guy who was raised by hillbilly grandparents from eastern Kentucky and southern Ohio and put us into the same unit with a guy who grew up around Bloods gang members from the Bronx in New York City, and it made us part of the same United Marine Corps and American team. And that is an incredible thing that our U.S. military does. But we've got to ask ourselves, is it going to keep doing that? Is the military going to serve that same important function? As Tulsi said, it takes civilians and turns them into warriors. It also takes people from every walk of life and makes them part of the same team. The former Marine Corps Commandant, General Charles Krulak, said the most important thing that the military does is it wins battles, but it also turns our young people into really proud servants of the United States of America. Is that still going to happen? Is it still going to have that same function for the United States of America if we put Kamala Harris into the Oval Office? I think the answer is no. So what we're up against and what we're fighting for is to preserve the most important and proudest traditions of the United States military, to ensure that our veterans get access to the benefits that they were promised. And the only way that is going to happen is if we fix the broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and give the American people a president that we can all be proud of. And so I want to ask you, over the next 6 days, I want every single person in this hangar to get out there and vote 10 times. The legal way. The legal way. The legal way you get out there and vote 10 times is you take yourself to the polls and you get 9 of your friends and family to join you. So with gratitude to Tulsi Gabbard, the incredible elected officials that we have here today, and most of all with gratitude to all of you for being here, we've got 6 days to go. Let's vote 10 times, and let's make Donald Trump the President of the United States. God bless you all. Thank you.
It's a high point. We were scrambling to try to find a venue, and we found one. And who would have known that college campuses aren't the easiest place to find spaces to do events? But JD, great to see you. I don't want to spoil the lead here, but I will say a lot of people are probably wondering, you were on Joe Rogan yesterday, so a lot of people were like...
I was. Yeah. We did almost 4 hours with Joe Rogan.
That's called the introduction.
Yeah, that's right. We covered almost every imaginable topic, and it's supposed to drop around 1 o'clock today. So the episode will be out today. You guys will have to listen. Tell me what you think.
So you're traveling the country. You're in 3 states today.
Yep.
Meeting with voters. And here in North Carolina, it has actually, I believe it's 120 plus universities, colleges, or community colleges. It's populated with Gen Z and voters that care about their own future, owning homes, and so on and so forth. What are you hearing from voters, and what is your opening message to younger voters that are not sure how to think about this election?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think younger voters in some ways have the most to lose or the most to gain from getting this election either right or wrong. Because, one of the things that worries me when I hear Kamala Harris speak is I hear a person who doesn't have strong or sincere views about what she actually wants to do. Set to the side any policy disagreement you might have with Kamala Harris, and I have a lot. And set to the side, by the way, policy disagreements you might have with a person like Barack Obama, and I have a lot there.
What I would say for Barack Obama, but I would not say for Kamala Harris, is that he actually has beliefs and thoughts in his head for how he wants to govern the United States of America. And I hate to say that, I don't think you can say this about Kamala Harris. Now, the problem there is that that person becomes an empty vessel for whatever the prevailing ideas that are governing in Washington, D.C. are. And what are the prevailing ideas that are governing in Washington, D.C. that affect young people disproportionately? Number one, that we should use our young people as cannon fodder for foreign military misadventures that are frankly going to get a lot of your peers killed unless we have a smarter foreign policy. I think you guys have a lot to lose because we are on the precipice of many broad regional wars, potentially even a world war. Do you want a person like Kamala Harris negotiating in private rooms with people like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, or do you want a guy like Donald Trump actually sticking up for the United States of America? I think the answer to that question is obvious. The second prevailing idea in Washington, D.C. is that we should let in millions upon millions of illegal immigrants who compete against young Americans for important jobs, who undercut the wages of American workers, and it's American workers of every color, every background, but we have to recognize that when you let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens, it really severely undercuts the wages of people, especially people who are entering the workforce, which is true of every person in this room. And the final thing I'll say, Charlie, is if you look at the biggest drivers of why are homes unaffordable in the United States of America right now? Why have housing prices gone up by 45% in the state of North Carolina, but by similar levels in all of the major battleground states, or even higher levels? The answer is that, one, we're not building enough homes, right? And if you look at Donald Trump's regulatory policies versus Kamala Harris's regulatory policies, yes, if Donald Trump is president, we will build far more homes than we would if Kamala Harris is the president. But it's important to recognize that no matter how many homes you build, if you allow an unlimited wave of illegal immigrants to come into the United States of America, those people are going to end up owning the houses or living in the houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And this is something you see whether you look at it at a locality by locality level, if you look at it at a national level. When you let in way too many illegal immigrants, the price of housing shoots through the roof. So the question young people have to ask is, do I want to have a job where I earn a good day's wage for a good day's work? Because if so, you've got to vote for Donald Trump. Do I want to raise a family in an environment or just build a life in an environment where I can afford to buy a home? Because if you'd like to do that, the only person is Donald J. Trump. Kamala Harris's policies are going to produce more war, more poverty, higher housing prices, and lower wages for American workers. You guys have more to lose than anybody because if we let the American dream, as Charlie said in his introduction, if we let the American dream disappear in the United States of America, the consequences are going to fall hardest on the people in this room.
That's well said. And so let's dive deeper into part of it. Less and less young people believe it's even possible to restore the American dream. And it needs to be a rebirth of optimism that our best days can be ahead. President Donald Trump has laid out an amazing agenda, starting with, of course, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, drill baby drill, no tax on Social Security, largest middle-class tax cut, and increasing the pool of homes. Talk more about how we just need to reinvigorate the psyche of a younger generation that has just sometimes checked out, has become largely cynical about their future.
Yeah. Well, I think the way to reinvigorate America is to do it substantively and to do it with real ideas that are going to improve the lives of our citizens, not with these ridiculous slogans. I mean, you ask Kamala Harris a question, even in a softball interview, and I'll say this for Kamala Harris, I think that every time she answers one of these questions, we pick up about 50,000 or 100,000 votes because they'll say, what is your specific plan to lower the price of groceries? What's your specific plan to make the American dream of homeownership more affordable? And she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Like, okay, I grew up in a working-class family, and that's not a solution to the problems that the country is facing. It's important to talk about your background so people know who you are, but it's also important to talk about the details. And what I think that President Trump is fundamentally proposing is he's trying to make it easier
to invest and build things in the United States of America, whether that's a home, a family, a business. He's trying to make it harder to offshore and ship the American dream to other countries. That's fundamentally, if you look at his tax policy, and again, he can talk about the details better than anybody, but you look at his tax policy, it's about if you work, if you build a life, if you're creating a company or working in a business in the United States of America, we are going to make it easier for you to be rewarded for your hard work. If you're shipping jobs overseas, we're going to make it harder for you to do that, and we're going to penalize you for doing that. If you're trying to build a home, if you're trying to unleash American energy, we're going to make those things easier for you. I mean, there are very, very specific things that you can do, I think, to invigorate the American dream and to invigorate the American population. But if you don't have a real plan for how to get this country back on track, people know when they're being lied to. And I think that a lot of people who listen to Kamala Harris, even people who might agree with her ideologically, who might consider themselves more left of center, if you listen to Kamala Harris, pay attention to what she says, she has no plan to make your life better. That's why she's spending all this time talking about Donald Trump and calling her fellow Americans Nazis and garbage. Kamala Harris is way more interested in Donald Trump's past than she is your future. And we need a president who knows that the way to get the country back on track is to govern it effectively, to give people a specific sense of what that vision looks like, and then to implement that vision and let Americans do what they do best, which is build a good life for themselves. That's what has to change, and that's what's so different about Kamala Harris's present leadership versus the change that Donald J. Trump is offering. He's telling you what he's going to do for you. She's talking about what he did 4 years ago. So last question here before we get to some questions. I want to talk about this unique moment of who is coalescing behind President Trump and also who is lining up behind Kamala Harris. First on Kamala Harris, you see these warmongers that have sent young men and women like this in this room to unnecessary no-win wars, such as Liz Cheney, John Bolton, Leon Panetta. But on President Trump's side, you're part of this kind of Avengers team. Sure. And you got Vivek Ramaswamy, you got Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy. You have two people that formerly ran for the presidency as Democrats, the former co-chair of the Democrat Party. You have the most successful entrepreneur of the modern era, Elon Musk. Can you talk about this realignment? Because for people that might be more center-left, I think it's important to realize two people that ran for the presidency as Democrats are now enthusiastically behind Donald Trump. Yeah, so if you guys go back to 2003, I was a I was a senior in high school in 2003. I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in 2003. And most of you, my assumption is most of you were either not even alive then or were very, very young. And I wish that I could go back in time and tell myself from the perspective of 2003 that if Dick Cheney is in control, if a person with the last name of Cheney is in control of American foreign policy, it is a damn shame and a lot of bad things are going to happen because of it. Because you guys are now, even though you weren't alive then, I can tell you, my old 18-year-old self is coming forward into the future and telling you guys, when a Cheney is telling you how you should live your lives and how you should vote, you should run in the other direction. And that is what you have an opportunity to do. I didn't know at the time that a Cheney in charge of American foreign policy would lead to a lot of innocent Americans and also other people losing their lives. I didn't know that it would lead to disastrous foreign policy. You guys now know that, so vote like you know it, and don't reward the party of Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and Kamala Harris. Reward the party of Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, and Donald J. Trump, because they're the ones who are going to accomplish peace and prosperity for all of you in this room, but for all of your peers too. It is an amazing thing. I mean, if you think about this, Tulsi Gabbard probably ended Kamala Harris's presidential run in 2020. Remember, Kamala didn't make it to the primary in 2020 because Tulsi Gabbard observed rightly that Kamala Harris had built her entire career off of throwing a lot of innocent people in prison. And that was it for Kamala Harris. Well, now who's Tulsi Gabbard supporting? She was on the stage with me last night in Pennsylvania. And by the way, Charlie, if talk about your all-time political trades, I love the fact that we traded Liz Cheney for Tulsi Gabbard. That is a hell of a good thing, something I'm very happy about. But you ask yourself,
because it's a big change, right? I mean, Bobby Kennedy was a lifelong Democrat, and now he's supporting Donald J. Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, a lifelong Democrat, is now a Republican supporting Donald J. Trump. What has changed? And I think it goes back to basic common sense, okay? We are now the party of common sense, of not letting in unlimited waves of illegal immigration, of having schools that educate rather than indoctrinate children, of having a common sense foreign policy that's more built around peace and diplomacy and American strength than American weakness and war and chaos. We're the common sense party, and that is really the realignment that's happened. You don't have to agree with me on every issue. You don't have to agree with Donald J. Trump on every issue, but if you think that what's going on in the present moment in the United States of America is just a little too crazy and a little too weird, to use the Democrats' favorite word of this cycle, then you have an opportunity to throw the bums out and give the American people the change that they need. Now, here's another final observation I'll make. I mean, I'm joined today by a very dear friend, and he told me that he just took his kids out of school. Now, I imagine that most of the young people here, probably all of you, don't have children yet, but a lot of you will one day. And do you want to raise your families in a country where you can send your kids to school and have confidence they're going to get a good education? I think that should be the right of every American child and every American parent, is we give a good education to the children who grow up in the United States of America. And I'm just telling you, a friend of mine, a guy I trust very dearly, he just pulled his kids out of school because he doesn't believe that under Kamala Harris's leadership, his kids are getting the education they deserve. Again, you have an opportunity to change that. Vote for Donald J. Trump in 6 days or before.
Love it. All right, let's get to some questions here. We have some students here at High Point and in the local area, so please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Julia.
Is mic on? Great.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Julia. I would just like to say, Senator Vance and Mr. Curry, thank you for being here today. Senator Vance, my question for you today is specifically, how will you improve the economy in a way that it benefits 20-year-olds, young 20-year-olds such as myself?
Julie, thanks so much for the question. And I want to start out by saying I grew up in a working class family. I'm kidding. Now, you asked for specifics, so let me give you a few specifics. Okay, so right now, the American tax code is designed in a way that rewards investment overseas and in some ways penalizes investment in the United States. What does that mean? That means fewer factories, fewer businesses, fewer non-factory businesses, whether it's manufacturing or non-manufacturing, are being built in the United States of America. That means we have less technological innovation in the United States of America, and that means our workers aren't earning the higher wages that we want in the United States of America. If you go back to the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, workers were getting consistent pay increases year over year. From about 1980 on, workers didn't get really a solid pay increase for 40 years. The one exception, the 4-year exception, was when Donald J. Trump was president from 2017 to 2020, because he made it easier to build things in the United States of America, and he frankly made it harder to build things overseas. That's the number one thing, is to change the tax code. And you hear this word tariff a lot, okay? Tariff is thrown around a lot. The Kamala Harris campaign says that it's a tax. Well, here's what a tariff actually does. Say, for example, that you're an American business and you're deciding whether to build a company or expand a company in China or in the United States of America. Now, what China has going for it is that you can pay literal slave laborers at $3 a day, where in America, and I think this is a good thing, you've got to pay people a middle-class wage. Now, why is that a good thing? Because I want all of you to earn good wages for a good day's work. But if you're going to encourage investment in the United States of America, you've got to penalize the companies who choose to make their things in China. And the only way to penalize them is what's called a tariff. If they try to bring something that was manufactured by those Chinese slave laborers back into our country, we're going to slap a big fat tariff and say you've got to pay a penalty to get that stuff back into our country. That's how we protect the middle-class jobs of our citizens, and that's how we make it easier to invest in the United States of America. There's a second thing. Charlie already said this, but I'm going to repeat it because it's very important. Think about the biggest driver of cost increases. I don't want you just to earn a good wage. I also want you to be able to afford to buy things with the money that your hard-earned dollars, with the hard-earned dollars that you earn. Okay, so why are costs getting so high? It's complicated, but the biggest single driver is energy. Think about this. If a truck driver is paying 45% more for diesel, then the groceries that truck driver delivers to the grocery store are going to become way more expensive. We're talking about housing. If the guy who's delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 40% more for gasoline, then all of us are going to be paying more for the houses that are built with those delivered materials. So how do you get energy costs lower? You drill, baby, drill. That is the fundamental principle of Donald Trump's economic policy. Now, what does that mean? That means you reduce regulations on the energy sector. You build pipelines so that we can get energy from one place to another very easily. You make it easier to unleash our great energy economy, and you're going to create a lot of good jobs in the energy sector, but you're also going to make it so that, Julia, you and your friends pay less when you go to the grocery store, or when you go and buy clothes, or when you go and buy a house. Everything becomes cheaper if we unleash the American energy economy, and that's why it's a critical piece of Donald Trump's economic plan.
Thank you. I think we're going to go here. Is that right? Oh, you have a mic? Not? Here next? Okay, great.
Hi, I'm Rowan.
Hey, Rowan, how are you?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Again, I just want to say thank you both, Senator and Mr. Kirk, for being here today. We're really grateful that you decided to come spend some time in High Point. As far as my question goes, we know that many voters in our generation have expressed concerns about our financial futures. Amidst the current housing crisis, we've seen a lot of stricter zoning, building regulations, especially from local governments, especially from Democrats, and it's definitely been very detrimental to our housing system. What specifically do you see in policies changing that will help to ensure that we can one day own homes?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Rowan. And one, just to go back to the energy costs, that's a big driver of housing costs. So lowering energy costs is going to help us lower the cost of housing. The second thing is, you're right, that a lot of these local regulations put in place by governments, local governments, primarily Democrats, make it harder to build housing. But there's a lot that we can do on the federal level to reduce regulations and make it easier to build houses in the first place. We want to do those things. And frankly, we probably want to make it harder for those local governments to restrict the supply of housing. So again, all of you guys can actually afford to buy a home, or at least to rent a home at a reasonable rate when you guys are at the point when you want to do that. And then the final thing that I'll say, Rowan, is you need to pursue the kind of tax policy that allows people to invest in building in the United States of America. And again, that's something that we've really gone in the wrong direction on the last few years, is you've got to ask yourself, if you invest in the United States and you make a fair amount of money, and we want people who invest to be able to make money, are you paying a bigger tax on that than if you invest overseas? And if the answer is yes, then we're penalizing people who are building houses and other things in the United States of America. We've got to change that. And between reducing the regulations, reducing the energy costs, and I'll go back to reducing illegal aliens who are competing with Americans for scarce homes, I think we can actually make the American dream of homeownership more available and more affordable again. The way that I think about this is the country is in so many ways in such a good spot, right? I mean, you guys are talented, you're smart, you guys are going to develop skills in the workforce you don't even realize that you have. We've got the most incredible resources, the best natural resources of any country in the entire world. We are ready to unleash a golden age of American prosperity, but only if we fix the broken leadership in Washington. That's what we're going to do. That's what we all get an opportunity to do in 5-6 short days. Thank you.
Really quick, I just want to make sure that Kamala's awful plan is highlighted. She wants to get $25,000 per person, which sounds good for a home. What will that do to housing prices almost immediately? I think that's important to compare and contrast.
Yeah, so if you don't increase the supply of houses, and then you continue to allow illegal aliens to compete against American citizens for those houses, what you will necessarily do is you give $25,000, you're going to increase the cost of housing by $25,000. So again, this is fundamentally the difference between the Kamala Harris approach and the Donald Trump approach. Donald Trump is trying to make it easier to build and invest and to create things in our country. Kamala Harris is trying to pass out free money to cover over the fact that her own policies are why housing is so expensive. And Charlie, it's not just, if you look at the details of her plan, she's not just saying she's going to give $25,000 to American citizens. She's also saying she's going to give $25,000 a lot of times to people who aren't even in the country legally to begin with. So you're probably going to, even if her plan is implemented, which I'm skeptical, but even if it's implemented, your housing prices are going to go up by $35,000, $40,000, $50,000, and then you get a $25,000 check in the mail. Have you won or lost in that equation? Meanwhile, if Donald J. Trump's plan gets implemented, you're going to be paying less for housing to the tune of $25,000, $45,000, $50,000. That's how you win, and that's how you make American housing more affordable.
Yeah, and she won't even send a $25,000 check. It's like a tax incentive, which every realtor will just say, every house is right up more expensive. All right. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Paige.
I'm a senior at High Point University, graduating in May. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm starting to look at my options on where to move and work after college. My question is, how will you and President Trump fix the amount of illegal immigrants in this country, specifically relating to the safety of young women like myself thinking about moving to New York City after school?
Sure. Well, it's a very good question, Paige. First of all, don't move to New York City until after the election. That's, vote in North Carolina, and then you can move somewhere else afterwards. We really need your vote here in North Carolina. I mean, honestly, Paige, I wish I could give you a different answer, but I'd be very worried about moving to some of these, one-party states and one-party cities, because if you look at the levels of violent crime, especially assaults, muggings, things like that, they're moving in the wrong direction, and they're moving in the wrong direction in large part because we have let in massive amounts of illegal immigration into our country, and most of those people, thank God, aren't criminals, but a lot of them are, which is why we see increased levels of criminal behavior. I was asked by a news reporter, it's one of the most shocking questions I've ever been asked, where she said, aren't you guys overstating the problem of gang activity among illegal aliens because only a handful of apartment complexes have been taken over by criminal gangs? And my response was, are you hearing yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes. Well, Paige, I don't want you to move into a complex that's been taken over by a criminal gang, and then some journalist is going to say, well, Paige, it's only a handful of apartment complexes, right? You've got to actually be able to enforce our borders. And specifically, there are three big things that Kamala Harris did that we're going to undo and accelerate so that we can actually get our border under control. The first and most important is Kamala Harris really cut down on deportations. If you know you can come into the country without ever being deported, you're going to keep on coming into the country illegally. So we have to re-implement deportations in the United States of America. The second is, and I've been to the border more times than our illustrious borders are, Kamala Harris, if you go to certain parts of the border, you will see slabs of border wall laying in the dirt, rusting, because she stopped construction of the border wall. And the Border Patrol will tell you that where the border wall was constructed, you saw a massive decrease in the amount of illegal immigration. Let's just finish that border wall and cut down even more on illegal immigration. And then the third thing, Paige, and this gets a little bit into the details of immigration policy, but it really matters, is when a person comes to the United States and says that they're claiming asylum, what do you do with that person? Donald Trump's answer was they have to stay in Mexico while that claim is adjudicated. Kamala Harris's answer is we're going to let this person roam freely in the United States of America for 10, 15 years. That's called catch and release. We've got to stop catch and release. We do those three things, I think we'll cut down on violent crime, and we'll make it easier for you to choose to live where you want to live. But I hope you'll come and live in Ohio or stay in North Carolina and not go to New York City. Thanks, Paige.
Yes, sir.
Do you have something you want to say?
No, go
Okay. Thank you very much for coming to meet us all, Senator Vance, and thank you for fitting us in within your busy schedule. My name is Brett, and my question for you is, many of my generation are concerned about a possible war with China, and more importantly with that, for us, a possible draft.
Sure.
And so with rising tensions within the South China Sea, border clashes between India and China, what is the Trump-Vance administration's plan to de-escalate from this rising crisis?
Yeah, Brett, it's a very important question. And look, this is the thing that I worry the most about for this generation is that if we don't get foreign policy right, a lot of people in your generation are going to pick up the pieces and fix the mistakes of the current generation of American leadership. And I don't want you to have to do that. I want you guys to build great lives. I want you to work in great careers. I want you to start families. I want you to be able to live your dreams, not have to go and fight a war because Kamala Harris screwed up again as she's been doing for the last 3.5 years, and it's going to get a lot worse if we promote her to President of the United States. And our specific plan to de-escalate in the South China Sea is, it's somebody said it, some smart strategist said the best way to stop a war is to prevent a war from starting in the first place. And this is what, if you go back to Donald Trump's foreign policy, consider Europe. Russia invaded a sovereign nation when Barack Obama was president. Russia invaded a sovereign nation when George W. Bush was president. Russia invaded a sovereign nation during the Biden-Harris administration. The one time in the last 2 decades that Russia didn't invade a sovereign nation was when? Under the 4-year administration of Donald J. Trump. Now, why was that? And people always say, especially my fellow Republicans, they always say, well, Donald Trump's foreign policy was strong. Well, it was strong, and that's definitely true, but that's only half of it. It was also smart, because even though the media accused him and attacked him for it, he was willing to engage in diplomacy, sometimes even with very bad people, because you can't just talk to the good people when you're engaging in diplomacy. You've got to talk to everybody. That's what real leadership looks like. Again, I was with Tulsi Gabbard yesterday, and she told me, and I didn't realize this, that there was a major threat from North Korea of an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, hitting Hawaii early in 2017. Well, that threat came from North Korea, and what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump went and talked to the leader of North Korea, even though all of the media said that he shouldn't, and guess how many threats against Hawaii were made after Donald Trump had that sit-down meeting? 0. Because sometimes you can't just be strong, you have to be smart. Specifically in the South China Sea. The solution here to prevent war is to make it as costly as possible for the Chinese to invade Taiwan in the first place. Everyone will tell you that if the Chinese establish territory in Taiwan, if they establish a beachhead in Taiwan, it becomes very hard and a lot of people get killed. So you prevent them from doing that. And the way you prevent them from doing that is to make sure they've got enough weapons to defend themselves. Again, prevention is the best way to stop a war. An ounce of deterrence is worth a lot more than a pound of stupid foreign policy from Kamala Harris. So we've got to do the deterrence, and unfortunately we're just not doing that. Now this is one of the more difficult questions that exists in American foreign policy, is because Kamala Harris has been sending so many resources to Ukraine, we actually don't have enough to send to Taiwan. So by approaching the Russia-Ukraine situation in the way that we have, we've actually made it more likely that the Chinese will invade Taiwan, and we need to pursue a foreign policy that makes it less likely, and that's what's going to change when Donald Trump is president.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Is it an exaggeration to say that we are bumbling towards World War III? That might include a draft of some people in this room.
I don't think that's an exaggeration at all. I think that we are sleepwalking ourselves into World War III, and if you go back to all of the really terrible world conflicts, they almost always come from incompetent leadership rather than evil leadership, right? It's people who just aren't smart and aren't thinking about, if I do this thing, you can't just think about the immediate consequence. You've got to ask yourself, what is the second order and the third order consequence? If I send a lot of javelins and a lot of artillery shells to one country, does that mean that another country is not getting the resources necessary to prevent itself? If I spend a lot of money over here, do the Chinese perceive that we're weaker than we should be because we haven't spent that money on our own defense? These are the things that Donald J. Trump thinks about, and unfortunately, these are not the things that Kamala Harris thinks about. So do I think that we're at the greatest risk of a third world war in my lifetime, Charlie? Absolutely I do. And if there is a third world war, it is the people in this room who are going to be drafted and called upon to fight it. I don't want that. I do not want you guys to have to put on a uniform, not because you're patriotic and volunteer, but because your country forces you to, because Kamala Harris has blundered us into another significant conflict. But the opportunity to stop that and to take the country in a new direction is this election. So get out there and vote for many reasons, but maybe the most important reason to get out there and vote is to prevent World War III.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Senator Vance. My name is Hayes. I am Vice President here of Turning Point USA. My question for you is, as a politician, how has your faith and ethics been tested? And as we're going into the workforce, I mean, I'm a political science major. What advice do you have for when inevitably our faith and ethics are also tested? Or as our generation knows, does the nice guy always finish last?
Sure. Well, no, Hayes, I don't think the nice guy always finishes last, but sometimes the nice guy also has to be tough, right? So remember that. Just because you're nice doesn't mean that you're weak. And remember that nice guys can also be tough, and I'd encourage, or nice gals can also be tough. And I'd encourage you guys to absolutely be kind and virtuous, be generous of spirit, but also always be a little tough, right? Both of those things can be true, and both of those things can be useful. You know, probably the first time that my faith and my ethics and my sense of my duty to the people of Ohio was tested was early on in my Senate term when there was this terrible train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. And you probably saw the images. You can go and Google it. But basically, there was a train derailment, and it was a mistake. We maybe didn't know it at the time. But they set off a massive chemical explosion after the train derailment, which just, you know, basically, it was like a chemical bomb went off in this small town in northeastern Ohio. And so I went and visited the town many times over the next few months. And one of the things that I kept on noticing is that the residents, and they were normally the residents who were a little poorer, who didn't have as much money, who didn't have the same influence, they would come up to me and they would say, this thing is happening, or that thing is happening. In particular, they kept on telling me that even though they were being told that the creeks in the town were safe, they thought they saw evidence of chemical pollution in the creeks. And that was on one of my first visits there. So I said, okay, you know, here's what I was being pressured to do. I was being pressured to ignore them, to basically say, oh, they're crazy people, they don't know what they're talking about. But some inner voice was saying, this is your job. Your job is to listen to people, sometimes the downtrodden that nobody else is listening to. So I said to my team, drive me to a creek. I want to go see this for myself. And I stuck a stick in the water, and it was like an oil sheen in a creek in East Palestine, Ohio. It was clearly not safe, and it was clearly not healthy. And I realized in that moment that if you always listen to the media, or you always listen to the people who have fancy credentials. And look, all of you are college students. When you graduate, you will get a very fancy credential. Sometimes those fancy credentials are useful, but sometimes the people who use their credentials to silence their fellow citizens are just wrong. And part of your job as a future leader is going to be to listen to the people, even if they're not always the people that the media or somebody else tells you should listen to. And what helped me in that moment, Hayes, is I kept on thinking about the grandmother who raised me, and I'm sure that all of you have some person of influence in your life who's kind of is a core part of you forming your conscience. I kept on saying, what would my grandmother do? Because what my grandmother would not do is if some poor person from East Palestine came up to me and said, Senator, I don't think the water is safe, she would not have said, go back to your car, I'm not interested in what you have to say. She would have said, listen to people. Listen to people. Maybe sometimes they're going to be wrong, by the way, but you still have to listen to them first. And that's maybe the most important lesson I've learned as a leader is the media, and you see this with Joe Biden. Joe Biden called half of America garbage for wanting to vote for Donald J. Trump. Kamala Harris and her running mate have been calling people who support Trump Nazis and fascists. What is that ultimately about? It's about silencing people. It's about telling the American people you're not good enough to voice concern over the policies of Kamala Harris's leadership. My job is to listen to people. Whether they vote for us or not, our job as leaders is to listen to the people that we serve, and that is my promise, and that's something that my faith has been very, very important in making sure happens. Thank you, Hayes. Right here? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Trinity, and I'm a freshman here at High Point University. It's awesome to meet you guys. And
nice to meet you, Trinity.
Thank you. My question to you is, with the increased costs associated with living and the debt the U.S. is racking up, how important do you believe it is to stick to a budget, and how well do you believe President Trump will stick to that budget?
It's a very good question, Trinity, and they're actually connected, right? These problems are connected because when the government spends more money than it takes in, then it has to print that money. And that printed money shows up as inflation. So the average North Carolina family is about $29,000 poorer because of Kamala Harris's inflation. Now, they didn't see that in an IRS bill, but they saw it in their groceries bill, they saw it in their rental bill, they saw it in their car payments. That inflation is a hidden tax on American citizens, and it comes partially from when the government spends more money than it takes in. So what we have to do is we have to cut spending, in this country. And there are a lot of very specific things that you can do to reduce the amount of money the federal government is spending. I mean, look, there is so much stupid stuff that your government does with your tax dollars. We could get back to some very common sense fiscal principles very quickly. And your answer to your question about whether Donald Trump is going to work for this, absolutely Donald Trump is going to work for this, because we know when we're elected that one of our mandates is to lower the cost of living for our citizens, and you can't do that unless you take care of the ridiculous, out-of-control spending from the federal government. And there are a few things that you can do. So number one, people don't realize this, but the cost of illegal aliens to the United States of America is somewhere between $150 to $500 billion per year, okay? And that's housing benefits, that's welfare benefits, that's Social Security and Medicare fraud. We can do a lot just by taking care of the immigration problem. We're also still spending a lot of money from the COVID era that we shouldn't be spending. The public health pandemic, thank God, it's over, and we should never go back to some of the draconian measures that we took then, but it's over now. We should not be spending money like a drunken sailor like we did back during the COVID era. So you do those two things, you can really, really lower the cost of living, but also get our long-term budgetary picture on a more sustainable pathway. And as Charlie knows, like so many other issues, this one affects you more than it does me, right? Because all of you are going to outlive me, hopefully. All of you are going to outlive me. You're going to be paying off the debt that we're incurring right now for a lot longer than any of our politicians. So when you see Kamala Harris's spending proposals, you ought to be asking yourself, is it worth the debt that I'm going to be paying off for the rest of my life? Almost always the answer is no. We should vote for fiscal sanity, which is why Donald J. Trump needs to be our next president.
Now just a fun little wrinkle to that I know everyone in the audience will enjoy. President Trump has blessed DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, run by Elon Musk. I mean, it's a little bit silly. At the same time, Elon has a track record of cutting spending and finding waste. Can you just comment on that a little bit? The philosophy being that we haven't had a real good examination of federal budget, especially with new Biden spending.
Yeah, so I've been in the Senate for a couple of years. Here's how we do budgeting in the United States Senate and the United States House, and this is going to sound like an exaggeration. It's not. We basically get right to the point where the government runs out of money, and then somebody says, okay, let's just pass a bill where we spend the exact same amount that we did last year, only with a few % increase for inflation. And then everybody votes for it, not me, but most people vote for it, and that's how we do budgeting in the government. It's like if you're a household, you get right to the point where you're about to be delinquent on your credit card and your mortgage, and then you just say, all right, we're going to take out another credit card. We don't have to worry about it for another year. But eventually, you've got to worry about it, because eventually the line of credit runs dry. What Elon Musk is talking about is very simple. It's taking people with a different perspective, a private sector perspective, and actually looking at the budget, saying, how much are we spending on this program? How much should we be spending? And doing that, asking that basic question for every line item in the federal budget. And I guarantee that when you do that, Charlie, you're going to find hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe even trillions of dollars of savings of your money that we're spending, not because we even said we need to spend this money. You may disagree with that decision, but it's not like a politician said we need to spend this money. We're spending it because we kicked the can down the road. And what Elon Musk and what a lot of us are talking about with this Department of Government Efficiency is actually going in and saying, all right, we're going to look at how much we're spending, we're going to compare it against how much we should be spending, and we're going to actually rationalize and make sense of the federal budget for the first time in a very long time.
I love that. Who is up? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Grant. I'm a junior at High Point University, and my question for you is, as you know, college is more expensive than ever because of the economy, and a loan will be double or triple of what it originally is. So what can the Trump administration do to keep interest rates low, such as a cap on student loans, so students are not in years of debt?
Yes, sir. Very, very important question. And, you know, one of the things that we don't talk enough about is that while the student debt in this country is at this point, I believe, about $1.7 trillion, you know that university endowments and foundations have collected about $1.7 trillion of wealth, okay? So the very universities that sometimes, and I don't think it's true of High Point University, but it's true of a lot of our colleges, they're putting students into a lifetime of debt servitude. They're overcharging, students are overpaying, and also the colleges aren't being honest about what the students are actually getting out of their education. So I think that we need to do two things. Number one, We need real price transparency and also real transparency about what the benefits are of a college degree. When you go to college, your college should have to tell you, here's what you're going to get out of this particular degree. Here's what you're going to get out of this particular program of study. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I went to college. You should know what you're getting yourself into when you go to college, and that means that colleges have to be more honest about it. Here's the second thing. We need to not have a lifetime of debt servitude follow around our students. And I want to contrast this, because when Kamala Harris talks about this issue, she's basically talking about shifting the debt from one group of citizens to another. Having plumbers and electricians pay for the debt of college students, I think that's irrational and it's unfair, because it's not the plumbers and the electricians who are at fault for this college debt crisis. It's very often the university administrators themselves who are not being honest with you guys about what you're getting out of college experience. So here's one thing we should do. We should say that if you are accumulating a lot of college debt, that debt is not going to follow you around for the rest of your life. That's a simple policy choice that we made, and we're going to unmake it, because if you incur a lot of debt and you get into a situation where you're in a tough financial position, you should not have the colleges able to collect on your debt, sometimes even garnishing your wages before you can actually get the paycheck that's coming to you. We've created a generation of debt servants. That's got to change. And frankly, it means that colleges have to take accountability, not our fellow citizens. The colleges have got to take accountability for this college debt crisis they've created.
So in closing, we have to wrap it up. To kind of make the final argument here to younger voters across the country and here in North Carolina, as I mentioned, there is this unrecognized breakdown in the social contract. We do politics for many reasons, but basically we do it to make sure that your kids have a better life.
That's right.
That's why we do what we do. And there has been generational theft that has occurred to this generation. And JD, you're kind of in the middle here. I hope you guys understand, this is the youngest vice presidential candidate, I think, in what, like 150 years?
The first millennial on a major party ticket.
First millennial, and I'm a millennial here, so we share a generation in that way. And so JD has an ability to really see into what you guys are experiencing and understanding a lot of these problems. You guys have never lived, no one's ever lived through this before, and your parents say, oh, it was hard when we were younger. They had a much different set of circumstances than you guys did. The likelihood of you renting and not owning is much more likely to rent and not own if things continue. So kind of summarize this all together, JD, for a generation where the social contract has been broken and we must renew it.
So my simple argument to all of you and to all of your generation is that you should be pissed off. And why should you be pissed off? You should be pissed off because you're the first generation in the history of the United States of America that is unlikely to be able to own a home, that is unlikely to be able to earn a wage on which you can raise a family, that is more likely to be indebted than you are to accumulate wealth. And the reason you should be pissed off is because it's come from a failed generation of American leadership. The people who are older than me and older than you, they have failed you. They have created an economy where you're more likely to incur debt than you are to incur wealth. They've created a college debt crisis that follows you around for your entire life. They've created an economy where you can't earn wages that support a family. They've created a housing market where it's nearly impossible for most Americans of your age to be able to buy a home. This was a policy choice. The failure that has fallen on your generation was a policy choice. And we can make a different policy choice, but only if you guys get pissed off about the position you've been put in and vote for a change in leadership. That is fundamentally what Donald Trump, his entire lifetime, if you go back to the 1980s and the 1990s, Donald Trump was predicting that if we went down this road, it would lead to a generation of American young people who were paupers in their own country. And he was right about it. And then he became president, and for 4 short years, he undid decades of damage. But you can't undo all the damage in one 4-year term. You need longer. And that's what he's fundamentally asking you to do. Give him another 4 years to undo more of the damage of a failed generation of American career politicians, but he cannot do it without your help. You guys get to make the determination. Are you angry And are you voting for more of the same broken promises, more of the same sloganeering politicians, more of the same failed bureaucrats, or are you voting for the real change of Donald J. Trump's leadership? I'd encourage you, vote for President Trump, vote for me, vote for a new direction in this country. You guys, of all people in the United States of America, you cannot reward the people who want to make you paupers in your own country. I want you to be an owner of the United States of America because our country's going to be stronger if that's true. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you guys so much.